Good morning, Canadians, and welcome. This is day 2 of our inquiry into the question, are farmers safe in Canada? Is our food safe in Canada? My name is Ted Kuntz, and I'm the chair of the board of the directors of the National Citizens Inquiry. And I have to make an apology. In my eagerness to get started just today, I failed to do some very important announcements. The first one is simply acknowledging our commissioners who are critical to this process. Our commissioners are individuals that have made a commitment to hear the testimony in an unbiased and independent manner, review that testimony, synthesize it, provide a summary of the testimony, and then, more importantly, provide recommendations about how we can address these issues more effectively in the future. And so their role is critical to the success, the integrity, and the contributions of the National Citizens Inquiry. So I just want to take a minute and acknowledge our commissioners, Mr. Vincent Gerses, Ms. Kristen Nicholson, Ms. Patricia Robertson, and Mr. Dan Harder. So thank you to those individuals for their service and their commitment, not only to the National Citizens Inquiry, but to all of us here in Canada. I also want to take a moment just to acknowledge all of the people that make a contribution to these hearings. These hearings don't happen by themselves. It takes a community of people who volunteer their time and their talents to support this initiative. And they're all in the back, and they're doing everything from cooking meals to registering to helping with the audio-visual. It's an enormous undertaking, but I have to say it is just an absolute delight to be in their company, feel their passion, their joy in making this contribution, and it gives me hope for the future when I see and participate with this community of individuals that are of service. And I also want to thank all of you for taking the time to witness the hearings, honor the witnesses who are testifying. I'm told that yesterday we had more than 15,000 viewers watching these hearings across the country, and I think that's a phenomenal accomplishment for a citizen-led initiative. One of my takeaways from yesterday is that the change that is needed in this country to make this country serve its citizens and humanity better is unlikely to come from the top. And Max Bernier made reference to this in his comments yesterday when he was speaking about the supply management system that is regulates the dairy and poultry industry in this country. He said that no politician will touch that topic because of its challenges and its controversies and the implications because of the significance and the amount of money that's involved in that industry. And so Mr. Bernier is one of those few individuals who is courageous enough to stand up and honor the need to speak to that issue. What I've come to realize is that change, when change happens, it comes from the citizens. It comes from you and I and all of us who have the strength and the courage and the integrity to stand up and speak out. And it's what I've witnessed now with 41 days of hearings by the National Citizens Inquiry. I've come to realize that these hearings not only provide information, not only do they provide some accountability, but they grow leadership in this country. I have witnessed a witness, one after the other, who may be fearful of testifying for fear of the consequences. And I mentioned yesterday that we've had witnesses that have stepped back because of some of the concerns about the consequences of sharing their testimony. But when witnesses come forward They find their voice. They recognize that they have something valuable to contribute, and it grows the strength and the leadership in this community. And so I believe that an important part of these hearings is growing the strength of our leaders. These are critical times that we're going through in this country. And your involvement, your interest, your contribution, and your support takes back the responsibility that we have delegated in many ways to others. And it reclaims the ownership for the future of this country. And so it's a privilege and an honor to be in this community of people that recognize that responsibility and embrace it. Before we open the hearings for day 2, I would like to call forward John Graff to say a prayer.
Thank you, Ted. Welcome, everybody. May we bow our heads. Heavenly Father, we just thank you again for this day, a day you made where people's voices can be lifted up. 1, to praise you, 2, to thank you, and 3, to express our needs. And we also express our voices to those in power. We tell them our story, we tell them our experience, and we tell them the truth of what has taken place in this country. And Lord, we just thank you for each of the witnesses that come forward to speak. We thank you for all of the volunteers. We thank you for the people that are working to develop the reports and the recommendations, these commissioners who have an ongoing workload as well as they work after the hearings on these. Lord, we just thank you for that opportunity. And Lord, we ask a blessing on each one here and on the people who will receive and hear these words. In your name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, John. And the last person I want to acknowledge is our lead counsel, Mr. Paul Jaffe. Mr. Jaffe, thank you for your service. Your contributions are valuable, and I've received a number of emails already this morning thanking you for the facilitation of the witness testimony yesterday. And so your contribution and your skill is much appreciated. I invite you to come forward and receive the testimony of our first witness.
Thanks, Ted, for those very kind comments. Good morning, commissioners and everyone here and who may be watching either today or within this massive archive of testimony that has been compiled by the NCI over the last couple years. Commissioners, we have lost one of our witnesses, so this morning we'll only have the 2. We have 8 in total for the day. Some virtual and some here in person. So our first witness is here, and I will then, for the record, of course, my name is Paul Jaffe, counsel for the NCI. With us today is Jim Ness as our first witness. Can you hear me okay, Jim?
Yes, I can.
Okay, what I'm going to get you to do is state your full name and spell your last name for the record, and get you under oath, and we'll start with your evidence, okay? So could you state your full name, please?
The government calls me Harold James Ness, but everybody else calls me Jim Ness. And Ness is spelled November, Echo, Sierra, Sierra.
Okay, great. And you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Jim, I'm going to read to you my summary. It's just a brief summary of some of your background and what we expect you want to testify about. And then I'll invite you to correct me or expand upon any of the things that I mention. But just by way of introduction, let me go over a few things. I understand that you're from a town, New Brigden, Alberta. Is that right?
That's correct.
Where roughly is that for us
It's halfway between Calgary and Saskatoon. It's over close to the boundary with Saskatchewan.
Okay. And I understand you are a grain farmer in that area, and you're a longtime participant in Canadian agricultural policy debates related to grain marketing and what's called producer freedom. You've served 2 terms on what's called the Alberta Grain Commission, which I'm going to get you to describe in a few minutes, beginning in the year 2000. And in that context, you were involved in discussions with producers and provincial representatives regarding grain marketing reform and producer choice. So we're going to get you to talk about those concepts in a minute. You were personally involved in what we've referred to as a historical movement opposing the Canadian Wheat Board monopoly. And you were advocating for marketing freedom for Western Canadian grain farmers. And your experience includes participation in public advocacy efforts and engagement with producer organizations, and a number of key events during the policy debates that ultimately led to the end of the Canadian Wheat Board monopoly in 2012. So that's a history that I'm going to get you to go over with us and explain how you achieved that. Now, I'm going to get you to talk a little bit about the structure governing Western Canadian grain marketing and the economic consequences of monopoly control under the Canadian Wheat Board. So we're going to go into that. This commission yesterday heard some evidence, considerable evidence on supply management, the quota system, and the impact both on the producers and in the society at large of that system. So I think your evidence about this will fit in very nicely with some of the evidence this commission has already heard in that regard. And then the final area we'll cover today on this Wheat Board history and your activism is that you were involved with the farmer-led resistance to the export licensing system in the 90s and 2000, including the prosecution and incarceration of several farmers, including yourself, I think,
Yes.
as we get going here, who challenged the Canadian Wheat Board authority by exporting grain without a license. So that's something you did, which then attracted a prosecution, which then allowed you to elevate the issue in the public and achieve ultimately the end of the Wheat Board, I think is the general story that you're about to tell us. So it's really a fascinating history. And so with that introduction, Jim, let me just, before we get into those areas, let me ask you a little bit about yourself. Were you born on farms and in the prairies? Give us some insights into your early background.
I was born a long time ago. I was born to a farmer and his wife. My dad farmed with his father. My mother was a career school teacher. And when I started school in 1950, everybody was poor. And I have lived to see Alberta become a very prosperous place. So that's my beginning. My home that I was raised in was a Christian. I'm born again by the blood of Jesus. I'm a Christian. And I do not live a boring life, I can assure you. I try to be led by the Spirit of God on all my activism. If I'm not being led by the Lord, I don't want to be involved. So that's
Okay, well that's helpful. So you've been was your initial home as a child where you were raised, as you've described? Was that out in where roughly was that?
Well, being raised in a Christian home, I can remember hearing all about the gospel and stuff. And one morning, every morning, my dad would turn on a radio broadcast from Calgary, a 15-minute Christian station. I'd heard it many times, but as a 6-year-old kid, one morning I really heard it. And as a 6-year-old, I invited Jesus to come into my life. And as a 6-year-old, I had no way of expressing what was happening. Like I knew inside me that something had happened just by asking Jesus to forgive me and come into my life and save me.
Okay.
So that was the beginning of my start in life. I started seeing things different as a kid.
But you were born in Alberta, on a
Yes.
farm, and have retained connection both you're deeply rooted in the faith that you've described, but also deeply rooted in the culture and tradition of farming in Alberta, where you were born and where you are still active in your life today. Throughout your entire life, you've been connected with the farm in Alberta in one sense or the other.
That's correct. I started operating equipment when I was 8 years old, and of course that's unheard of now, but out of necessity, that's the kinds of things that happen. My dad taught me how to be really, really careful with equipment and to look for possible trouble all the time when I was on a tractor or something.
And then you looked for trouble when you were on a tractor, and then later in life, and we'll get into it, but it connects because your deep connection historically to the farm and to the faith and the values that you grew up with continued later in life, which then took you into the battle against what you saw as being an unfair quota system that was impacting producers, people who operated farms, as well as the public interest was being compromised by what you saw as a very unfair system operated through the Canadian Wheat Board. That's something that happened, I think, began to happen for you in the 90s or so? Is that right?
It actually happened earlier than that.
Okay.
When I was 17, my father suddenly passed away. And when I was 18 and I graduated from school with matriculation, I had originally planned to go to university, but I loved farming so much I just kept farming. And I can remember the first load of wheat I took to the elevator under the old quota system. I was in a lineup of trucks, and I got my first lesson in Canadian Wheat Board regulations. There was a big lineup, and the farmers were out there talking, and they were complaining about having to waste time in a lineup. And I said, well, why don't we just go to the next town over? I said, I just came from there, and there's no lineup there. We could dump and go home. And those older fellas, they laughed and scorned me, and they said, if we did that, we could be charged and maybe go to jail. So that was my first lesson in learning about the intrusive regulations of the Canadian Wheat Board.
So just so that I'm just guessing, would that have been the late 60s or so that you had this initial insight?
That would be about 1963.
Oh, early 60s. Okay, so as early as that, then you became aware that there was something inherently unfair about the idea that you had to dump at a specific spot when other spots were available to you, and it could be more effectively processed this other way. In other words, the unfairness, what you perceived to be the unfairness, came to you very early, and we're now talking about the early 60s.
That's correct.
All right, so take us from there. How did your thinking and actions evolve from that point?
I started paying attention to the tactics of the government regulator, namely the CWB, and unfortunately, I probably wasted some time for years just complaining. But then everything changed in the mid-90s when we started paying attention to the price of durum in Bottineau, North Dakota. That's where durum is priced. And hard red spring, we noticed the prices in America were, in that particular year, I think it was 93, 94, 95, the price was close, just under $2 a bushel higher in America than it was in Canada. And that was a cause for a lot of producers to start digging deep to see what could be done to change things.
Okay, let's come back to that. But before we do, I want you to elaborate just a bit. Between the early 60s and the early 90s then, as we've begun to get into here, you say that you had complained a bit and about the fact that you saw things as being unfair. So just in a really brief way, can you summarize what took place over the 30 years before you recognized the price difference for your wheat in North Dakota, which you've begun to talk about? You were beginning to complain before that.
Yes.
And who were you complaining to, and what was your complaint, and what was the response?
Well, initially, I just complained to other producers, and of course they would say, "Well, you can't change. The system is so deeply entrenched you can't change it," and I didn't think that was right.
Did you have, throughout that 30-year period up to the mid-90s, did you have any communications with either the Wheat Board or with governmental authorities that were responsible for the Wheat Board? Any sort of actions of that nature?
Well, I talked to my MP, the different MPs that we had. I related to them, and they didn't give me any hope. They believed in freedom, but they didn't give me any hope of changing the system. Okay,
so those efforts then over a 3-decade period roughly take us to the 90s, and then you notice the great price difference for your product as between the States and Alberta. So what happened then?
Well, discussions by telephone became very intense. There was a scheduled phone call every week for some of the producers from Alberta and Saskatchewan, just discussing different things that we could possibly do. It was a basic strategy session, and of course, one of the first things I learned is conservatives by nature tend to be reactive rather than strategic. The socialists gave us a lesson over the years. The socialists tend to be more strategic, and of course on the prairies, the Bible for wheat producers on the prairies was the newspaper called the Western Producer, and it was always promoting those leftist ideas and how strong the Canadian Wheat Board was, and how good it was for producers. So there was an entrenched state on the prairies where the people looked at the Canadian Wheat Board as both a benefactor and one that could punish you if you got out of line. So it was a group of real determined people that would be on these calls, and that started about 1995 and through maybe a little earlier than 95. And we started to create a group, and somebody come up with the idea, we were going to call it Farmers for Justice. And of course the left would mock us, and they would put it right in the paper. We were farmers just for us. So anyway, that's how the battle got started, was with a group called Farmers for Justice.
And Jim, the participants in this group, were these all other farmers who perceive the same unfairness that you have now described, this the idea that the quota system, there's something inherently wrong with it, and that you were not being treated fairly, and that you were being denied access to the open market, which you've begun to talk about. Is that the general flavor of this group?
Yes, and of course what we were up against was the quota system, and it sold grain like this. When you delivered wheat, you were given an initial price, and then if there was an increase in world price, you might get an interim price adjustment, and then the crop year always started August 1st. So prior to the new crop year, usually in June or July of the next following year, they would come out with the final payment. And of course, that term, final payment, the old guard, the old socialist producers, they would look at that final payment as something almost righteous, and it became, in our eyes, is something absolutely retarded, because we were investigating what was going on in Montana and North Dakota, where farmers had the freedom to sell to whoever they wanted, and they got paid up full price right there when they when they dumped the grain at the elevator.
So, am I right to assume it wasn't just the price that you were getting for your product, but were there not also production quotas, the amount that you could deliver to these grain elevators?
Yes.
How did that work?
The quota system, it was all about control, allowing a body of bureaucrats who had no understanding of free marketing. They were bureaucratic monsters. Like at that particular time of mid-90s, there was 500 employees to the Canadian Wheat Board, and they also ran the budget for another group that did testing on grain and promoting different products made from wheat. But in any case, the costs of administration for the Canadian Wheat Board was taken out of grain sales. They weren't paid by the taxpayers of Canada. It was taken out of grain sales. And
Okay.
with that big a load of employees, 500 employees who were doing the same work as 13 salespeople in St. Paul, Minnesota were doing for Cargill.
Okay, so the Wheat Board was bureaucratically heavy and costly, and as you've described, but it had stated objectives, which in the minds of many made good sense. Can you describe how that quota system run through the Wheat Board was justified by those who were seeking to defend it, and why you think that those, the facts that they would assert as justification were unfounded? Like, give us a sort of the lay of the land in terms of that debate.
Basically, it can be summed up. It was the Canadian Wheat Board legislation let it operate like a marketing board. And it comes down to quotas and heavy regulations and no freedom is one of the reasons why it's almost impossible for young people who want to get started today in such things as growing chickens or eggs or milking cows. They can't do it because of this quota system. So when quota system for the wheat board, and the monopoly was gone. It changed everything. We can talk about the changes later if you like.
Okay, well let's do that. Let's take us then from the mid-90s, your involvement in what became significant activism that then brought you into the legal system. Take it from the mid-90s then and tell us your story. Okay,
I mentioned earlier, conservatives by nature are reactive. They'll see a little war, so they'll cause a disturbance and try and change some little thing with reactivism instead of. This is what we learned. We ran into a guy by the name of Kevin Avram. He was the last editor of the Alberta Report magazine. He started to get involved with us, and he said, if you guys would take the risk of challenging the farmers, you can change the whole system. So he taught us about how the government controls things by having three levers of power. One is the power to reward. The other one is the power to bring punitive action. And the third one is the ability to use propaganda to change public opinion. And he maintained, if you can take one of those levers, if you can nullify it and make progress on the second one, whichever that is, you will be surprised at the result. So we actually considered this, and we decided we had to do a demonstration. And so 24 producers decided we're going to cross the border at Coutts, Alberta. This was April of 1996. So we phoned ahead and we told Canadian Customs there's 24 of us, we're going to cross the border without a Canadian export permit. And we did so. We crossed the border. I just took small amounts across. Some of the truckers took like maybe 800 or 1,000 bushels across. And anyway, the small amounts that some of us took, we just gave to the Sunburst, Montana 4-H Club, and the commercial amounts were taken to Shelby and sold at the terminal. Then we came back across the border, and Canada Customs, they demanded that we turn the keys of our trucks over to them, and we absolutely refused to. So then they said, okay, we'll let you go, but you got to put these big impound posters on the back window of your trucks, and you have to promise to appear at a hearing, which we did. So that was the beginning that that started the action.
All right. Well, let's look more closely at what you've now just told us. And my understanding, to export any of the grain was that we've heard about Canadian Wheat Board and the fact that all of your product had to be essentially sold through them through this quota supply management system. But they also controlled I don't know, and this I'm asking you to clarify this, the export. This is then involves a restriction on your right to sell into the States. That was illegal under this Canadian quota system run by the Canadian Wheat Board. And in order to attract public attention to your issue, you staged this demonstration by putting everyone on notice that you were going to defy these restrictions and just truck this stuff across the border in order that you could be charged, and that would then bring the matter to court, and you could have your day in court on what you saw as being an unfair system. Have I got that right?
That's correct. Under the old quota system and the monopoly system, you could get an export license. It was long and drawn out. And what the Canadian Wheat Board would do is they would add a fee on to the price of grain, so that the fee that you would receive if you took grain across the border with an export license, you would be penalized heavily, so it just didn't pay to go through the Wheat Board and get that export license and sell your grain across there. It was, basically you would sell it for $6 if the price on the American side was $5. So it was a trap.
I mean, this was a very dramatic moment. This was really ground zero in what had been a 30-year effort to sound the alarm on what you saw as an unfair system, and you'd finally had enough and realized, based on the advice you were given as to these levers of power, you're going to dive in, you're going to provoke the capacity of governments to apply legal sanctions against you, and you were also embarking upon a propaganda war as well, to gain public support for what you saw as a righteous cause, that is the freedom of the farmers. I don't want to sort of add too much to what you've said, but it seems that the advice you were given in terms of you've talked about this lever of power, the capacity to reward, the capacity to punish, and the propaganda campaign of the government. You've now jumped into those concepts and taken the action into your own hands on those very dynamics. Am I kind of trying to capture your thinking?
Yes, it was a risk. We were prepared to take a risk, whatever it took. That's how determined we were.
And you say there was 24 other farmers along with yourself, or producers?
Yeah, I was one of 24.
You were one
trucks.
of 24. And
Yeah.
everybody who participated knew that there was a likelihood you guys would get charged, right?
That's correct. And let me just back up a little bit. When we were making our consultations every week with the Farmers for Justice, we found out we had a whistleblower that gave us proof that the RCMP and CSIS was listening to our plans. And so it got so that that one day a week when we were making our morning call, we would salute the RCMP and the CSIS. We would say hello.
Right.
And
So it must have been quite an incredible day at the border. You guys are driving south with all your wheat, and how did the Americans respond as you came across?
the Americans welcomed us with open arms. They thought it was a big joke that we were probably going to be penalized for doing that act.
Okay, and so you dumped off some grain there, and then you came back across, and the Canadian border then, as you've begun to describe, took some steps, including notices that your trucks were supposedly impounded. They tried to seize your trucks, but you didn't allow them to do that.
That's right.
Did they issue you notices of a violation or some sort of formal legal documents charging you?
Yes, we were given paperwork, and we had to sign it saying that we promised that we would appear at a hearing. And it was interesting, when we came back across the border, there was one RCMP officer, and he sat in the parking lot with us and joked with us. He thought it was great what we were doing. That was to change a week later when we did the second crossing. When we did the second crossing, exactly 1 week later, on top of the Canadian Customs building and some other buildings close by, there was SWAT teams carrying automatic rifles, dressed in black, faces hooded.
Wow, that's quite a difference. Now, why did you do a second crossing?
We just wanted to make sure they understood our defiance.
But by the time you were doing the second crossing, you'd already been charged for the first one, so you'd already got the matter into court. Was this to gain more public attention to your movement?
The whole act of defiance was to raise the awareness right across Canada.
Right. And did you manage to do that? Was there significant media attention to either of these events?
In the week or more prior, this is what happened. My friend, who was our coordinator and planner, strategic planner, he planned a media event prior to us surrendering at the courthouse. I'm skipping ahead briefly here to 2002. He organized this media event. There was, for the week prior to us surrendering at the courthouse in October of 2002, all the major news media were interviewing some of us, and you'd watch it on TV and they'd put their leftist swing to it, and we would just smile. But it comes to the day that this was after 2 years of court cases. The 2 years of court cases, it went on, but it finally resolved in the end. In 2002, we knew that we were definitely going to jail because we wouldn't pay our fines.
Right. Okay, well, let's back up. I want to take you back to, you were describing your second dash across the border with, and the different reception you got at the border. On the first one was rather casual and low-key. You were charged. You got yourselves charged, which was the goal, to get this stuff into the courts. But
yeah.
The second time you went across, you talked about how the SWAT, the RCMP were there fully deploying the SWAT team and all of these other measures. Can you go into some detail about that and why that happened and what actually took place when you were going across the second time?
Well, we viewed it as the Canadian Wheat Board being pretty nervous about us defying them. And of course, the Canadian Wheat Board at that time consisted of 10 elected directors, but 5 appointed from the federal government. And there was close contact between the Wheat Board Minister, Ralph Goodale, and the operations at the Canadian Wheat Board and Canada Customs. They were all working together.
Okay, but when you went back, did you get across the border the second time? Did you sort of get through all the SWAT teams and stuff there, and did you get into the States and dump some wheat that second time?
Yeah, it went smoothly, just like it did the first time.
Okay, and then when you came back across the border, were you charged again for that exercise?
I don't believe that we were charged again, but they recorded everybody's license number and took all the details. And I think most of us used different trucks, so they didn't have the impounding sticker on them.
Okay, so you got back across. Now you've talked about you used the word surrendered in the courts in October of 2002. But what happened between that second dash across the border, which was what year? Was that 99?
No, the border crossing took place in April of 96.
Okay.
And the court cases took about 2 years. In 1998, the court cases were all over, and from 98 until the spring of 2002, we never heard anything from the.
Okay, but let's go back then to the court cases. You got charged. All 24 of you. Were you all charged?
We were all charged.
Okay, and tell us about the court proceedings that I understand led to your convictions.
We had a judge. I'm not going to say his name, but he found out that some of us were Christians. He was a Mason, and he absolutely detested our actions.
Was this Alberta Provincial Court, or was this the federal court?
This was a provincial court.
Okay, so you had the sense that this was a biased judge from the outset, and I don't know, we don't need to go there, but the fact was you had a sense, as you've described, that you were up against perhaps a predisposition, if I can put it that way. We don't need to deal with that too much, but I'm just interested in the process that you, well, let me ask you this. Did you achieve that publicity from going back and forth across the border, from getting yourselves charged, and presumably the run-up to the actual trial of you folks? Were you getting some media attention?
There was some media attention. If you go on the internet, you can read all about it, but it comes down to the major media event was the day we surrendered, the last day of October of 2002.
Okay.
But we had an exercise like these court cases. I think there was 4 or 5 different cases. I'll tell you about one. We went to the Alberta Court of Appeal to get one little thing adjusted. And for some reason or other, the court only wanted 3 of us to appear. So we got to the court. I had no idea what was going to happen. So the 3 of us went in and we sat down, and the court was called to order, and the judge said, "Now, gentlemen, there's 3 of you. Only one of you is going to be appointed to speak." And he said, "Which one of you is it?" And the 2 guys that were with me, they said, "Ness, you're doing it."
What's that?
The 2 border crossers that were with me, they said, "Ness, you're speaking for us."
Oh, I see. Okay, so you. Okay. Before we get into what you did then in that setting, so they broke you guys up, this group of 24, into a number of different separate prosecutions. So you were tried in sort of groups of 4 or 5 each, sort of thing. In the provincial court.
If I remember correctly, there was only 3 of the 24 that had to appear, and I was designated as one.
But I thought all 24 got charged, right?
All 24 were charged, yeah.
And all 24 contested those charges and went to trial, did they not, in the provincial court?
Yes, everybody was charged, but there was a detour from the provincial court over to the Alberta Court of Appeal on one little issue.
Right.
And I just failed to remember exactly what the little detour was for.
But then it was sent back to trial. It was some procedural thing. Court of Appeal ruled on it. Then you went back to trial and you finished your trials?
I'll just fill this in. In front of the appeal court, it only lasted for 10 minutes.
Right.
And the Alberta Court of Appeal judge said this: "Fellas, what do you have to say for yourself? You either got to pay the fine or go to jail." So being that the other 2 guys said I had to speak, this is what I said. It was in June of 98, I believe. And this is what I told the judge. I said, "We're busy seeding. We're seeding cattle feed, and we're spraying herbicide for weeds. We're also fighting grasshoppers. Our country's just covered with grasshoppers." So I said, we're using grasshopper spray, but we're also looking for a pesticide for the Canadian Wheat Board monopoly.
Okay.
And so the judge, I didn't care if I was going to be charged with contempt, but the judge laughed.
Right.
And he brought his hammer down, and that was it.
Okay, well, so I take it, were you guys all self-represented? Were you all speaking for yourselves, or did you have lawyers?
We used a lawyer for, I think it was 2 of the hearings, and we gave up in disgust. We came to the conclusion the lawyer was not helping us.
Okay, so So take us from like 98, you had this appearance in the Court of Appeal, and it sounds like you had been convicted by then, because it evidently related to whether you would pay the fines. I'm just making that assumption from how you've described things. But you talk about October 2002 when you surrendered in the courts. Tell us about that.
Well, like I mentioned earlier, our advisor organized a media event the morning. It was a Thursday morning, and all morning we had a number of musicians and stuff that were prepared, but this is what happened a week before that surrendering event. I called my MLA, who was the Deputy Premier and the Minister of Agriculture, and I said, we need you and Premier Klein at our demonstration. And she laughed. She's the one that appointed me to the Alberta Grain Commission. She laughed, and she said, Jim, you know privately we support you, but publicly we can't do that. My reply was this: this event is going to create a whole bunch of political momentum and emotion. If you and the Premier are there, you can use that to your own political events or advantage you want. If you're not there, it's going to bite you in the ass.
Right.
And that was in the morning, and she said, I'll call you back tonight. She had dinner with Premier Klein, and Premier Klein said, let's go. So Premier Klein spoke, and then Ted Morton, he was a MLA, he spoke.
Okay. So when you say surrender to the court in 2002, October, I take it you had been sentenced. You had been sentenced to prison, I suppose, on being convicted for unlawfully crossing the border without an export permit. You had been convicted in the provincial court. You had gone to the Court of Appeal. You were now surrendering into custody, and you decided to hold a big media event to publicize this fact. The politicians decided that it might be in their interests to attend, as you've described, but you also said that you had been appointed to the Alberta Grain Commission, and I think that happened in the year 2000, didn't it? And
that's correct.
can you tell us about that? Who appointed you, and what is this Alberta Grain Commission? Because I find it interesting that even though you're on the commission, you're still being prosecuted and ultimately incarcerated for the positions you took. Can you describe that?
Yes, I was appointed. I think it was the beginning of. I think it was January. It might have been. It may have been in the fall of '99. Yeah, I think it was in the fall of '99. But in January of 2000, I went to a meeting in Edmonton, getting introduced to all the Alberta Grain Commission members. I think there was six or seven Alberta producers that were appointed to that.
Who appointed them?
The Minister of Agriculture appointed all of them.
And what was the purpose of the Alberta Grain Commission?
It was to take people that were used to negotiating and confronting different things. Like I think one guy was a chicken and egg producer or something. The rest were all grain producers. But I got the shock of my life at the meeting. They said the Canadian Wheat Board and CIGI, which is the Canadian International Grain Institute, they're having a week-long convention in Winnipeg, and Ness, you're going to it. So I didn't know what to think of that, but I went to Winnipeg and met some great producers from the three provinces, and we got into the first meeting of the week-long adventure, and one of the bureaucrats got up and giving us a quick background of the wonderful things that the Canadian Wheat Board was doing it. And he made the mistake of calling, he said the Canadian Wheat Board is just a cooperative. And I was there as a government representative, so right away, the meeting was only 5 minutes old, and I said, I object. It's not a cooperative, it's a collective, and why don't you call it as it is? And right there, I noticed, I got looking at the bureaucrat, and right away there was a vein on his forehead, but it popped out.
So there was a debate within this. You were the Alberta Grain Commission, and I suppose the other provinces had their own grain commissions. You had this meeting amongst you and this debate as to the, I suppose the.
There was 28. There was 27 people besides myself that were invited guests, and yes, it started discussion amongst the farmers, and of course there were some that were pro change and some that were opposed to it.
Okay, so you were involved in this Alberta Grain Commission where this debate was very much alive in the year 2000 and 2001, I assume.
Yes, there was meetings. We had producers, both pro and against change.
Right.
So it was a good learning thing,
Sure.
to be able to try and understand why somebody would stand against change. It actually helped us develop a stronger strategy.
Meanwhile, throughout this process, you had already been convicted and presumably sentenced to some period of incarceration, which was coming up at some point. So
yes.
You had gained some notoriety as a person willing to back up your beliefs by action.
Yes.
And at the same time participating in the debate which the Alberta Grain Commission, along with the other provincial commissions, provided for. So you were participating within the authorized arena of debate on these issues, and at the same time demonstrating by your own activism a willingness to actually go to jail for the kinds of things
correct.
you stood for. So that's an interesting sort of concurrent flow of events in your life. Take us to October 2002 then, this great event where you finally surrendered into custody.
Well, when the media event was over and all the songs were sung about farmers going to jail, we knew that we had agreed to surrender. I believe it was at 12 o'clock, because I think at 1 o'clock, if they hadn't received money for the fines, they were going to put out a warrant for our arrest.
So the jail time was in default of paying a fine that had been imposed.
That's correct.
And what was the fine you guys faced when you were convicted?
It was based on the amount of grain that was sold.
Okay, so I understood you personally only took a bag or two of stuff over. So what was your fine?
Yeah, there was a number of people that I think there was maybe a half a dozen of the 24 that took just a few bags of barley across, or wheat, and basically it didn't matter what the fine was. The base fine I think was like around $5,000, and those that took commercial amounts, their fine was higher, like maybe $2,000 or maybe $3,000 more.
And I take it was your view at the time that whether the fine was $1 or $10 million, you weren't going to pay it, right?
It didn't matter. So here's what happened: the media event that our friend did before the incarceration, before we surrendered, it created people from Vancouver Island to St. John, Newfoundland, sending money for those farmers. to get out of jail. So when we went to jail, already some of the money was coming in for people's fines, but at the same time, when we signed into jail, we were signed up for outside activity, and of course we all signed up, and by the time it got to court, the number 24 shrunk down to 13. There were some guys that for various reasons decided they could not go to jail. I know some of them used to go south every winter, and they were afraid that there would be difficulty in getting across. So when it came to surrendering at the courthouse, there was just 13 of us.
Okay. What was your jail time?
Because between donations and because we signed up for to work at the jail morning and afternoon, that went against our fine. And so there was 5 of us. We had committed to only 7 days in jail because we all had bales to haul and feed to different farm things to look after.
You got credit for some voluntary service that applied against your term, so you were taken down to 7 days, were you?
That's correct.
And so you actually had to suffer the indignity and stigmatization, but making a very strong point. Surrendering yourself into custody and spending time in jail?
It was interesting. There's lots of tears in jail, but I wasn't one of those that, I think I did see one of our farmers break down after we were locked up. Let's face it, it was a certain amount of trauma there when you're taking a big risk.
Yes.
I remember this farmer, tears running down his face, and he said, "What have we done? What are we doing?"
Right.
He was quite shook up. But
Yes.
I just smiled. I knew my heart and my mind was fixed. We're doing the right thing. And of course, there's some interesting events happening while we were there.
Yeah, because you're wrestling with this quandary as to the degree to which you can exercise civil disobedience to make the point that you consider to be the absolutely vital in the interests of fairness. So you were willing to lay down your own freedom, albeit very temporary, but very powerful symbolism to make the point. And so you actually went to jail because you refused to sort of capitulate to the fine and to the conditions of the wheat board, which you felt to be very unfair. So you did go to jail. It attracted considerable attention. You were out in a few days, I guess. I don't know how long you were there. You say a week, but it may have been a week. But tell us what happened after that.
Basically, one of our ardent supporters were some of the Canadian Alliance MPs. Art Hanger knew that 5 of us were committed to getting out that day, so he came from Ottawa, and when we got outside the gates, he said, "Boys, what do you want?" Well, we hadn't had beef in a week.
Oh, when you say you got out of the gates when you're being released from the prison?
Yes.
Okay, so you did spend some time, and then you're getting released, and Art Hanger, the MP at the time, came and had a chat with you.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Art Hanger took us out, and we all had 16-ounce steaks.
Wow, that's a nice way to greet you on your release from custody. So take it from there. Then you had made the point, this tremendously dramatic idea that these farmers, these salt of the earth, principled folks would be incarcerated for having made the point they did. You've achieved that. You've gained some notoriety. The public are now paying attention. Take us from then to, because I understand the Canadian Wheat Board monopoly was wound down in 2012, and that your actions that you've now described were instrumental in that process. Can you, if I'm right about that, can you tell us the story of what happened from 2002 then?
Well, at the time of our incarceration, Jean Chrétien was Prime Minister, and Stephen Harper crowded him out. I forget, it might have been 2005 maybe. But Harper did not, he was a strong supporter, and it wasn't until he got a majority government, the issue came up in December, I believe it was December the 12th of 2011. He had a majority, and he invited us to come down and watch the vote in the House of Commons. So most of us went to Ottawa, sat in the gallery, and watched the vote to bring the monopoly down. It took 4 hours for the vote, and it was easily defeated, like the monopoly was defeated. And afterwards, the Prime Minister Harper said, "We're lining up to have a picture. I have a picture on the wall of my office." When we were lining up for the picture, he said, "If you boys hadn't have done this exercise of going to jail," he said, "I never would have been able to pull this off," because he had to persuade, conservative MPs in Eastern Canada to go along with this decision. So that was middle of December 2011, and then in August 1st of 2012, the Canadian Wheat Board was officially declared dead, and the Prime Minister had a big barbecue for us at a farm 10 miles south of Kindersley, and he issued us pardons. And so I remember receiving the pardon, and I'm reading it as I'm walking to get in the lineup for roast beef. And people were coming to me, and they were saying, "Jim, what's it like to be pardoned?" Wow. And I said, second time for me. The first time it was Jesus.
Right. But yeah, very powerful. I mean, I'm sure as committed you were to your deeply held views as to the unfairness of the Wheat Board system, and that you were willing to stand on principle and even sacrifice your freedom to make the point, it must have still been hugely emotional and impactful on a personal level to you and your family, the idea that someone like yourself would be dragged off to jail. I would imagine getting the pardon from Prime Minister Harper might have been an emotional event for you. Am I right about that?
Yes, both events had some emotion. It affected other people maybe more than it did me. But I can remember my in-laws were quite divided on the issue. They were wheat farmers over in western Saskatchewan. And some of them were strong for me, and other ones didn't want to talk to me. But in the end, everything was resolved, and
okay. So what happened then? Okay, in 2012, August, I think was, I know the vote was in Ottawa, and then ultimately the Wheat Board was unwound. What happened then to the grain farmers, and how did you deal with your product? And tell us about that.
Well, in the new crop year, we had the ability to sell to whoever we wanted to. And the interesting part is in probably a 6 or 7 year period after the monopoly was gone, if I remember right, I think I read there was more than 2 billion of new investment in the grain industry, where the operators were building new structures, new port facilities, and new terminals sprung up right across the prairies.
So the early indications then were that things had moved in the right direction. First of all, you had gained your freedom to market your product more freely and fairly, and secondly, you saw this investment, this capital investment coming into the industry,
Yep.
presumably stimulating the economy in a number of different ways. So things were looking up. Shortly after then, the wheat board was unwound. Can you bring us up to date then? What's happened since then?
Well, in 2004, I saw a need for landowners needing assistance in dealing with oil and gas development on their land, because landowners were being taken advantage of. So I got my Alberta land agent's license, and I started helping landowners negotiate. I would deal directly with the company on their behalf, and that type of confrontation sharpened my skills quite a bit. So in 2007, I got a notice in the paper, in the mail, from TransCanada Pipeline saying they wanted to put 2 pipelines across my property, the TransCanada Keystone and the Keystone XL. And I pondered that, and I believe in my heart that I was called to organize the landowners from the Hardisty tank farm to the Burstall plant, which is, I think, about roughly 120 miles maybe. So I spent a lot of time talking to groups of landowners in those different communities along the pipeline route. Anyway, I organized the Alberta Landowners Pipeline Association. And with that, we let TransCanada notice that our organization is representing landowners, and we have issues. So it took about eight months to negotiate with the company, and we ended up setting precedents on the big issues that we saw as in the best interests of landowners, namely biosecurity protocols, the right for landowners to have inspectors on the construction, topsoil issues, and all the right-of-way issues. And in the end, we set precedents on all of those areas, including compensation. And it showed landowners that working together, even though it's hard sometimes to get neighbors to work with the neighbor, you know. For instance, there might have been problems with the neighbors if there was some land acquisitions that didn't go the way everybody wanted. You know, there's issues like that that can divide a community. But anyway, I was able to talk people into just saying, let's try this, just hang on, I know you don't like so-and-so, but let's just push ahead and see what happens. And it was very successful. Winning rights for landowners, biosecurity was a big issue, and as a result, we had a higher level of those kinds of issues that were addressed and agreed to, and it made a big difference.
Okay, so now we were talking about the Canadian Wheat Board and what happened when it unwound in 2012. Now you've gone back a little bit earlier in time to indicate your activism on this relatively unrelated area, but still involving the collective interests of the Alberta farmers, and your activism presumably from the taking on the Wheat Board, putting you into the public arena, speaking on behalf of a number of farmers, took you into this other issue, which was your relationship with these pipeline companies, and then you set up your own association, Alberta Land Owners Pipeline Association, so that collectively you could exert greater force and advance your interests against the pipeline companies who were otherwise dealing with each individual landowner and would have the strength of the old divide and conquer approach. You rallied your colleagues across Alberta together, you took a common position, and you took on the pipeline companies, and you advanced their interests, and you achieved some success. But it all seems, and tell me if I'm right, to trace back to your willingness to fight for the farmers, going back as early as the 60s, really, and culminating in your incarceration. You had become a public figure, known to go to bat for your fellow farmers. So you've now described a related area. It's not related really to the Wheat Board so much, but it's related to the interests of other grain farmers that you were fighting for. Have I got that right?
Yes, it's just a common issue with landowners. They live on the land, they work on the land,
right.
And the landowners have been taken advantage of in the past, much to their detriment. So it's a matter of doing some things to correct.
Right. Okay.
Bring justice. Justice is real important, and it comes down to it's always taking a risk. To make change, you have to take a risk.
Right.
And there's some changes ahead of us now that have to be made, and we need some people to have some courage to stand up against big government and big companies.
Well, I'm going to ask you about those changes that you've just now mentioned that we need to sort of pursue, but just before I do that, can you complete the story about the Wheat Board that got unwound through Harper and the vote in Ottawa, and you've described, he gave you that pardon for that conviction, and take us from there, like what's happened between then and now with respect to how the grain farmers in Alberta sell their product?
Well, everything took a dramatic change. Instead of having, being held prisoner by the monopoly, people had to learn how to negotiate contracts with the big grain companies. And of course, initially, it was difficult for some people to do that. And I know some grain farmers would ask for help. I didn't get involved in that, but I know that there was groups of people that were helping farmers learn how to make contracts and make a better deal, getting the top price for their grain, learning all the different aspects, forward marketing and all those angles.
So there were some negative aspects. When the Wheat Board was unwound, there was some impact on some of the farmers that weren't able to sort of effectively run the business of grain farming, because that had previously been done by the Wheat Board. Now they were on their own. So there was some problems of that nature. What about other things that happened following the end of the Wheat Board? And take us right up to today. What's happened on that front?
Well, basically, the big impact was all the money that the grain companies have invested in the grain in their business right across the prairies. My response to the difficulty that some had going from a regulated system to open market is you saw a lot of younger generation, the sons of the older farmers, they took over the marketing. Yeah, that became a real common, because for a lot of farmers it was too big a step to go from just hauling their grain in and going home again when they were delivering to the monopoly. So it was a big stretch for most producers.
So what happened? What's happened to the grain production business in Alberta then since 2012?
Well, there's a certain amount of centralization that's happened. So basically, people that used to deliver their grain with a tandem truck, they had to get, Super Bs because they had to haul further. So of course it meant spending money on bigger units. That was one major factor, and we've seen a huge change in my part of the prairies. I think it's pretty common, where a lot of the older guys, when they retired, they held on to their land and they just rented it out. And now we see operators that are renting. It's pretty common to see people farming 6,000 or 10,000 acres of land previously held by maybe 6 farmers or something like that.
Has there been a resurgence of supply management in Alberta following the scrapping of the wheat board, or have the farmers been able to retain sort of the viability of acting independently and producing and selling their product?
I've never heard of a producer complain since the monopoly left. I've never heard one complaint.
So in general, while there were some problems amongst those who became somewhat dependent on the supply management quota system and everything, all the business being handled by the wheat board, I can see there would be a need to adjust the whole sort of culture of farming, and you've described how younger people came in to take over the business, and there's some problems associated with that. But in general, it has proven to be a positive thing for the farmers in Alberta?
Very positive. Let's just go back to say 1965 or 75 or 85. In the areas where there was lots of wheat being grown, people would haul in their quota and then they'd go bond spaling until the next quota opened up. Okay. That's how the winter was passed in a lot of communities. It was hauling grain when the quota was open, and when that was done, you went bond spaling till the next time the quota opened, and it really changed the culture of all communities when the monopoly went.
Right. So you're satisfied, as we look back now upon these decades of activism on your part, that the objectives that you had and the success you achieved, you can now look back on that with some satisfaction, thinking that you've moved in the right direction and that the grain industry in Alberta is better off now because of your efforts, correct?
Yes, it was a huge forward move. And, you could track down some of the people that were fearful of change way back there. They're happy that the change was made.
Okay, I just have one further question for you, and then I'm going to turn you over to the commissioners, who will have a few questions for you, I suspect. What are you up to these days? Does your spirit of activism remain engaged somehow in any sort of battles? What are you doing these days on that front?
I'm supposed to be semi-retired. I'm 81 years old, so I'm aware of things that need to be adjusted, but I'm telling the young people, it's your turn now. I've done my wars. It's time for you younger people to take up the sword and see the justice is done. The last bit of activism that I did was in 2012, where the veterinarian from Swift Current, I just forget his name. He has a friend.
Ted Dupmeyer?
Yes.
Yeah.
His friend, he's friends with another veterinarian in Saskatchewan that's retired, and this guy used to be my veterinarian in my area, but he sold his business, bought his father-in-law's farm at McCrory, and he got into trouble with the CFIA.
Right. Yeah, we heard about that from him yesterday as he testified here, if you're talking about Ted. But in any event, at this point, I'm going to turn you over to the commissioners. I can tell the commissioners that we're not under the gun at all, timing-wise, because we did lose a witness from this morning's list, so we've got another 15 minutes or so if needed, so you've got lots of time to ask questions. So Jim, I'm going to, at this point, let the commissioners ask you a few questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Ness, it's called the Canadian Wheat Board. Do you have an understanding if that monopoly applied across the entire country?
Well, that was one of the reasons for our activism, in that the Canadian Wheat Board monopoly only affected farmers in Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, and the Peace River area. The landowners that grew wheat in Ontario and other parts of the eastern Canada, they were not held under a monopoly. And so because of that, we identified early that discrimination was an early issue. And it's a reflection of the continuous colonization of Canada, where Eastern Canada always looked at Western Canada as a source for their wealth. And in my opinion, they didn't care about wealth creation in the West, as long as they profited first. So that colonialism keeps popping up. It's here all the time.
Thank you.
You said that there were new challenges that remained. Could you speak to those now?
I didn't hear the question.
Oh, I thought I heard you say that there were new challenges that were still outstanding, new things that needed to be undertaken to fix problems. Did you wish to speak to that?
Well,
thank you.
There's new challenges that are on the horizon. All you have to do is read about the World Economic Forum and their plans for the rest of the world. And I'm concerned about Canada, Alberta in particular. The people are not prepared for dealing in any way to counter those proposals. So we have to raise issues and possible solutions. How are we going to deal with this plan that is so intrusive, so evil, where we could lose every bit of our freedom? So that's the big challenge that's ahead.
Thank you.
We're done. Okay, well that you've told us, Jim, that you're 81 and it's time to pass the torch to the new generation to fight these various battles, but I suspect you still have a lot of fight in you. Your last answer to this question suggests to me you're somewhat invested in this concern. You've talked about the colonization of Western Canada by Eastern Canada. We heard some of that general type of evidence from Max Bernier yesterday in terms of how the dairy industry in Quebec was the tail that was wagging the dog on a 300% tariff against the U.S. products from coming into Canada, increasing the costs to the consumer of dairy, poultry, and eggs. This unfairness of Mr. Bernier talked about seems to fit right in with your perception as to how, to some degree, the West is. You've used the word colonization, which concerns you, and that would be maybe the subject for an entirely separate hearing because that's a big one. But anyway, we're really grateful for you to share with us your testimony today. It has been exceptionally interesting. You've had significant success in exposing, in conducting the battle that you've waged over many years, the sacrifices that you've made. Extremely interesting, and we're grateful for that. So, on behalf of the NCI, Jim Ness, thank you very much for attending today.
Thank you.
And Commissioners, we only have the one further witness for this morning, so we're going to take an early break for about 15 minutes. Okay.
Good afternoon. We have Rhonda Marriott here in beautiful Kelowna, British Columbia, and we're at the National Citizens Inquiry, the first of several hearings to deal with the question, are farmers safe in Canada? So Rhonda, why don't you tell me what you've learned so far about the National Citizens Inquiry, and let's start there and then let's have some fun.
Well, thank you for asking, Wayne. I discovered the National Citizens Inquiry, I believe it was 2022, not long after they started. And I was really excited about a citizen-led, citizen-funded, nonpartisan, no government involvement, accountability and information gathering resource so that Canadians could find out what's actually going on, because there was so much, there was such a lack of transparency around policies that were implemented that were very harmful. And so I was excited that this particular avenue had been started, and I really felt that maybe we'd have some answers and hopefully some accountability as well.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I go back all the way to, 2023 when it started, and did some testimony myself in the Vancouver area. And then I also volunteered at the Edmonton hearings last year and was able to meet some really interesting people. But as part of being a volunteer, like what have you learned about volunteers here, and what do you think about the people you're working with here? Like, what's your role and all that stuff?
Well, I'm a compassionate witness, so I'm here to support the witnesses. My understanding, it can be an incredibly stressful experience to testify. Apparently, we've lost a lot of people over the years who've been afraid to testify. So my role is to help them to center themselves and perhaps get in touch with, a more regulated nervous system, as well as to why they're here. And then after they testify, it can be quite an experience for them. So I'm also here to help support that process and whatever emotions are coming up for them, to deal with all sorts of things that might be coming up after taking that risk and speaking out.
Yeah, speaking out can come with some risks, but it can also be a lot of fun and very rewarding too. What I've noticed is that there's volunteers that come and do like absolutely amazing things, like yourself with compassionate care. It all starts with people that are greeting people when they come in. There were the team that was set up to actually get all of these witnesses to go from greeters to people that would welcome a witness, that would direct people that are in the different parts of the hearings. There are people that would deliver water to the commissioners. We've got another lady that deals with social media and live streaming social media at different times. What else? Maybe I missed some, did I?
Well, there's so many people that are engaged, and really all hands are on deck, for sure. Yeah.
Tell me what else you've learned about the National Citizens Inquiry.
Well, it's taken incredibly seriously by the people involved, the lawyers and the commissionaires. The reports they're writing are incredibly detailed. I've purchased one on whether children are safe in Canada, because I do think it's going to be an important resource. It's in print. These people take what they're doing seriously, and they're really trying to raise awareness of what's happening in this country.
Yeah, one of the meetings that we had this morning, I was quite amazed to learn that if all of the evidence that's been delivered to the National Citizens Inquiry so far through online testimony and so on was printed out, it would fill something like 95 semi-trailers.
I heard that.
You know, and there's approaching at least 10,000 pages of actual written testimony under oath from roughly 400 witnesses that have testified to date. But that still doesn't reveal it all when we think about it. Like, how many thousands of hours have gone into this from volunteers, from every walk of life? Like, you know, maybe if you're comfortable with it, why don't you share a little bit about your background and maybe why you fit into that role as compassionate care?
Well, I'm a registered clinical counselor, and I've been counseling in Penticton for over 20 years. And I saw firsthand the impact of the mandates on my clientele that I had been working with for so long. And I saw, you know, families divided, I saw depression, I saw addictions, I saw anxiety disorders through the roof. I saw children who were stable, who now had developmental delays. I saw a great deal of things that really concerned me that I had never seen in 20, well, at that time it would have been about 15 years of practice, 16, 17 years of practice. So I was extremely concerned. I saw people who were forced between continuing to support their families financially, or take an injection that they knew after just 2 hours of research was untested and didn't look like it was safe at all. And so people were in a real pressure cooker, and I really felt compelled to support them. And when I learned about the National Citizens Inquiry, I really wanted to stay abreast of the information they were gathering, just so that I could keep up with what's happening and how things are moving forward.
Well, that's awesome, Rhonda. Thank you so much for coming. I'm 100% committed to the National Citizens Inquiry because out of all of the, I guess, investigations or inquiries that might have been conducted recently where the government investigates itself, this is citizens investigating the government, and I'm absolutely thrilled that you're part of it, and I want to thank you so much for taking the time to spend your time with us today.
Oh, thank you, Wayne. Really appreciate this.
Well, we have Roberta Froese here.
Hello.
That has driven all the way down from McBride just to be at the National Citizens Inquiry hearing in Kelowna. And so, Roberta, why don't you tell us just a little bit about yourself and why you are now volunteering and maybe what your role is as a volunteer here.
I grew up in McBride, still live there, on a bison farm. It wasn't a bison farm when we first started out, it was just a grain farm. And grain farmed right up until, a few years ago. And now we've rented out most of the grain farm and the fields to cattle farmers. So we let them, and we have bison.
Okay, and what's your role here at the National Citizens Inquiry? What are you doing?
I'm working with the dishes. Dishes, the way of life.
Somebody's got to feed people, right?
Yeah.
So you're not only do you have a farm, you actually feed people too, and
Work
then
at the other end.
and you clean up after them. Yeah, there's an amazing group.
I'm not going to follow you around, but
Well, following you around has been part of my day so far, which is
okay.
awesome. And have you met some other people here? What do you think?
yeah, I've met a few. It's
Yeah,
been
like what?
good.
How many have you met?
I haven't counted.
Oh, yeah, you lose count pretty easy. I was at the volunteer meeting this morning,
Yeah,
and there had to be 40 people there.
yeah.
And I'd volunteered before at the National Citizens Inquiry in Edmonton, and never attended the volunteer meeting, but it is very well organized. Everything from the greeters through to people that take care of witnesses, all the way through to the transcribers. And then we've got amazing people that cook us food, and then we've got amazing people that actually do the dishes for us. I'm just absolutely grateful that you took the time to show up.
Thank you so much.
And is there anything else you want to leave people with? Have you been able to watch any of the testimony or anything like that?
Not yet.
But you're gonna?
I would like to.
Awesome. Well, you make sure that you get a chance to do it. Again, this is Roberta Froese, all the way from McBride, British Columbia.
You betcha.
Thank you, Roberta, for taking the time to show up. It's a great privilege to be working with you. And one of the things that I've learned is that there's no harder worker than an unpaid volunteer. And like you, I'm an unpaid volunteer too. So it's great to meet you. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, we have Roberta Froese.
Okay, guys, we're back with the NCI volunteer interviews, and I have to tell you, I'm having a lot of fun. It's really amazing to see how people end up being an NCI volunteer. And right now we have Spencer Froese, so I'm looking forward to your story, Spencer. How the heck did you end up here on this beautiful day in Kelowna, British Columbia, helping out at the National Citizens Inquiry, Are Farmers Safe in Canada?
Yeah, I just came up from the coast this morning. It was nice and snowy and
okay, you drove
dangerous
up
on the
from
road.
the coast, from the lower mainland coast?
Yeah, it's beautiful down there, nice and sunny and green grass, and came up through a snowstorm and cars in the ditch. And
I drove that same thing yesterday. I've never seen so much vehicle. Okay, guys, we're back with the NCI volunteer interviews, and I have to tell you, I'm having a lot of fun. It's really amazing to see how people end up being an NCI volunteer. And right now we have Spencer Froese, so I'm looking forward to your story, Spencer. How the heck did you end up here on this beautiful day in Kelowna, British Columbia, helping out at the National Citizens Inquiry, Are Farmers Safe in Canada?
Yeah, I just came up from the coast this morning. It was nice and snowy and
okay, you drove
dangerous on
up
the
from
road.
the coast, from the lower mainland coast?
Yeah, it's beautiful down there, nice and sunny and green grass, and came up through a snowstorm and cars in the ditch. And
I drove that same thing yesterday. I've never seen so much vehicle carnage in all my years of driving that. Yeah. So you braved the elements. That shows dedication and courage, I might add. And tell us a little bit about your relationship with the National Citizens Inquiry. How did you first hear about it?
Fairly new to it. My parents heard about it from other friends. My father-in-law is fairly involved as well. So.
Oh, another dad story. We had one of the people behind the camera, her dad, twisted her arm because he's coming in on a plane, so clearly from out of province, but so you have a similar story.
And then grew up on the farm as well, and so we have still some bison up north and at my parents.
Just a few buffalo roaming around, just like that, hey?
Yeah.
Now you're gonna get me on bison stories. I have a few of those. Okay, so the topic resonated with you as well.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
So when you hear the testimonies and what people are going through, and I know this is day one, we've started, Is this about time kind of thing that farmers were given a voice to talk about what is happening, what needs to be changed, and how to change it to benefit not only the farmers, but Canadians? If we don't have our farmers, Canadians don't eat.
Yep, for sure.
So, okay, now I'm curious because I just have buffalo rolling around in my head. How many bison are you running?
We just have a few because none of us boys have stayed home, so Dad's got to look after him, and so he's kept it at about 30.
You
30
abandoned the farm, did you?
To a degree, I go up here and there and try and give a hand.
So I'm thinking, I think we have some testimony on why the younger generation isn't taking over the farms. And you're probably a good person to ask because, I mean, what is the benefit? The downside outperforms the benefits at this point.
Yeah, it's very hard to see light at the end of the tunnel for sure.
Do you think there's a disconnect with Canadians? And I have told a few stories through the interviews. Do you think there's a disconnect between farmers really being appreciated by Canadians? Do you think the average Canadian understands what's involved in farming? That, like, clearly up north, bison, you're out early mornings, making sure the herd is fine, calving, all those kinds of things.
I like to see the East Indians actually seem to understand it more because they come from the farming and they actually are there doing the work. And you can see that they have bumper stickers and stickers showing no farmers, no food. So I think they have a great understanding. And like you say, Canadians, we just go and get the easy food from the store, and you don't get to appreciate what it takes to grow it. And I think there's a huge lack of appreciation, like you say, and possibility of health people miss out on when they don't understand good food.
I think we're gonna get a lot of testimony on that. There is a difference between good food and some food, right? Mm-hmm. And the labeling ain't gonna tell you what's in it or not in it. All right, you brave the elements, you drive up from the coast, you meet this group of people who you probably don't know. Did you know anybody when you arrived here?
There's a couple, but my parents are here, and
okay, as long as mom and dad are here, we're good?
No, I'm good in any situation.
I figured you probably were. But isn't it a great group of people?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah? All right, so will you be volunteering again?
Yeah, I don't see why not.
Well, anyway, if you drive up in a snowstorm, I think we know who to call when we need them to hop on an airplane when we're in Ontario or something, right?
Yeah.
You may get that phone call, Spencer. Be careful.
Sounds good.
All right, well, thank you so much for your time, your energy, and your courage in driving up here. And we really appreciate you.
Thanks for
doing this. And your willingness to volunteer. Thank you. All right, you guys, you are in for a good treat here. So a couple of the volunteers have talked about how they've been working at the merch table. And I know if I were to check my emails, everybody would go, where do we get the merch, Carrie? Where do we get the merch? So we're doing a special merch for you video here. So Darlene, who is one of the volunteers at the merchandise table, and these are, what, 2 or 3 big long tables full of amazing stuff, right?
Yeah, there's a couple tables there. We got lots of stuff.
All right, so let's talk about the stuff.
Okay.
Okay, the stuff you guys need. So we have bumper stickers. We've heard about the bumper stickers, you guys, okay? And the bumper stickers, I think, are like $3.
They're $3, yeah.
But you know what? Send us $50 and buy a whole bunch and give them out to your friends, people. Put these on every car in your neighborhood, whatever you need to do. So you can
spread the word.
Spread the word. This is probably one of the best forms of advertising we have because people must read your bumper stickers.
That's right.
I read a few on the way up here that I hope I shouldn't have read, but these would be much better to read, so all of you have a responsibility. Okay, we have the reports from the NCI. So we've talked about the reports. So this is an example of what we're doing. So this was our Children Safe in Canada. And you see you get the big volume, which is very thick. You also can get the supplementary volume, which is a little bit easier to read sometimes, with additional information as well. We have this also for the COVID hearings that were held, except that book is really big. There will also be another version of this report coming out because we ended up holding more hearings into Our Children Safe in Canada due to popularity and how many people wanted to testify. Okay, the coveted NCI travel mug. Everybody needs one of these. These are great because they have the size in the bottom where you can actually fit them into your cup holder, people.
Yes, they won't spill.
Super important in my vehicle and necessary. This one is mine. I finally scored one. All right, it took me how many years? A new addition, the soap.
Yes, I'm not sure how much there is, but it's very nice. And Teresa made it herself, so.
Oh, okay, that
There you
is, can soap be delicious?
Yes.
Yeah, yummy even? Okay, that's a must. I think you better score me one of those too, okay? When you go down. All right, I'll give you the book back.
All right.
Well, you know, give me your book and show, show the
And so we have
t-shirt.
some t-shirts. And
Yeah.
for this hearing, we have our Farmers Safe in Canada. So for farmers, for families, for Canada.
It's about as straightforward statement as you can make. And again, on the back, you're promoting the National Citizens Inquiry. So dual message, dual purpose, twice for your bang for your buck, right?
Very nice.
Yeah,
They're a nice
coming and
cotton
going.
blend.
Yeah, the quality.
Very comfortable.
We insist on good quality.
Lots of sizes.
All right, I'll give you those back. Okay, hats, guys. Everybody likes the hats. Okay, and another good way to get the word out. And of course, more bumper stickers, because you need lots of bumper stickers. And then the hoodies. Okay, we have the full zip hoodie. And again, the messaging on the back. And one of my favorite colors, this beautiful lilac.
Yeah, there's a few of those.
Yeah, and again, those hoodies, perfect for your daughter, your mom, the grandmas, right?
Yeah, keep you warm.
I love the color. Absolutely. They've done an excellent job. Okay, so available if you're in Kelowna and want some of this, come visit Darlene at the merch table. If you'd like to buy it, send us an email at info@nationalcitizensinquiry.ca. Tell us what you want, and we'll make sure you get it. All right? There you go. NCI merch. Everybody's got to have some. Easy. Hi, everybody. Carrie Simpson here with Wayne Llewellyn.
Llewellyn, yep.
One of NCI's most amazing volunteers, if I can put it that way. He is a very busy man. Not only does he help organize all the volunteer staff here at the Kelowna hearings into our Farmers Safe in Canada, but has initiated one of our most exciting programs with the volunteers called the Ambassador Program. And we're going to talk a little bit about that as well. Wayne, here we are, day one of the NCI hearings in Kelowna. What's your read so far on how things are going? We've interviewed a number of the volunteers. They are a great group of people. You've done good.
Well, the excitement, the energy, the enthusiasm, I think is just over the top. I haven't seen a group of people like this. You know, they're all volunteers. They're all unpaid. And one of my favorite things that I learned a long time ago is there's no harder worker than an unpaid volunteer. And these people are showing that their colors are coming through in every possible way. It's exciting. It's energizing, and it's one of the most wonderful things I think I've seen ever.
And I think we're going to have to get cut short because they're going to have a meeting here. And so we have to stop.
If they're going to have a meeting here, I guess that's going to take care of that right now.
Bye. We will. Hi, everybody. Carrie Simpson here with Wayne Llewellyn. Llewellyn, yep. One of NCI's most amazing volunteers, if I can put it that way. He is a very busy man. Not only does he help organize all the volunteer staff here at the Kelowna hearings into our Farmers Safe in Canada, but has initiated one of our most exciting programs with the volunteers called the Ambassador Program. And we're going to talk a little bit about that as well. Wayne, here we are, day one of the NCI hearings in Kelowna. What's your read so far on how things are going? We've interviewed a number of the volunteers. They are a great group of people. You've done good.
Well, the excitement, the energy, the enthusiasm, I think is just over the top. I haven't seen a group of people like this. You know, they're all volunteers, they're all unpaid, and one of my favorite things that I learned a long time ago is there's no harder worker than an unpaid volunteer. And these people are showing that their colors are coming through in every possible way. It's exciting. It's energizing, and it's one of the most wonderful things I think I've seen ever.
And I think we're going to have to get cut short because they're going to have a meeting here, and so we have to stop.
If they're going to have a meeting here, I guess that's going to take care.
Welcome back, everybody. Commissioners, our next witness is joining us virtually, and Sylvain, can you hear me okay? Hello, can you hear me, Dr. Charlebois? Apparently he's in transit and he's... Can you hear me okay, Sylvain? We cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Thank you for that. Dr. Sylvain Charlebois, could you please state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
So my name is Dr. Sylvain Charlebois, Sylvain Charlebois. I am currently the director of the Agri-Food Analytics Lab at Dalhousie University in Halifax, Nova Scotia. Currently visiting scholar at McGill University in Montreal, and right now I am in Toronto. Great.
Okay, well, let me put you under oath first, because we do that here at the NCI with all our witnesses. Dr. Charlebois, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Yes, I've got a few notes in an effort to summarize some of your background. So what I thought I would do is introduce you through my notes, and then invite you to expand or correct anything I've said, and then we'll take you into your evidence. We do understand that you're a full professor at Dalhousie University and a senior director of the Agri-Food Analytics Lab, which you can talk to us about and tell us what that's all about. Which I understand is a research group studying food supply chains, food distribution, food policy, and food economics. We understand you've submitted your curriculum vitae to the commission, which we can put online as an exhibit for the public to see a little bit more about your background. But your background does include extensive academic leadership and research output in food distribution, agricultural policy, food security, food traceability, and supply chain engineering. And you've held senior academic appointments and been a visiting professor in Canada and internationally, including at Dalhousie, University of Guelph, McGill, University of South Florida, University of Innsbruck, and other such institutions. So you're known internationally as an expert in these various areas. You've authored a large body of peer-reviewed scholarship and policy work and public reports on food systems and food affordability, food waste, food safety, and food traceability, all of which I'm going to get you to explain, along with the whole area of agricultural competitiveness, Another area that I have noted you may wish to cover is what are called structural issues within Canada's agri-food system, with particular relevance to supply management, and then food distribution, food affordability, food waste. You've sounded in on this area of dairy policy and food system efficiency, including an examination of milk disposal within Canada's supply-managed dairy sector. So we'll maybe get you to talk a little bit about that too. So I think those are the general areas in a very, very brief summary of who you are and your areas of expertise. Now, I don't know, I don't think you have any exhibits to be posted, nothing in the nature of a PowerPoint or anything. You're just going to talk to us about these things. So thanks so much for setting up wherever you are in Toronto with this Zoom link. It's working so far. If you can hear me, then...
I can, yes.
Well, why don't I just hand it over to you right now and get you to start in what you plan to tell us.
Yes, certainly. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm currently at the airport. It's a place I spend a lot of time at, unfortunately.
Right.
I'm sure that many of people listening in do the same as I do. But it's part of the work that I do. I do represent Dalhousie University and our lab. And so what do we do as a lab? Essentially, we look at issues affecting both ends of the food continuum, from farm gate to plate. And so people do wonder, what is the scope of our analysis? Well, it's the entire system, basically. So whenever something that actually disrupts the efficiency of supply chains, food supply chains, we look into it. And so over the years, we've been fortunate enough to have built some great relationships with farmer groups, trade groups across the supply chain, provincial governments, the federal government, of course. We've worked with the Auditor General of Canada. We've worked with the Bank of Canada. We've also worked with internationally with the World Bank, the IMF. I did spend some time in Europe. We lived there for a few years, in fact, to study the end of supply management in Europe in 2015. That was interesting. So I've been a visiting scholar in many parts of the world, including China, Finland, the US, you mentioned Austria, and I'm actually going down to the US tomorrow for 2 weeks at the University of South Florida to teach another course. So that perspective allows me to appreciate where Canada is at in terms of how we support our farmers, how competitive we are versus other countries. We also have, as a partner, MNP, which is a well-known firm based out of Winnipeg, Manitoba. They have funded a 5-year project called the Global Agri-Food Influential Index, which allows us to compare Canada with other G20 countries, looking at several metrics, assessing Canada's competitiveness on a variety of different issues, entrepreneurship, for example, consolidation across the supply chain, particularly in distribution. Policy-wise, we looked at food safety, traceability, all sorts of issues. It's actually a document that is well over 100 pages, so we're into our 3rd edition this year, and it allowed us to really understand what else can we learn from other nations and what we're good at and what we're not so good at.
Okay, just on that, that's a very interesting area, this comparative study of the food supply and production in Canada as compared to the States. And you yourself, as you've indicated, have an ability to provide us with sort of comparative perspectives between Canada and the States and Western Europe. You talked about the end of the supply management system in Europe in 2015, and you've spent considerable time there studying and speaking about that. So you can bring to us today those perspectives as to how Canada sits in relation to these other areas and how we differ and what we might want to sort of view as challenges for Canada on some of these subjects. You said it was called the MMP out of Manitoba. What's that?
MNP is a large consulting firm based out of Manitoba. They have chapters all over the country, from Halifax to Victoria, and they work very closely with farmers and trade groups in the food space.
And you talked about a book, a recently published comparative study between Canada and others. Do you remember offhand what that book's called and when it was published?
It's a report.
A report.
Basically.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a report, and it's basically called the Global Agri-Food Influential Index. Essentially, it's it's an index. We created an index with MNP, and so we collected the data from 20 different countries around the world and agreed on a specific methodology. That methodology was also published in a peer-reviewed article in peer-reviewed journal as well. So it was recognized by a committee of peers.
And is it fairly recent then, or is it an ongoing project?
So the methodology was published last year in 2025, but it's an ongoing project. So we're refreshing the data as we speak for our third edition.
Okay. Now you're a professor at Dalhousie University. Just let me back you up a little bit on what you've been doing. You're a professor in what faculty?
Faculty management. I'm cross-appointed between management and agriculture.
Okay.
And our lab was created based on a partnership between 3 faculties: management, agriculture, and computer science. The reason why we have computer science part of our lab is that we use AI, machine learning, to do some forecasting. Okay.
And, to what degree, and I don't know if you can answer this, if it's something that you can speak about freely, but we've heard that from time to time on certain areas, the independence and capacity to be objective on certain things is somewhat compromised within the universities of this country on certain subjects by virtue of who's funding various labs and what sort of ideological dispositions various universities may have. How are you, and maybe you can't, I don't know, able to explain perhaps the role of your lab at Dalhousie and Dalhousie itself in the context of being able to look at these issues in a manner that's truly independent of the influence from either provincial or federal governments or regulatory capture by pharmaceutical companies and so forth. There is a great concern within the NCI throughout a number of witnesses of the capacity of governments, including universities, which are set up by governments and funded by governments, to act independently on subjects in which there are certain vested interests that somehow compromise that objective.
No, I appreciate the question. I think it's an important one. Before I went to Dal, in fact, in my career, I was an administrator, associate dean research, and dean at both Guelph and Dalhousie. So you tend to appreciate how conflicts of interest can occur because you're responsible for the funding of of most of the research happening in your unit, and I've seen it for many years. And so when I decided to establish the lab at Dalhousie, I was incredibly careful not to be seen as in conflict. And of course, if I am in conflict, it needs to be declared. And so if you go on our webpage, there is a declaration of conflict right there, basically telling people who funds our research and what project is being funded by whom as well. My CV is also on the website, and all the funding agencies are listed right there, the ones that are active and the ones that are inactive as well. So I do recognize that this is a very important question, because I know in academia many colleagues do not do that at all. But we want to do that to be seen as objective as possible. Conflict of interest may occur, as long as you declared them, it's
Right.
up to the reader or the person interpreting the data or the findings to decide whether or not he or she wants to believe them.
Right. Yeah. No, I agree. It's essential, and this is on the Agri-Food Analytics Lab website, where you set out the sources of funding and the declaration of a potential conflict, so that those who consume the output of your efforts as published on the website are mindful that we're dealing with subjects that engage what may be the vested interests on the parties who are funding the schools themselves and the lab. So that's great to know that one, you're mindful of it, and of course it's all disclosed to the public. So with that backdrop, and tell us then about, I think you have some planned comments on the various subjects that I've attempted to summarize when I introduced you. So I'm going to stop chatting now and turn it over to you, and please take us through your presentation.
Yeah, absolutely. So thank you, Commissioner. My understanding is that I was invited to address the issue of supply management in Canada, in particular.
Right.
My comments are based on 25 years of research on marketing boards in general in Canada. So I've started to look at marketing boards in Canada about 25 years ago. Most people don't know that there are hundreds of marketing boards in Canada, and there's not one that is similar to the other. Some are much more influential, some are much more functional and helpful to farmers than others. But I would say the most restrictive and most powerful marketing boards that we have is within the SM5. And when I mentioned the SM5, it's basically Supply Management 5. There are 5 sectors impacted by supply management in Canada. So that would be essentially poultry, so turkey, chicken, eggs, broiler, and milk. And so within the SM5, we've been looking at the supply management regime, but most importantly, we've looked at dairy, because we also have concerns. We've always felt like dairy is a little different than eggs and poultry, and the reason why we feel they're different is because dairy is not vertically integrated as much as others. You'll have dairy owned co-ops and things like that, but with eggs and poultry, we find that there's more connection with the consumer, there's more innovation, and there's more vertical integration as well. In dairy, it's very different. And so that's why most of our work in the last 25 years within the SM5 has been on dairy specifically, looking at some of the deficiencies in relation to the quota system, the way that marketing boards are being managed provincially, how the Canadian Dairy Commission is practicing, engaging, or supporting its mandate, basically, as a crown corporation. And I will remind the group and to you, Commissioner, that we only have 2 crown corporations that falls under Ag Canada. That would be Farm Credit Canada and the CDC, the Canadian Dairy Commission. And so the Dairy Commission employs about 75 people, and commissioners who are responsible for the CDC are either former dairy farmers or people who have some relations with the dairy sector. So in other words, if you're looking for a conflict of interest, that certainly would be one, because the mandate of the CDC is to set prices at farm gate. And so that's a methodology that we've actually questioned for many years, because the way they do it is that they would survey more than 200 farmers. We don't know who they are. We don't know what kind of farms are being surveyed. Are they small, medium-sized, large? That could actually have an impact on the cost to produce milk. And that's the whole idea, is to assess what the cost is so farmers get a decent return for their work. So that's one component of supply management.
Okay, let me just ask you a little bit about that. The Canadian Dairy Commission. the participants on the commission itself are appointed. Would that be by the Minister of Agriculture? So federal,
yes, Commissioner.
Federal cabinet that makes the appointments to the commission. There's no open, transparent process where the public can scrutinize the merits of potential members of the commission. It's all done within I suppose, the relative secrecy of cabinet appointments. Is that, am I right on that?
That would be correct. So there's no competition, there's no open competition.
No.
They are appointed by the minister and approved by cabinet, basically. And so it's been like that for many, many years.
Now, even though you've been studying this thing for quite a while, you're saying the manner in which they set prices so as to theoretically ensure a decent return for the dairy farmers isn't a transparent one. You don't know who it is. They go out and they get the prices from 200 farms, but you don't know who they are. You don't know who selects which farms to get the numbers from. Am I right that there's a lack of transparency in that process?
I would say so. So every year we actually encourage the CDC to have at least one annual meeting, public annual meeting, to display the formula, how the formula is being used to calculate the price of milk, showing exactly what's in the formula. There are changes on a regular basis, so it's always hard to track, but at least there's been an effort to show the public. It's public. People can actually attend.
Okay.
But the presentation itself lacks detail. There's just it's very summary, and it doesn't go into to the methodology as much as it should, really, for us to understand exactly whether or not the methodology is sound and fair.
Okay, so that's interesting. And you, just before we leave, I'm going to come back to that in a second. But you talked about the Farm Credit Canada as the other agency, federal agency that's directly involved, I guess, in this supply management quota dairy system operated by the feds. Briefly, what's Farm Credit Canada? Do they play a role in the subject that we want to address more fully?
A little. I would say very remotely, but a little. So Farm Credit Canada carries a portfolio of about, I believe, $60 to $65 billion. So Farm Credit Canada is like Canada's agricultural bank. Okay. So they loan to farmers, they loan to agribusinesses in general.
All right.
They can even loan to restaurants if they want to, really. Okay. But when you look at the portfolio of $65 billion, I believe it's either 11 or 12 billion of it is actually use quotas, supply management quotas, as collateral.
All right.
And to give grant loans to farmers that are in the ESM5 system.
Well, let's talk about sort of the economic reality to quotas, and you've talked about billions of dollars at the discretion of Farm Credit Canada. You've talked about how the pricing is determined by the Canadian Dairy Commission. Let's try and pull that together so we have a clear understanding how these federal agencies work and operate this quota system. And then your concerns about it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So we've talked about the CDC setting the farm gate prices. That's one component of supply management. The other component of supply management is, of course, the quotas themselves. Who grants quotas to farmers? Provinces. And so provinces have their boards, and they actually calculate the amount of quotas based on domestic demand. So every year they'll look at demand for milk, butter, fat, and they'll set quotas and they'll grant them, always for free. So the board won't actually grant quotas on price, they'll just grant them for free. And each province will have a different way of doing things. So the reason why, so people may wonder, how come Quebec has half of all dairy farms in Canada? That's the reason why. So there's been a shift towards Quebec, because a lot of processors are actually located in the province of Quebec. So over time, you've seen this concentration of quotas in both Quebec and Ontario, essentially.
Can I ask you just, if the provinces have the authority to grant the quotas, but are the provinces allocated a share of the national output? Like, in other words, are provinces at liberty to issue a whole bunch of quotas for a whole bunch of dairy products, or are they constricted in terms of how many quotas they can issue and for what volumes of production?
They're constricted based on domestic demand, so they'll just set quotas based on what they think the domestic demand is for butterfat and milk. Essentially, that's how it works. So they can't really issue more quotas because the fear would be to flood the market. And of course, it's a quota system. Any surpluses are either dumped or rerouted for food banks or rescuing routes, I call them. So given to non-charities and things like that.
So the domestic demand is established, I think, federally, is it? And then that's supposed to guide the provinces on how much production can be authorized through the quotas that they issued? Like, in other words, they take their direction from the feds in terms of the national demand, domestic demand?
So, yeah, the federal government, or the CDC, the Crown Corporation, will actually provide guidance for prices, but it's still really up to provinces to set the right price for their producers, and the level of production is also set by provinces as well, not at the national level.
Well, let me ask you this then, and if there's a sense of unfairness amongst, say, dairy producers in Western Canada, that Quebec gets more than its fair share, like you say, you've explained some of the history is that the majority of producers are in Quebec, and therefore they have a higher share of the quotas across the country. If say Saskatchewan thought that was unfair and they wanted to equalize things a little bit more, would it be open to Saskatchewan to issue more quotas to more dairy farmers to sort of equalize things a bit?
Well, I can confirm that Saskatchewan feels it is unfair, but there's nothing they can do about it. Essentially, there is an imbalance of power given to central Canada, mainly Quebec and a little bit Ontario. So they produce, I think it's, last time I looked, it was probably 82% of all the milk and butterfat that we produce in Canada, just in those two provinces. But the design of when it was actually introduced in 1972, the whole idea of supply management was to regionalize production and making sure that all regions contribute to the system. But that is no longer the case.
Okay, well, look, don't let me derail you from your plan to cover this area, but subject to this one further possible derailment. The objective is a noble one. You're going to share the national output of dairy products in a fair way so that each province controls its quota, the process of issuing quotas. But the result is obviously, you said 82% of the national dairy output is within Ontario and Quebec, leading to I think, quite a widespread view that this is an unfair situation, very much at the expense of the dairy industry in other parts of the country. How is that being allowed to happen, and is it capable of being resolved, or are we basically stuck in the status quo?
Well, I mean, right now we're stuck basically because no one really wants to look at this issue. And I'll use Nova Scotia, my own province, as an example. So in 1980, we had 800 dairy farms. We're down to about 125 now. We lost 3 major food processors. And so most of the yogurt, most of the milk, not milk, but dairy products that are consumed in the province of Nova Scotia are processed in Quebec. So we basically milk our cows. That milk is shipped to Quebec, processed in Quebec, and then shipped back to Nova Scotia, essentially. And so you can see that there's some inefficiencies there that are really fostered by these interprovincial trade barriers, which is why I've been very local of late. When we talk about interprovincial trade barriers, the most significant one when it comes to agri-food is supply management, because of these silos created by provincial marketing boards, protecting their turf and making sure that they have their own, they control their own quotas.
Okay, well, let's there's a lot to unpack on what you've just said. So let's talk about, you've touched on it. Maybe we can go a little deeper into what are called inter-provincial trade barriers, and how those are necessary to, I suppose, protect the supply management system.
If I may, Commissioner, I just want to add one more thing. So there are three main pillars to supply management. So the CDC, so farm gate prices, quotas, the quota system. So we kind of talked about that. And then the final one are tariffs on imports to protect the market. And this is an important one, obviously, in light of what's happening with CUSMA 2.0. Basically, you have very high tariffs to protect the Canadian market. And those tariffs will vary anywhere between, I'd say, 80% to 300%, depending on the product you like. So you protect your market, disallowing imports to come in, so you can actually set your own prices and regulate your own quotas. So in a nutshell, that's supply management, and there's no other marketing board like that in Canada.
Okay, well let's go into that then. Of course, everybody knows we're in the midst of a sort of protracted dispute of some nature, the tension between the U.S. and Canada on the trade front, the loosely called a trade war or tariff war or something. But of course, we know that there are these highly restrictive tariffs for the importing of U.S. dairy products, raising the cost to the Canadian consumer. And when we look at that, we also look at the fact that Canada within itself has these interprovincial restrictions. How do we untangle this terrible web of created by a supply management system that creates barriers between provinces for the movement of goods and services, and also in the larger context of the international trade dispute? How do we begin to sort of look at this and potentially resolve some of these difficulties?
Well, I think it's a fair question, Commissioner. I mean, the first thing we need to do is to recognize that supply management is not perfect. It's not perfect policy. And but we have even failed to do that so far. If you talk to the dairy farmers of Canada in particular, they're very defensive about the issue. They will not recognize that they are failures. In fact, they've actually denied many of the problems that we've actually highlighted ourselves through our research. And you did mention earlier our study on milk discardment, that we actually worked with McGill University and measured the waste on-farm waste, and it's incredible. They do not track that. They do not, and they do deny that it's happening. And they can, because nobody actually goes to farms to watch exactly what's going on. So the first step basically would be to recognize that there are limitations, severe limitations to the current regime.
Well, let's when you say they don't track it, who are you talking about? Who doesn't track the disposal of these? When they exceed their quotas, it all gets dumped, all this dairy product. You say they don't keep track. Are you talking about the Dairy Commission?
So the Dairy Commission, I've actually asked the question. They do not track that. I've asked the dairy farmers of Canada. They do not track that at all. And provincial boards, depending of which province you look at, some of them do, some of them don't. I think the one province that will disclose some information is the dairy farmers of Ontario. It's probably the only one. And when you look at their reports, they have a monthly report. They actually they don't necessarily measure milk waste on farm. They'll actually measure skimming. And the word skimming is very important because it tells you what was trucked to facilities but not used. So basically it was discarded for a variety of different reasons, just because it was too much or it wasn't of good quality, or there's a variety of different reasons, or basically farmers are being paid. But the skimming part, we need to be clear here. It's unused milk, it was discarded milk, and farmers are paid for that milk. And so last month, so for example, in Ontario, if you look at the report that they just issued, I think 2 days ago, in December, 2.6% of their production was skimming, which means that 2.6% of their production was wasted off the farm. So it doesn't even include on-farm dumping, which is what we measured in our study with McGill.
Okay, so if you extrapolate from what the known numbers are, at least to the degree you've shared with us, so like you say, who knows what's going on the farm, but 2.6 of the shipped product gets dumped in Ontario. If you extrapolate from that and apply it nationally, can you give a rough guesstimate of how many hundreds, perhaps thousands of tons of dairy products are being just dumped in a country which faces food shortages and increasing costs for families? Yes. I mean, it's an incredible, to someone not involved in the industry and learning about this for the first time, it's just an incredible thing that a country would have a system which would be dumping thousands of tons down the tubes. Can you give a rough guess on the volume of stuff getting dumped?
Yeah, so there's let's start with on-farm waste. And I think most Canadians have actually seen this farmer out of Ontario basically dumping 30,000 liters of milk because he was asked to dump. And of course, we haven't seen him since. That was 2 years ago. That's on-farm dumping, essentially. And we estimate that every year in Canada, we discard anywhere between 600 million to 1 billion liters of milk on farm. But that's not reported at all. And we did talk to Dairy Farmers of Canada, and of course they do highly dispute the number based on our calculation. And we did ask them, well, if you dispute our number, what is your number? And they said, we don't know. That was their answer. So we have no idea exactly what their number is. So that's on farm. Skimming is when milk is trucked off the farm to the facilities, to manufacturing facilities. And we do believe that it varies between months. It can vary between 2 to 5% depending on the month. That would represent, I guess, probably another 400 to 500 million liters of milk being discarded, in addition to the 600 to 1 billion that we've measured on farm.
Has this unbelievably huge amount of dairy product being dumped attracted the attention of governments? I mean, have your group or others attempted to awaken people in the political world to address this and perhaps somehow curtail this, or at the very least provide for the export to countries whose populations may be starving, or to food banks who need this kind of thing? I mean, surely this must be attracting attention in Ottawa and the provincial legislatures as well.
Oddly, it's not. I mean, it's attracting the attention of media for sure. I mean, they absolutely. I think most people with a heart would be appalled by some of these numbers. But in the paper that we published, because again, the on-farm dumping study was actually peer-reviewed and published in a pretty high-ranking journal, and we in that paper we actually do provide some suggestions, some policy decisions in terms of how to reduce on-farm waste to zero. This is the beauty of supply management, because often the Dairy Farmers of Canada will claim pretty quickly that, well, there's dumping everywhere around the world. There's dumping in the U.S., so it's totally normal. It is normal to have surpluses. Absolutely. I think we should expect to see surpluses because cows aren't necessarily machines. Once they start producing milk, they can't stop. So I think everyone would agree with that. It's how you manage surpluses. Right now, there is no attempt to even think about policy, because the thing about dumping is that it makes the sector look bad. It makes the regime look limited and weak. And that's why politically there is no interest in even recognizing the problem. So politicians aren't necessarily recognizing the problem. Recently, I actually testified before Senate, and the Ag Committee at Senate was gracious enough to allow me to talk about this issue. So there is some interest, but as you know, Commissioner, senators aren't elected.
No.
They don't need to get elected. So they can afford to talk about it. But in Parliament, when I talk about this issue with parliamentarians, they just pretend the problem doesn't exist. And it doesn't matter which party. Doesn't matter which party. They all deny it.
I mean, it's a related subject, but it relates to the inaction of parliamentarians. The fact that we understand, I think it was Max Bernier who told us about a recent vote in the House of Commons on whether or not the 300% tariff on U.S. dairy products was on the table in the present negotiations with the states. And apparently the proposal of the bloc was endorsed by all the parties in the House of Commons to leave it off the table to protect the quota system in favor of Quebec.
Unanimously, Commissioner.
And concurrently with that is a disinterest by parliamentarians in the fact of this outrageous dumping of dairy products to the degree you've described. You'd say the Senate took some interest, but the MPs didn't, as I understand your evidence.
That's correct. I think the issue, and like I said, I've been at this for 25 years, and I disagree with Mr. Bernier in that I can appreciate why you would abolish the system, but you need a plan. I mean, you can't just abolish the system. I mean, we have families involved, farmers, and occupying rural communities is certainly should remain a priority for Canada. And we need to recognize that the dairy sector in Canada does provide a lot of jobs and allows many communities to survive and do well. So if you are to end supply management tomorrow, especially for dairy, I don't think many dairy farmers would survive and in an open market. And that's why you need a 20-year plan. And this is, I think this is where Mr. Bernier's approach is failing, because he's never been able to provide a plan for next steps, because I think Canadians would want to continue to eat and drink Canadian products, not American products. And so how do we get there? How do we get to a place where we have a competitive system while retaining the quota system and the assets, which is worth well over $40 billion?
Well, let me ask you this. You can provide some comparative perspectives. We know that Europe unwound its supply management system, I think, in 2015 or so, and then Australia apparently did it about 20 years ago, just as I understand.
New Zealand, Korea, UK.
Right. So tell us how those other areas were able to unwind the supply management and what happened to the dairy industries in those areas.
Very good question, Commissioner. When I was in Europe studying the end of supply management, I quickly realized that many farmers were discontent with the system. It was different. They had levies, they had to pay fees and whatnot, and there were surcharges. The system wasn't really effective, and there were variations between different countries as well. Some countries were not as happy as others. For example, in Germany, most German dairy farmers that I met were not very happy with the system, so they were actually really happy to let it go. And now today, many years later, I do think that the dairy sector in Europe is much more competitive, while others have actually just left. They were compensated properly as well. Mm-hmm. And I would say that probably France and the Netherlands is where we saw many farmers leave, because they just couldn't, or they didn't want to compete. So the system that we have in Canada is quite unique. It's not the same as that they had in Australia. New Zealand is probably the closest thing, but New Zealand was almost bankrupt in 1987. If you recall, in 1987, the country was on the verge of bankruptcy, so they had no other choice but to create wealth with ag. So they actually eliminated marketing boards and created this privatized marketing board called Fonterra. And Fonterra is basically a marketing board, but it's mainly focused on efficiencies. And today, Fonterra exports for well over $20 billion worth of dairy products for a population of 5 million.
Wow.
It's an incredible story. So you can feel that the situation that they went through in 1987 unlocked all the potential that they had. And I feel that in Canada, we have that same potential. I do think that many, many countries around the world would love to buy Canadian food because the quality is incredibly high. Food safety practices in Canada are incredibly strong. By 2030, the world will be short 5 times our national production as a country. There are tremendous opportunities that we can seize, but right now I fail to see, Commissioner, a dairy sector willing to compete and willing to take advantage of some of these opportunities.
Okay, let me just get an understanding of what you said. By somebody, maybe it's the UN, is anticipated by 2030, and the world will be suffering a food shortage 5 times of what Canada's national production is. Oh, yeah, just milk. Dairy. Okay, shortage.
Dairy, just dairy.
Shortage of dairy 5 times greater than what Canada itself could produce. So with that's whose prediction was that? Just
the International Dairy Foundation.
Okay.
The International Dairy Federation is responsible for looking after all dairy sectors across the world. And so they do estimates every single year, and that's what they're seeing right now. And Gilles Froment is the former president of the IDF, and he was actually on my podcast last year acknowledging this. And he's vice president of Lactalis in Canada.
Okay. I didn't actually cover the fact that you had a podcast. What do we call that, just so everybody can know and perhaps sound in? What do you call your podcast?
It's called The Food Professor.
The Food Professor.
It's the top podcast in management in Canada.
Awesome. Is that on Spotify or some of the usual?
Spotify, Apple.
Great.
Simplecast. It's on your favorite platform.
Well, that's wonderful to know. We'll, I'm sure, have a lot of people sounding in on that. But let's get back to your idea. Okay, you differ with Max Bernier in terms of how he sees things to be resolved. What is your what is your game plan if you were in control of changing the present system into something that works better, maybe like New Zealand has done? I don't know, but what would you do?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, whatever we need to do, we can't do it within 1 year or 2 years. It would require probably 20 years. So the roadmap that would lead to supply management 2.0, if you will, would take about 20 years. And again, I was able to share with the Commission our paper on supply management 2.0. So you have a copy of it. It was published a few years ago. And in that roadmap, in that paper, we lay out what needs to be done in Canada. So first, instead of compensating farmers when signing trade deals, and we're about to see that again with CUSMA 2.0, we should buy out farms that don't want to compete. So in 2020, we decided to compensate farmers, and I do use quotation marks because this is when you really understand that politicians don't understand supply management, because there's no one to compensate. Farmers don't lose money when you sign trade deals and you concede more market to Americans because they recalibrate quotas. So the losses are completely theoretical. And so we decided to give them a $1.7 billion, which actually made the dairy sector overcapitalized almost overnight. which affected farmland prices across the country, which affected non-SM5 sectors like hogs, cattle, grains. And they were all very upset about what was going on with dairy because they just had too much money. So instead of giving them money, you just buy about 10% of the quotas back to basically keep those who want to compete. Two, I would reform the Canadian Dairy Commission, the governance of it. I would make it more democratic. I would appoint commissioners that have nothing to do with the dairy sector. And I would actually relook at the formula, the pricing formula, using it as a benchmark to incentivize farmers to reduce their costs as much as possible. Because right now, as you can imagine, Commissioner, I'm sure as I was explaining to you the pricing formula about half an hour ago, they go with averages. When you go with averages, and if you don't know who you're surveying, you're going to keep prices as high as possible, which is why industrial milk is very expensive in Canada. If you redo or rework the formula, you bring down the costs or you bring down the incentive, forcing farmers to adjust and become more competitive, okay? Thirdly, and this is the big one, I think, domestically, this is the one that is probably going to be incredibly difficult to sell, especially for Quebec, is that instead of granting power to provinces when it comes to quota management, you allocate new quotas. Old quotas can be kept by provinces, but new quotas should be, the granting of new quotas should be harmonized nationally. Don't let provinces do that. You harmonize allocation of quotas nationally. But here's what's likely to happen. Capital would likely reward efficiency and competitiveness. So capital would flow east to west. Farms in Quebec, so basically you have two dairy farming economy in Canada. You have one east of Toronto, one west of Toronto. East of Toronto, they're smaller farms. It's all about fair price. That's all they care about, fair price. West of Toronto, it's about volume. They want quota. They have money. And they're scalable. You have farms of 200, 250 cows. They're great dairy farms. They're the ones that would buy the quotas. So you would see the disappearance of smaller farms. And you would, again, decrease the cost to produce milk, allowing manufacturers to produce cheese, yogurt at a reasonable price for restaurants and for, obviously, for consumers. That's basically it. And going back to Mr. Bernier's argument, I've always felt that he looked at the problem the wrong way. Most people who are against supply management believe that if you get rid of supply management, you're going to see prices drop retail. There is zero guarantee of that. In fact, if you look at New Zealand, Australia, Korea, UK, within 5 years, prices were higher than what they were before when they ended supply management. So we have to be careful what we wish for. We have to change supply management for the right reasons. And the right reason is to foster innovation and competitiveness within the supply chain, and lower, more affordable prices will come. Now, lastly, just finish.
Sure.
Lastly, you need a 20-year period to reduce tariffs down to zero. As you make your industry more competitive, you'll be able to allow them to absorb and adapt to new competition come from the U.S. So within 20 years, you can actually build a dairy sector able to compete against Americans. So tariffs would be useless.
Okay, well, those are four very interesting areas which you see.
That is supply management 2.0.
Supply management 2.0. Okay, we'll keep track of that and perhaps see that develop. Just one thing I'll mention just for your quick comment, and then I'll turn you over to the commissioners who will have some questions for you. But Mr. Bernier's view was that the supply management of the dairy industry over the last, I don't know how many years, resulted in the loss of roughly 90% of the small family farm participation in the dairy industry. So what you say is money flowing east to west as a result of capital flowing into efficiency. You saw that as a consequence of this, and you said perhaps the most difficult aspect of your four-step plan would be the fact that Quebec might be losing a good chunk of the dairy business in favor of the larger operations elsewhere. But I understand Bernier's evidence to be that the small farm has already taken a huge impact across the country, and he referred to 90% of them going down in favor of the larger operations with the quotas and things. Can you give us a comment on that?
Well, that's a fair comment, actually, because so if you, again, going back to 1972, the whole idea of supply management was to save the family farm and to disallow consolidation to occur. But that's exactly what happened.
Right.
We didn't prevent anything. So we went from 42,000 farms down to 9,500. And by 2030, I think we'll go down to about 6,000 or 5,000. So we're not saving anything with supply management. So that's why when I hear, well, if you actually allocate quotas nationally, you're going to actually build bigger farms. Well, it's already happening.
Right.
So, and in the U.S., since 1972, they lost 90% of their dairy farms without supply management, and the percentage is exactly the same in Canada with supply management.
Right. So it's a bit of a wash on that, maybe a non-factor in terms of which direction you go, because either way, the smaller farms are losing out to the efficiency of the bigger operations, whether they have quotas or whether they're just in the free market.
So changes are unavoidable.
Right.
So might as well be strategic.
Right.
And basically reform the system based on our own terms, not on the terms of someone in the White House in the United States.
Right. Okay, Sylvain, I'm going to turn you over to the commissioners now, who I suspect have a few questions for you. Oh, actually, before I do that, was there anything else in your planned commentary that we didn't get to because I kept interrupting you? Was there anything else you wanted to present today before I let the commissioners ask a few questions?
Well, so the last thing, in the reform of the CDC, I would actually create a mechanism in order to eliminate all on-farm waste. I would actually declare on-farm waste illegal in Canada. And this is why, because through the CDC, we can recover surpluses and create a strategic reserve for exports. We do that with butter right now. Most people don't know that we have a strategic reserve for butter right now, run by the CDC. I would advise the CDC to create a strategic reserve for powdered milk to address the shortfall of 5 times our national production by 2030 and take advantage of the opportunity.
I mean, that strikes me as being such a no-brainer that it would get some attention in the political world. But I guess.
But sir, I mean, if you don't want to see the problem, why would you have that conversation?
Exactly. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to turn you over to the commissioners now. We'll have some questions for you.
Thank you so much for your testimony that I find is extremely candid and extremely troubling. It appears to me, in my analysis of your information and that of other witnesses that have testified, that supply management's primary function is the survival of supply chain management. I have yet to hear of any federal agency or bureaucracy be less efficient than Canada Post, but it appears that this agency has achieved that goal. Based on my own calculations of the numbers that you have provided, which I find abhorrent in how much wastage and skimming occurs, and I believe those numbers, and I have never heard those numbers before until today. That represents over 30 liters of milk per Canadian per year wasted, destroyed. I'm I'm not of the opinion that a bureaucracy within Canada, a federal bureaucracy, can actually fix itself. Are you aware of any Canadian agency or bureaucracy that has actually been efficient and effective in running itself?
In agriculture, sir?
Yes.
Well, some would argue that Farm Credit Canada is doing well. It provides a dividend to the government, and FCC's role is recognized across the agri-food sector. I have concerns about agri-food, but I've always had issues seeing the government compete against banks. But Farm Credit Canada will now take bold risks that wouldn't be taken by banks, and I do see that the FCC works with banks, inviting them as first lenders, and they become second lenders to major loans. So I do think that FCC's role is important and effective. Can it be more efficient? Of course it can, but it is making money for the government, which is rare.
And in comparison, my follow-up is in comparison, a free and open market has always proven itself to be effective, efficient, and to survive well, and quite often has a much, much smaller bureaucracy.
Commissioner, if I may, the one thing I want to perhaps share with you, based on my experience in this industry, is that I actually don't think that farmers are responsible for what's happening. In fact, I would argue that dairy farmers in Canada are victims of the regime. Marketing boards are controlling everything. Most importantly, they're controlling information. So when I'm out there claiming that there are issues with supply management, and that's not exactly what they're hearing from their boards, they're always wondering, what are we talking about? They're in disbelief. So there's a lot of misinformation out there given to dairy farmers. Some of them understand, because I get emails almost every week from dairy farmers asking me questions, but it's always anonymously because they're afraid to speak up. There's fear in the system to speak up. That's a big problem. They control everything. They control quotas, and that's why the allocation of quotas nationally is so critical, because you'd actually take power away from provinces, and that would actually allow for democracy to emerge within the ranks of dairy farmers. Right now, they are voiceless. They think, or governments think, that they have a voice through marketing boards, but they do not.
Vincent, you're done there with your questions. Any other commissioners have questions?
Dr. Charlebois, you had mentioned you had some policy suggestions to manage surplus, and I just wanted to understand what those were, if they were different than what you just indicated with respect to your reforming of the CDC.
So the management of surpluses would be, in addition to, I would basically rewrite the Canadian Dairy Commission Act and add to its mandate the management of surpluses in Canada, basically. Because right now there is no plan, there's no will to do any of that, because they're denying that there's a problem. I've had discussion with the CDC, and they don't even know what's going on. They have no idea. So we would want them, I think, to measure the issue, and then, of course, like they're doing with butter, manage a strategic reserve for the country. We have strategic reserves for maple syrup in Canada, for butter. Why not for powdered milk? And building a facility is possible, and because in Canada we actually, and this is really the travesty of supply management, because you're seeing external forces, external countries investing in Canada in processing, and so we make milk, but we don't control any of our supply chain. For example, baby formula. I'm not sure if you knew this, commissioners, but The only plant we have in Canada that actually makes baby formula is based out of Kingston, Ontario. It's called Canada Royal Milk. It's owned by the Chinese. And they actually process our own milk to make Canada's only baby formula. And so that, to me, is incredibly disturbing. And we actually we have provided a grant federally and also provided a grant provincially by Toronto Queen's Park to build that plant in Kingston, Ontario. This is how short-sighted supply management makes people right now, because they don't think about the supply chain strategically at all. So why not take these surpluses, build a plant somewhere, process those surpluses, because there's plenty of surpluses, and actually build a machine to actually take advantage of export markets.
Well, anybody else from the panel? We done? Just before we let you go, my notes say you've provided the NCI with some research papers and a data analysis. And if I'm right about that, then the NCI will post those online as exhibits to supplement your testimony here today. Unless there's something further you wish to add, you've covered a lot of ground here and given us lots to think about, and your insights have been extremely interesting and helpful. So on behalf of the NCI, I'm going to wish you all the best in escaping from Toronto Airport, and hopefully your flights won't have you stuck in some lounge there indefinitely.
In fact, Commissioners, I just got notified my flight was delayed, so... Great.
Well, gosh, we could go for another hour then, right? But look, we're gonna let you go. We are immensely grateful for you sounding in with us today and sharing with us your vast expertise in these very interesting areas. So, Van, on behalf of the NCI, thank you very much.
Thank you for the opportunity. Good luck.
Thank you. Commissioners, I note it's noon, which is good timing for the lunch break, so we'll be down for about just over an hour or so, I think. Okay.
Hi, everyone, and of course, we're back interviewing the people that make the NCI happen. And I've got one of those big contributors here with me, Wayne Llewellyn. Wayne. We have a lot to talk about.
Well, we'll see.
Yeah, you don't think so? All right. NCI volunteers. We always ask, how did you first find out about NCI?
Well, it goes back to 2023. I had heard that a group of people had gotten together and that they were holding hearings across Canada. And anyways, I was fairly active during the COVID era myself, trying to figure out what was really going on.
While we were locked down.
While we were locked out, we had
a little bit of time on our hands.
A lot of time on our hands. Anyways, I ended up testifying in May in Vancouver, in the Langley area, in May 2023. And that was an interesting experience by itself. I had tried to get just about every institution that I could to pay attention to what's going on.
And you finally found one.
Well, the NCI was the only one, after going through the Ombudsman's office, the Privacy Commissioner, the College of Physicians and Surgeons, and even filing a criminal complaint that I got about 250 other people to help sign to ask for a criminal investigation from the RCMP. And the only institution that would listen was the National Citizens Inquiry. So
for the people, by the people.
For the people, by the people. And what I really liked was it's independent of government. The government itself had commissioned its own study, and all they tried to do was, well, did we do things as fast as we possibly could?
Yeah, not how many people are harmed, how many people are dying. Did we actually really do anything? And oh, by the way, how many billions of dollars did it cost Canadian taxpayers? Minor questions that still remain unanswered, but anyway, yep.
So anyways, did that. The commissioner's report came out. The first one was in October of 2023, but then when the final report came out in November, I was thrilled that one of the findings of the commissioners was that the institutions that are supposed to be here to protect us weren't protecting us.
Failed miserably.
They failed. They didn't put the public's interest first.
Nope.
Instead, they were there to protect public health instead of protecting the public. And anyways, a bit more for whatever it's worth. I kept going as best I could. I ended up meeting with Ted Kuntz when we got together in December of 2024. We spent about a year trying to answer the question, how do we organize for success? And so anyways.
It took you guys a year to figure that out. I mean, did this involve trips to Mexico or anything like that?
No, we actually met up in Arizona, which is fine.
Okay, yeah.
But as part of that year, I ended up volunteering for the National Citizens Inquiry in Edmonton 1 year ago today.
Yes, you did.
Wanted to learn a little bit more about what goes on behind the scenes and how the organization operates, and we eventually landed on this program called the National Citizens Inquiry Ambassadors.
Yes.
And that's been an interesting exercise by itself too.
Let's talk about that, because that is one of the exciting programs that happen. So I didn't realize you had testified back in 2023. That's amazing. All right, so you get familiar with this organization. You actually see that this organization delivers, and in a relatively short time, comparatively speaking to government inquiries and such. The NCI inquiry continues to grow and start taking on other important matters that are important to Canadians, because that was one of the things that we felt imperative was to continue on, because clearly government wasn't going to be asking these important questions that Canadians are wanting answers to. So you saw through your first engagement with the NCI this amazing team of volunteers that we have. NCI volunteers, you guys, are the best of the best. They are truly concerned about Canada. They're truly concerned about individual rights, your family, your children, your grandchildren, and the future of this nation. There isn't a heart associated with any one of our volunteers that isn't first and foremost motivated by those factors. And you and I have the privilege, and we'll get to the ambassador program, of working with these people at these hearings. And both of us have been interviewing them, which is so fun. And that's why I never realized, now the most fun question I ask is, how did you first find out? Because we have these incredible responses. We've had people learn about the NCI because some guy was wearing a t-shirt at the Canadian Tire, and this person said, oh, I like your t-shirt. And boom, next thing you know, the guy who liked the t-shirt's a NCI volunteer. We had Kendra just this morning. My dad made me do it. But look at now. She's finding out all this great information, this great community of people. And I have to say, even when we hold our volunteer meetings, it's so fun. And I was just boasting downstairs how good it is to come up and talk with the volunteers and see their appreciation for the work that we do. So it just is this kind of gift that keeps on giving in all these different aspects, Wayne. And it's really an amazing thing to watch all of this unfold, isn't it?
It is a gift. I go way back to my first volunteer days, and it was actually for Little League Baseball. And the guy that was running the program at that time said, there's no harder worker than an unpaid volunteer. Well, 12 years later, I finally got done doing baseball.
Little League.
But, you know,
you grew up, didn't you?
Yeah. You know, the beauty of this is that nobody here gets paid. Mm-hmm. And that in itself is one of the extremely motivating factors for me.
Yeah.
You know, the NCI publishes its financial statements on the website, which has this amazing repository of uncontested evidence But if you look at one of the line items on that financial statement, it says leadership expenses, the amount beside it is 0. And, you know, knowing that you're in it for the right reasons is part of when you do things as a volunteer is you put your heart and soul into it.
Well, and I think it shows what the motivation is of the people that are involved, and also they're untouchable. You can't buy opinions. You can't buy outcomes. You can't bribe. Well, you could bribe. You could try to bribe, but you're not going to get anywhere. And I think that's what lends to the credibility of what we do, how people can have confidence that our first and foremost objective is for the people of Canada, not making Big Pharma rich, not making some government official, you know, pension plan a little bit richer, all these things. It's what is for the good of this nation. All right, talking about what's good of this nation, your ambassador program. So you meet up with Ted Kuntz, who's the chairman of the board for the National Citizens Inquiry. You have this year-long discussions in really rough spots like Arizona, where I hear it's kind of warm in the winter and that kind of thing. Conducive to good discussions, though, no doubt.
Oh, yeah.
And what comes of this? Because you see a need within the organization, so we put these hearings on. There's this great library of information available. You see that this information's there and that there's more that can be done.
That's one of the issues. And by the way, too, the reason it takes a year to pull things together.
I'm really curious about
is
this
because
answer.
trying to chase Ted around.
Okay.
Like the guy's fairly busy, as are you.
Yeah.
And you know, having just nailing things down.
Yes.
And, you know, one of the things that I've learned about the National Citizens Inquiry that appeals to me is they like to do things right, and it's not just doing the right thing; they also do things right.
Very professionally.
Right from how witnesses are greeted, through to actually getting the witnesses to begin with, and making sure that they're ready for the testimony that they're about to give on whatever the topic it is, right through to preparing all of the witness transcriptions that sit there. You know, I was talking with one of the other volunteers, and you know, it was what's amazing about it. Well, this morning at the volunteer meeting at 7:30, one of the other board of directors, John Graff, says, yeah, if they were to print out everything that the National Citizen Inquiry has gotten so far and put it on a piece of paper, it would fill something like 95 semi-trailers.
Yeah.
And that is amazing by itself, but just having a minimum of it's now approaching 10,000 pages of uncontested evidence that's sitting there, that our politicians, that our institutions, that the media are, and I'll share something in a minute here, that they're not paying any attention to it. So part of this ambassador program is to try to elevate awareness of that with those agencies. They're supposed to be there to work for us.
You think? Yeah.
And anyways, what was really interesting, I went to a small event in Penticton. This would be about a month ago now. And I asked the 40 people in the room, how many people here have heard of the National Citizens Inquiry? Because I was going to tell them about this event here.
Right.
About half of them put up their hand.
Yeah.
So that's awesome. The people are starting to learn about it.
I think we're getting to be the go-to. Now people have to learn how to use that information, right? And this is the interesting time that I think we're here in Canada. For so many years, people have known something is wrong on a number of fronts, whether it's what's happening to our kids in schools, the whole COVID lockdowns and such. Can we trust government? Are the courts corrupt? Why are people who kill their little 5-year-old girls getting only 5 years in jail? To our topic, are farmers safe in Canada? So everybody has this sense of something's going wrong, but they don't have the tools to be able to do anything solidly, right? You can't get these information. We've lived in a council culture now. People have been conditioned that your voice doesn't matter. if you say something on the lines of truth, then you're going to get called names and be, you know, harassed or put in jail, as the case may be, or you're canceled. You're erased. You can't exist with that opinion or those thoughts or the meaningful insight that you have into those issues. So all these issues, and people are walking around this, and now they have an ability to do something. And you know, the NCI reports, it's funny that you say here in Canada, because I know getting our politicians, it's coming though, mostly a lot to do with your good work, but the UK, and down in the United States, they're embracing this information. It's going to court, it's going to public hearings, people are using it going, this is the best information the world has. And yet Canada is going like, we don't want to know, we can't raise our voices against the narrative, but you're breaking down that barrier.
Yeah, and it's pretty simple, actually.
But
it really is.
A Wayne-sized bulldozer.
You know, the simple part of it is I learned a long time ago that we've been also all given this gift, and it's the gift of speaking up. And so all I've been doing is like we have little business cards that we printed out, and a small group of us, we'll stand at the farmer's market and we'll hand out.
Okay, so now
cards.
this is this ambassador program that you've put together.
Yeah, it's easy.
I mean, you got people working with you.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we also have a little sandwich board that we put up. We printed out. We've got copies of
the nerve of some Canadians to be out there speaking out, sharing truth.
I've learned that I don't need to ask anybody's permission anymore to share information from the National Citizens.
That's probably the most important lesson all you Canadians can learn. If you don't speak up now, we're in bigger trouble. So,
And there's more, too. So we have the reports printed out. We've printed out copies of, and summaries of the testimonies.
Right.
We've got about 300 of them from the first 300 witnesses, even though there's roughly 400 now. Trying to keep up to all this is
it moves
fun
fast.
by itself.
Yeah.
So then there's that. So that's just reaching out to the public.
Yeah.
And then for the institutions, when we find an issue or institution that is supposed to be doing something to protect us.
Now, wait a minute. An institution, a government institution that is supposed to be, was those your words? Taking care of Canadians?
Like the ministers of agriculture, for example. I wrote all of the ministers of agriculture across the province, as well as the agriculture minister for Canada.
Yeah.
And I actually received 2 responses back. And they weren't automated responses. It was just, we're busy, that kind of thing.
But you got a response.
And they were
That's progress.
From a real purpose, a real person, which is awesome. And there's a couple of other real significant wins that we've had. Like one of the local MLAs, not local, but one of the MLAs in British Columbia last October was at an event that I was at. And I went up to her and I said, hey, how would you like to testify at the National Citizens Inquiry? And she had been putting forward motions in the legislature regarding the SOGI curriculum and so on. Anyways, she testified in Brandon, Manitoba, and it was as simple as asking her.
Yeah. Okay, but you've developed a relationship with these people. You've cultivated a one-on-one. But you know what? You also had something very important to talk with them about. You had an NCI report. You went in with valuable information that they may not even known existed and said, look, not only do I want to talk about these issues, but here's information that'll help you understand where we're at and what you need to be doing. So it's a tool.
Yep, let me give you some more. So with the last report the report that came out in May of 2025, that was the first report to answer the question, are children safe in Canada?
Right.
One of our ambassadors woke up one morning and said, I am going to write all of the school boards in British Columbia. She did, and on May the 25th, I might be corrected on that date, but on May the 25th, the first elected body in British Columbia will receive and consider, this is of the school trustees, a written delegation on the topic of the National Citizens Inquiry.
Well, that's progress.
There's more, too. There's another one that's kind of interesting. Ahead of the Manitoba hearings, I just took the liberty, I didn't ask anybody, I took the liberty and wrote all of the MLAs.
You think, this is called good trouble, people.
Wrote all of the MLAs there, and I actually got a response back from a gentleman that is the constituency or office assistant for the leader of the official opposition in Manitoba, asking to be kept informed of events, of NCI events. So he received some information about the
I bet he did,
Oh, yeah. And
well, in Manitoba, I mean, let's face it, farming is huge in Manitoba, right? So you're opening doors.
There's another one, and you mentioned international.
Yeah.
This one was hilarious. It's not hilarious. I mean, it was a great privilege to do this. A guy by the name of Harvey Risch, who is chair of the President's Committee on Cancer in the United States, reached out to the NCI to try and get whatever information we could provide him. Linking any testimony that might have related to cancer from any of the events, whether it was treatments or otherwise, or lack of treatments or otherwise when it comes to cancer, or what might have happened from the injections.
COVID,
And anyways, who would have thought that little Wayne Llewellyn would have been reaching out to a guy that was appointed by the President of the United States
on something so significant?
Yeah.
Well, and not only that, Wayne Llewellyn had the information to give them, to help them.
It only took me about a day and a half to give it to him. And that wasn't full-time day and a half. That was, I assembled it in the space of a time about maybe an hour or so, sat on it overnight, took a look at it again and said, yeah, this is great, off it went.
But isn't that amazing to have that volume of information, and not just information that's common, for lack of a better description, scientific, evidence-based, under oath testimony. You can rely on this information. Here it is.
Uncontested and I consider it incontrovertible.
Yeah.
That it has not been challenged by anyone, and that makes it priceless.
Absolutely.
It is testimony. It reminds me of going back to when there used to be this thing called grand juries.
Yes.
Where people would get judged by their peers.
Before they even hit the real court.
Before they even hit the real court. Well, here we have a thing called the National Citizens Inquiry, and it's operating in the court of public opinion.
I call it the People's Court.
That's a good name for it, too.
Yeah. And it's essential in this day and age. And you know why it's essential? Because people have lost trust and confidence in our government institutions. And they can't be trusted. Who's corrupt? Who's being paid off? Who's being bought off? Who's making some deal outside? What goes on? And the interest of Canadians is way down the ladder as far as what motivates them to make the decisions that they make. The National Citizens Inquiry puts Canadians first. The truth on a pedestal.
I was going to say this. The National Citizens Inquiry offers one thing, but it comes in three parts. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Very good. I may use that one. I will give you credit.
I don't need credit for it.
All right, so the ambassador program, our volunteer program, just sort of the lifeblood for what keeps the NCI going. I mean, we roll into town, like Kelowna. We have a massive production for 3 days. I often said it's reality TV meets the court, the Supreme Court of Canada, or the Supreme Court of People, I guess. But it takes this great community of people who just are here at, like you said, 7:30 this morning, the volunteer meeting. Yeah, 7.
Be here at 7. Meeting starts at 7:30.
Oh, well, there you go, because late is not good. And our hearings sometimes go through 6, 7 o'clock at night, and people are here, dedicated, doing their jobs that they're assigned, and it's just amazing, and it's this great group of people. So how are you recruiting then people for the ambassador program? Because I see this as such an essential ingredient to making sure now that the decision makers that we elect And one day we're going to have a hearing, people, on how to elect better politicians. Or I don't even like the word politicians, leaders.
Elected representatives.
We are, well, and we are in desperate need of leadership as opposed to, I don't know why we keep getting, well, I do have ideas, but that would take another hour of this video. The ambassador program now I see as being just this essential outreach is what you do. You reach out to the community, you network, you establish those relationships, you connect with the people, you connect with the decision makers, you help them, even the media. In dealing with the mainstream media, I always found if you did the work for them, you got a little bit better, right? They're busy, they don't have a clue what's going on, and you're usually giving them the counter narrative that they were told to not trust, right? So when you start bringing people into this program, first of all, how can they get in touch with you?
Well, it's simple. All they really need to do is to, for now, reach out to info, I-N-F-O, at nationalcitizensinquiry.ca. Because it's all a volunteer, it may take time to get to people. Definitely attend a National Citizens Inquiry hearing.
Oh,
and,
yes.
You know, everybody that's there normally knows and can get people in touch with me, and I have no problem if you share my contact information with anyone that you want. But for now, we just use info at National Citizens Inquiry. And, you know, we really only ask people to do a couple of simple things to begin with. It's as simple as taking 10 minutes a week, writing your elected official, and asking them what they think about the National Citizens Inquiry, if they've heard about it, and
so basically it's an introduction to the National Citizens Inquiry.
That's it. That's it. It's as simple as that. 10 minutes a week. You know, it's amazing. I was at a meeting on Friday, a little rally, and there was about 40 people there. And I just asked people to do the math. I said, if every one of us reached out to our elected officials once a week, 10 minutes a week, asking them about the National Citizens Inquiry, what would that add up to? It was 2,000 contacts right there. And what is it? One contact is usually brushed off. 10 people contacting an issue, it might be a blip. 100 people, we're starting to pay attention now. And then, you know, you get 2,000. This is something that's serious because most politicians most elected officials that are supposed to be representing us do not win by 2,000 votes.
No.
So anyways, they'll pay attention, and it's a matter of, you know, we've all been fed the same diet of things for years and years and years. Well, why don't we feed them our diet?
Yeah. Learn to eat what we want you to eat,
Now, so we
don't serve crickets, just in case y'all are wondering,
And anybody that wants to be involved in the National Citizens Inquiry, again, with from an ambassador perspective, again, the time commitment is not big. We hold about bi-weekly meetings roughly, and we talk about the things that are working, the things that don't work, so that we can either not do those anymore or fix them so that we get them to work. And the things that are working, we just keep doing more of that. And we teach people how to, and talk about, you know, the successes and so on. And it's really just, the meeting lasts for no more than an hour. Like, I'd like to keep these online meetings as quick and short.
Efficiency, Mr. Efficiency.
Get, you know, what did we do the last couple weeks? You know, what worked, what didn't work.
Regurgitation is not going to be part of these meetings. Once we're done, it's over.
What worked, that didn't work, and then just a little bit of a round table on where we're going to go next, and that's it.
So what about so what I liked about what you did is it showed how people can come to the National Citizens Inquiry, see a need, I'll fill this need, and then activate that need. Like, and we have so many people. So we're looking now, you know, how to teach people, how to even talk to your family about this. You know, talking to politicians, how to reach out to 10 people. The resources are there. These videos are so educational. You can bring your kids in. I'm working with some people right now on a great program, dinner time conversations with your kids. Because if we don't start educating the younger generation now, we're really going to have a problem. We have to equip them with the tools to be relevant leaders in this very crazy world that we're all existing in at this point.
Yeah, just having a conversation with your neighbors,
Yeah.
too. That's all it's really about. Like,
Yeah,
we're
start
having-
off with, warning, this conversation could be dangerous, except that I will still love you if I don't agree with you, right?
Well, there's another way to look at this. The you know, one of the funny things is at the dinner table, there's 4 things that you don't talk about. You know,
So supposedly.
what it's supposed to be, you know,
Religion,
politics,
yeah.
religion. What is the other one? Sex, and then Amway.
Yeah.
Well, we're not talking
I
about any.
miss the Amway one. that era is over, I
We're
think,
not
isn't
talking
it?
about those anymore. But what's interesting, I've got 3 families that live next door to me in my
Yeah.
little neighborhood in Penticton there, and they've all got 2 young children each. And all I do is when they ask about a particular topic, like what's going on with this issue, because they ask me now.
Yeah. Well,
And
you're like the go-to water cooler guy, right?
Yeah, I just sit there and I say, here, it's all right there. And, you know, encourage them to reach out to their elected officials as well. And it's just as simple as sharing information and speaking up.
Well, and that's the thing. I think people have forgotten that these people that we elect are there to serve us. They're there because they got enough votes, and like you said, that vote is the magical thing. That's leverage, and 2,000 people in your community is going to speak to these politicians. We have a new program coming on Vote Card, right? And it basically tells everybody who wants to be an elected official, for instance, the next time there's a leadership race, or you know, we have a general election, it's, I won't vote for you unless you agree to appear at the NCIF summons.
Absolutely.
You know, let's just put it on the table and make this, you know, a mandatory kind of exercise that your elected official must participate in if they're going to earn your vote. And earn, the specific word, earn.
Well, I spent 35 years working in a major municipality in Canada here. And one of the things that I always thought, and I retired about 14, 15 years ago now.
I'm surprised that word even escapes your lips,
Yep.
retire.
And anyways, my whole 35 years, I never thought of myself as anything other than a public servant.
Yeah.
And the highest public servant is supposed to be the person that is elected to serve you.
Yeah.
And that wants your vote. And so what we need to do is put the servant back in public service.
Yes.
And get them operating that way. And, you know, every election, we have an election cycle here in BC right now.
Yep.
And, you know, that's for the local government. And all the local governments, whether it's the school boards, the city councils, or the regional districts, they all want your attention.
Yeah. During this little window of time.
A little window of time.
Right.
And you say, hey, look, you want my support?
Yeah.
You better be talking National
Yeah.
Citizens Inquiry.
Yeah.
And it's not a partisan thing in any way. It doesn't matter what party they're running for or whatever. It's, they want to serve you. Well, here's an example how you can serve not just me, but everyone else too.
Well, not only that, I think it sends a very clear message for those politicians that testify at the National Citizens Inquiry that, number one, they're answerable to the public, that they're doing what's right. They don't fear coming here and being cross-examined or asked questions by our commissioners. And it's that their comments are going to be on the public record. And all of those 3 things make for, you know, at least knowing that you're on the right track with this person, right? If they don't want to do that, they're not going to be responsible to you. They're not going to be answerable to you. And they're certainly going to do things that they're not going to tell you about until you find out in the media that you might be losing your house, right?
That's right.
And we've had enough of that. Enough. What's transpiring in Canada is at such a level of seriousness now that we have to do things differently, as you said.
Absolutely.
All right, so volunteering for the National Citizens Inquiry, you become part of a community. There's a bit of a family thing going on here, isn't there? And trust me, in this family, we have people from all different walks of life, but wonderful people. I believe you can go to our website, nationalcitizensinquiry.ca. I do believe there's an opportunity there to sign up as a volunteer as well. Please do that. And again, let us know where your interests are. You may not want to go and talk to MLAs and government people at this point. Get skills to talk to your family members. Get skills to go to the farmer's market and just hand out brochures. There is a place for everybody here who's concerned about the future of this nation, the future for your children and your grandchildren and your neighbors. And it's going to take all of us coming together to pull off what needs to be done across Canada. And we're very fortunate. We're seeing that at work. We're seeing that being realized. And I think that's what's exciting about the work with the NCI. So we look forward to meeting a whole bunch of new volunteers and your ambassador program growing, because I think it's so valuable, the skills that you are giving people, just the insight, Wayne, to how government works. You know, Canadians haven't been given those tools often. They don't understand the role of the municipal government versus the provincial government versus the federal government. And certainly all things within the NCI just give you that breadth of understanding and knowledge. And so there's a lot that comes out of it as a result of that time invested by giving back. So thank you.
I'm grateful, Carrie.
Good work, man. All right, everybody, we'll see you again. So we are here with the one and only David Lindsay. And David, depending on who you talk to, you're either a really good guy or a really good troublemaker or a really good hold them to account guy. And so you wear many hats.
Well, most of the government officials are the ones that say I'm the bad guy.
Yeah, and that's a good thing, right?
That's a good thing.
Because you do hold them to account.
Absolutely.
Yep.
They have to be.
All right, so here you are at the National Citizens Inquiry hearings in Kelowna. And before we get into how you found out about NCI and all the other things, it is a very unique situation when you see so many people from different groups in Canada, because usually there's such fractions and people fighting with each other or disagreeing or not wanting to be associated. Yet under the NCI, there seems to be this umbrella where a meeting of minds and dialogue and people listening to each other. They don't have to agree with each other, but actually conversations are happening. There is a environment of respect for people. I mean, whether it's just that you're even speaking out, because that's where we are in Canada now. If you're willing to speak your truth out, you're a courageous individual. But it is a unique circumstance that we're seeing here. So many people from different political parties, different political stands, different issues, because people are, of course, you know, embracing different issues, as we see so many issues needing embracing across Canada, maybe one of the factors. But it is a very unique environment here.
And it's very positive. You know, the energy of all the people volunteering here, nobody volunteers without getting a hug when they first get here, and without leaving at the end of the day and throughout the day. The respect that everybody has for everybody, and just the energy that everybody wants to be here. They want to contribute, they want to help, because they believe in what the NCI is doing.
Well, and the food's pretty good too.
The food is good. You know, the people in the kitchen are working the hardest.
You know, and that goes to this extraordinary team of volunteers we have. I mean, this is a huge undertaking, and as you say, everything from the kitchen to the transcribers to the AV setup to people scouting out the venues. Thank you very much for all your good assistance on that. All right, so how did you first hear about the NCI?
I heard about it originally through Ted.
Yep.
And going back to the original one, which I think was on COVID issues.
Correct.
And of course, we were doing our own COVID rally protests right here in Kelowna, opposing everything that they were doing on the COVID from the government issues. So we had a vested interest in that, and we've been just watching them as they go through various locations on various issues across Canada. And it's just great honor, and everybody is really excited that they actually chose Kelowna to come here. It's wonderful.
Yeah, that was a fun choice, and a good choice. That the people, the venue, I mean, it's just been overwhelmingly successful. So here we are at day 2, and we're seeing now, and maybe I'm going to guide this a little bit more to how we can impact Canada and what service does the NCI provide to the people of Canada in doing that. We've had decades now where elected officials don't care what the people say. Once they get elected, they have their party agenda. They don't care if there's 200, 1,000 people protesting across Canada. They're going to do what they do. Matter of fact, we've just seen that today with the passing of Bill C-9, right? Where freedom of speech, your right to truth and to speak that is now maybe rewarded by going to jail, right? So we see political leadership, and again, I'm going to withdraw that word because it's not leadership. It is political agendas taking precedence over the will of Canadians by and large, because I think the average Canadians would come and be on agreement on a lot of issues, like don't lie to us about things, don't blackmail us into having to inject ourselves with experimental concoctions if we want to buy groceries or catch an airplane. Like, average Canadian, I don't think agrees with those kinds of things. So do you see, because you're very experienced politically, do you believe that maybe, just maybe, with the coming together of this growing army of people associated with the NCI, that there is going to be an ability for the people to have a voice?
I do. I think more and more people are getting involved. I have been involved politically and on freedom issues for 35 years, and I have never seen the amount of people involved that we're seeing today. It's a mixed, kind of a bittersweet blessing with what happened with COVID and the scam behind it and how it mobilized hundreds of thousands of people across Canada, and they branched out into a variety of areas because once they realized what was happening with COVID, their minds opened to all the lies that have been told to them by government officials throughout Canada on a variety of different issues, from farming to what's happening in the courts to what's happening in our social programs, everything. People have opened their minds up across Canada, and this is, in my opinion, unprecedented, the number of people that not only are open, but that now are becoming involved and politically running for office, for example. There's people running for office that would never have considered it in the past, and they're running now because they know that change has to happen.
But, and I agree with you, COVID, I don't care what side of the fence you were on, government lying to you should be unacceptable, number one.
Agreed.
Government freezing Canadian bank accounts should be unacceptable. Governments requiring an experimental concoction to be injected into people should not be acceptable. Tell people what it is. If they want it, go for it. And I agree with you. I think COVID was one of the most pivotal moments in Canadian history because Canadians were jolted into this new realization that those people you put into power through elections actually have power. They can shut you down. They can freeze your bank accounts, whether it's legal or not. They understood that this is a very different Canada. You said you've been dealing and promoting freedom issues for 35 years.
Yeah.
Is that when it started?
Well, that's when I learned, first of all, some of the freedom issues throughout Canada that have evolved, and it's broadened. I mean, the attacks at when I got involved were a couple issues like income tax, the money system, and so on. But the attacks now today are coming from so many different variety of sources. And the one thing that about COVID that I'll just mention is that they were forcing people to be assaulted in order to work.
Yeah.
It was intimidation, it was extortion under the criminal code, and it was an assault. And I think that's one of the things that shocked Canadians is to believing that their governments were committing criminal offenses and forcing them to be criminally assaulted in order to work, in order to put food on their table for their families, and just to support themselves. And that shocked a lot of Canadians that their government officials could be so brazenly open about their criminal activity.
Has there been, and I'm drawing on your experience here now, has there been this conditioning of Canadians that mother government knows what's best, we're going to take care of you? Has there been an intentional movement to make Canadians more reliant on government? Is the spin doctors, I mean, what most Canadians don't know right now is that we have behavioral scientists associated with the Privy Council, which is the highest office in Canada, dictating to our politicians on how to manipulate Canadians. Is that a country, like we talk about freedom, but do Canadians in this day and age understand what it is to be a free citizen in a free and sovereign country, or have we kind of like so many other things redefined that word freedom? I mean, I'll give you a perfect example. Everybody says, oh, I have the right to free speech, which falls in under freedom of expression, right? It's not free speech in our charter, it's freedom of expression. Do people really have the right to freely express themselves here in Canada?
No, they don't. And you know, the only limits on freedom of expression should be libel, defamation, and slander. Anything else should be perfectly acceptable, and to criminalize speech because people don't like it or whatever the case may be is simply the foot in the door to what they're doing, which is eventually shutting down all oppositional freedom of expression on anything they're doing. And it's getting to the point.
And we've seen that, though. We've seen that sort of eroding slowly over time. We pick up a really bad guy, we spin what they actually said, we put them in jail. Then we build on that court case and we dilute what you can and can't say a little bit more. So it's been this erosion effect that now takes us to the point where a school trustee can't really broadcast the fact that men are men and women are women and there's only two genders, or you get fined $750,000.
That's horrendous. And if I can put it in succinct terms, it worries me that in today's day and age, freedom has become the word freedom has become a bad word. You know, you talk about freedom of issues, and people will flip you the bird on the highway or in various areas, and I'm thinking, why are you doing that? Why are you angry?
And the irony is, you're working on their behalf so they can flip you the bird. I know.
They are. We're there for everybody to get the same thing, not just us. And their freedom of and it. Really, but when you think about it, that is one thing that scares me. When did the term freedom become such a bad word that nobody wants? You're one of those people. We don't want to touch you because you believe in freedom. And that kind of underlying philosophy on a lot of people worries me a lot. But I still take support from the fact that there's more people who do believe in freedom. But we have to get rid of this viewpoint that governments, because governments really are promoting that you know, and the courts, you're one of those people, and we need to get away from that.
But those people, think about what you just said. This industry of government, which is this self-perpetuating monster that continues to grow, can only grow by bringing in more laws and regulations. And of course, the more laws and more regulations you have, the more you need courts, the more you need sheriffs, the more you need law enforcement to keep all those things. So every time we lose more of our freedom, we put into effect more people working to make sure that we are compliant, restrained, compromised in those things. And you know, at some point, Canadians are going to just have to reevaluate what's going on here. And I think you're right. That is starting to happen with these issues. But again, these issues only get a platform for public acknowledgement through work like the National Citizens Inquiry.
Absolutely.
Because the government's not going to tell us.
And the depository of information that they have is incredible out there for people who want to get it.
Okay, let's talk about that. So every hearing, all the topics, so we've had the response to COVID-19 in Canada, those were our first hearings.
Right.
Are children safe in Canada, which was an eye-opener, even for us who have been fully embraced and engaged in issues around child protection, what's happening to our kids, schools, you name it. we learned things we never knew were going on in Canada. And now we're doing our farmers safe in Canada, but really the underlying text to that is, are Canadian food supply safe? Are Canadians able to access the kind of food that they want, which we, through these hearings, clearly, that's not the priority for our government officials. So all the testimonies that we've had from all these hearings are available for public use. They can't be altered. The words of the people who testified are there forever on the record. How essential is that in this day and age where we see so much government spin going on? We see mass media, told what they can say or not say. How essential and crucial is that keeping of that information available?
I think it's critical, because not only that, I mean, you look, when I went to school, how many books were available in school that you can't even get anymore?
No.
And history is being rewritten, and it's being rewritten by governments with an agenda.
Yeah.
And the agenda is not freedom. Every time a statute is passed, you lose a certain right and freedom every time they're passed. And the way that they do it is to manipulate history, to manipulate the agenda. The media is out there to do that, of course. And at some point, you have to have a fundamental basis, a fundamental source of information that you can get to that says you can't break that down any further. This is it. This is the accurate information that's out there. Anything else has been altered above it to a certain degree. And it's critical to have that information available from the people that are involved and have the best firsthand information to provide.
You know, it's interesting, you just hit a memory bank moment in my mind, and that was in May of 2020. And I remember putting on my Facebook platform, here's my line in the sand, where's yours? Will you come fight with me if they deny me access to food because I'm not vaccinated? Like, where is the outside community? And again, go get vaccinated, do those things. I would support your right to do that, but will you support my right, for essential sustenance, right? And, the discussion that took place was very enlightening, because people were suddenly jolted into, oh, that'll never happen, Carrie. Like, that was so many responses. And of course, those kinds of things did happen, Dave, right? So are we back then to having a need to remind people what it's like to be in a free country, what's gonna be lost if we continue to allow this erosion to happen?
Absolutely. One step at a time. Everybody needs to be aware that, in my opinion, the line in the sand is going to be digital ID and digital currency when those start to be thrust upon us. And that is when people are going to have to make up their mind if they want freedom or they don't. And I think that one of the issues that need to be coming up as well, that needs to be looked at, is going to be the justice system. That will be an eye-opener when that issue gets decided.
It's interesting because, of course, prior to announcing what our hearings are going to be, we have this lead-up time where we ask our constituents and the public, what hearings should we do for 2026, for instance. So this was early fall last year, maybe summer, when we started canvassing people to, we give people 6 ideas on different things, but of course people can also add what they see as an interest, because we don't see everything that's going on. I think that's the other fascinating part about the National Citizens Inquiry, because people can tell us what's going on in a story, or, hey, Carrie, this is what needs to be done. We find out about things that just sort of are under the current, issues that are relevant but not getting any public play. But you raise the courts and the lack of public confidence in the courts now. And that was really a high contender for the 2026 hearings. I have to tell everybody, that was one of the issues that we were contemplating very seriously, except for the crises around all the issues around food, land management, DRIPA, who owns the land, the water resources, and as the hearings into our Farmers Safe in Canada continue, that testimony is going to be available. But I highly suspect that we will tackle the courts, and I'm not going to use the word corruption, perceived corruption, maybe. I'll be generous on that front. The perceived collusion with government in achieving agendas as opposed to the courts being independent and mindful of their responsibilities to the rule of law as opposed to a political agenda.
If I can address that one point, earlier last year, Premier Eby of British Columbia came up before the decision was even come out on the Cowichan case, and he specifically
So the Cowichan case is the land use, who owns the land?
Who owns the land in the Richmond area, I believe.
Yep.
And he came out and said that he had been contacted by the judge in that case, and that there was nothing to worry about on property rights on that land and so on. Why is a judge contacting, the judges are supposed to be independent from the executive, why are they contacting the premier of the province, telling them information about a court case when the decision has not even come down yet?
Yeah.
That just absolutely blew me away when I heard that, because in my opinion, it's a public admission they are working together.
Well, and look what we uncovered with regard to the court's COVID response to COVID-19, that the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Canada is sitting as co-chair with the Attorney General for Canada.
Yeah.
And who were they having into their meetings? The Canadian Public Health Authority? Canadians deserve to have this information, and certainly if we do the courts, which, as I say, I think that was either second or third as far as the public wanting an inquiry into that.
They want it.
They want it. It'll be interesting to see who we get. Do you think the Attorney General for Canada will come and testify at that one?
I would love to see that. I would love to see the Attorney General of any province, even a Deputy Attorney General would come in, somebody to speak on their behalf.
Well, as always, we'll make sure that they get an invitation, Dave Lindsay.
Awesome.
All right, so you find out about the National Citizens Inquiry. How did we rope you into being one of our main volunteers here for this event?
You know what? It wasn't a question of being roped in. It was a question, same with every other volunteer, of wanting to be involved, wanting to help, wanting to contribute. And it was people of their own initiative. They didn't get roped in. They didn't get saying, we want to come in, we need you in here. They came up and volunteered and said, we want to be here.
NCI volunteers are really not pushovers, are they?
They're not. They wanted to be involved, and the love here. They love being involved, and they wanted it. And same with myself. I just wanted to be here to contribute to let everybody know that I believe in what they're doing.
Well, and thank you. And I know you were responsible for bringing a number of volunteers on, because I've interviewed them, and this name, Dave Lindsay, keeps popping up with a few of them when we talk about how did you end up volunteering here. So, Dave Lindsay, thank you for all your good work for the NCI and your willingness to give us your time and your talents. And thank you for all that you've done for the last 30 years. On behalf of every Canadian, even the ones that give you the bird, for their right to freely express in a supposedly free country.
Thank you very much.
All right. Bye, everybody. All right, so we are here with the one and only David Lindsay. And David, depending on who you talk to, you're either a really good guy or a really good troublemaker or a really good hold them to account guy. And so you wear many hats.
Well, most of the government officials are the ones that say I'm the bad guy.
Yeah, and that's a good thing, right?
That's a good thing.
Because you do hold them to account.
Absolutely.
Yep.
They have to be.
All right, so here you are at the National Citizens Inquiry hearings in Kelowna. And before we get into how you found out about NCI and all the other things, it is a very unique situation when you see so many people from different groups in Canada, because usually there's such fractions and people fighting with each other or disagreeing or not wanting to be associated. Yet under the NCI, there seems to be this umbrella where a meeting of minds and dialogue and people listening to each other. They don't have to agree with each other, but actually conversations are happening. There is a environment of respect for people. I mean, whether it's just that you're even speaking out, because that's where we are in Canada now. If you're willing to speak your truth out, you're a courageous individual. But it is a unique circumstance that we're seeing here. So many people from different political parties, different political stands, different issues, because people are, of course, you know, embracing different issues, as we see so many issues needing embracing across Canada, maybe one of the factors. But it is a very unique environment here.
And it's very positive. You know, the energy of all the people volunteering here, nobody volunteers without getting a hug when they first get here, and without leaving at the end of the day and throughout the day. The respect that everybody has for everybody, and just the energy that everybody wants to be here. They want to contribute, they want to help, because they believe in what the NCI is doing.
Well, and the food's pretty good too.
And the food is good. You know, the people in the kitchen are working the hardest.
You know, and that goes to this extraordinary team of volunteers we have. I mean, this is a huge undertaking, and as you say, everything from the kitchen to the transcribers to the AV setup to people scouting out the venues. Thank you very much for all your good assistance on that. All right, so how did you first hear about the NCI?
I heard about it originally through Ted.
Yep.
And going back to the original one, which I think was on COVID issues.
Correct.
And of course, we were doing our own COVID rally protests right here in Kelowna, opposing everything that they were doing on the COVID from the government issues. So we had a vested interest in that, and we've been just watching them as they go through various locations on various issues across Canada. And it's just great honor, and everybody is really excited that they actually chose Kelowna to come here. It's wonderful.
Yeah, that was a fun choice, and a good choice. That the people, the venue, I mean, it's just been overwhelmingly successful. So here we are at day 2, and we're seeing now, and maybe I'm going to guide this a little bit more to how we can impact Canada and what service does the NCI provide to the people of Canada in doing that. I mean, we've had decades now where elected officials don't care what the people say. Once they get elected, they have their party agenda. They don't care if there's 200, 1,000 people protesting across Canada. They're going to do what they do. Matter of fact, we've just seen that today with the passing of Bill C-9, right? Where freedom of speech, your right to truth and to speak that is now maybe rewarded by going to jail, right? So we see political leadership, and again, I'm going to withdraw that word because it's not leadership. It is political agendas taking precedence over the will of Canadians by and large, because I think the average Canadians would come and be on agreement on a lot of issues, like don't lie to us about things, don't blackmail us into having to inject ourselves with, you know, experimental concoctions if we want to buy groceries or catch an airplane. Like, average Canadian, I don't think, agrees with those kinds of things. So do you see, because you're very experienced politically, do you believe that maybe, just maybe, with the coming together of this growing army of people associated with the NCI, that there is going to be an ability for the people to have a voice?
I do. I think more and more people are getting involved. I have been involved politically and on freedom issues for 35 years, and I have never seen the amount of people involved that we're seeing today. It's a mixed, kind of a bittersweet blessing with what happened with COVID and the scam behind it, and how it mobilized hundreds of thousands of people across Canada, and they branched out into a variety of areas, because once they realized what was happening with COVID, their minds opened to all the lies that have been told to them by government officials throughout Canada on a variety of different issues, from farming to what's happening in the courts to what's happening in our social programs, everything. People have opened their minds up across Canada, and this is, in my opinion, unprecedented, the number of people that
not only are open, but that now are becoming involved and politically running for office, for example. There's people running for office that would never have considered it in the past, and they're running now because they know that change has to happen.
But, and I agree with you, COVID, I don't care what side of the fence you were on, government lying to you should be unacceptable, number one.
Agreed.
Government freezing Canadian bank accounts should be unacceptable. Governments requiring an experimental concoction to be injected into people should not be acceptable. Tell people what it is. If they want it, go for it. And I agree with you. I think COVID was one of the most pivotal moments in Canadian history because Canadians were jolted into this new realization that those people you put into power through elections actually have power. They can shut you down. They can freeze your bank accounts, whether it's legal or not. They understood that this is a very different Canada. You said you've been dealing and promoting freedom issues for 35 years.
Yeah.
Is that when it started?
Well, that's when I learned first about some of the freedom issues throughout Canada that have evolved, and it's broadened. I mean, the attacks at when I got involved were a couple issues like income tax, the money system, and so on. But the attacks now today are coming from so many different variety of sources. And the one thing that about COVID that I'll just mention is that they were forcing people to be assaulted in order to work.
Yeah.
It was intimidation, it was extortion under the criminal code, and it was an assault. And I think that's one of the things that shocked Canadians is to believing that their governments were committing criminal offenses and forcing them to be criminally assaulted in order to work, in order to put food on their table for their families, and just to support themselves. And that shocked a lot of Canadians that their government officials could be so brazenly open about their criminal activity.
Has there been, and I'm drawing on your experience here now, has there been this conditioning of Canadians that mother government knows what's best, we're going to take care of you? Has there been an intentional movement to make Canadians more reliant on government? Is the spin doctors, I mean, what most Canadians don't know right now is that we have behavioral scientists associated with the Privy Council, which is the highest office in Canada, dictating to our politicians on how to manipulate Canadians. Is that a country, like we talk about freedom, but do Canadians in this day and age understand what it is to be a free citizen in a free and sovereign country, or have we kind of like so many other things redefined that word freedom? I mean, I'll give you a perfect example. Everybody says, oh, I have the right to free speech, which falls in under freedom of expression, right? It's not free speech in our charter, it's freedom of expression. Do people really have the right to freely express themselves here in Canada?
No, they don't. And you know, the only limits on freedom of expression should be libel, defamation, and slander. Anything else should be perfectly acceptable, and to criminalize speech because people don't like it or whatever the case may be is simply the foot in the door to what they're doing, which is eventually shutting down all oppositional freedom of expression on anything they're doing. And it's getting to the point.
And we've seen that, though. We've seen that sort of eroding slowly over time. We pick up a really bad guy, we spin what they actually said, we put them in jail. Then we build on that court case and we dilute what you can and can't say a little bit more. So it's been this erosion effect that now takes us to the point where a school trustee can't really broadcast the fact that men are men and women are women and there's only two genders, or you get fined $750,000.
That's horrendous. And if I can put it in succinct terms, it worries me that in today's day and age, the word freedom has become a bad word. You know, you talk about freedom of issues,
and people will flip you the bird on the highway or in various areas, and I'm thinking, why are you doing that? Why are you angry?
And the irony is, you're working on their behalf so they can flip you the bird. I know.
They are. We're there for everybody to get the same thing, not just us. And their freedom of, and it really, but when you think about it, that is one thing that scares me. When did the term freedom become such a bad word that nobody wants? You're one of those people. We don't want to touch you because you believe in freedom. And that kind of underlying philosophy on a lot of people worries me a lot. But I still take support from the fact that there's more people who do believe in freedom, but we have to get rid of this viewpoint that governments, because governments really are promoting that and of course, you're one of those people, and we need to get away from that.
Those people, think about what you just said. This industry of government, which is this self-perpetuating monster that continues to grow, can only grow by bringing in more laws and regulations. And of course, the more laws and more regulations you have, the more you need courts, the more you need sheriffs, the more you need law enforcement to keep all those things. So every time we lose more of our freedom, we put into effect more people working to make sure that we are compliant, restrained, compromised in those things. And at some point, Canadians are going to just have to reevaluate what's going on here. And I think you're right. That is starting to happen with these issues. But again, these issues only get a platform for public acknowledgement through work like the National Citizens Inquiry.
Absolutely.
Because the government's not going to tell us.
And the depository of information that they have is incredible out there for people who want to get it.
Okay, let's talk about that. So every hearing, all the topics, so we've had the response.
Welcome back, everybody. Commissioners, our next witness is here in person. So can you hear me okay, Carrie Lynn?
I'm Carrie Lynn.
Hi, we've got you. Okay, could I get you to state your full name for the record, please, and spell your last name?
Honorable Carrie Lynn Donna Findlay, Findlay.
Thank you. And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Great. First of all, thank you for attending today. What I'll do is I'll summarize what I understand to be certain features of your background to let people know who you are, and some of the general areas that I understand you're going to be testifying about. And then I also understand that you have a prepared statement of 10 or 15 minutes or so, which I'll invite you to then start. I may interrupt from time to time. Then I'll ask you a few questions, and then the commissioners will have a few questions for you. So that's the general plan. Carrie Lynn Findlay is a lawyer. I understand you're back in private practice now.
Correct.
You're out of UBC, are you? UBC Law?
Yes, that's right. Did my undergrad and my UBC law as well.
And you were a practicing lawyer until you entered the political world. You became a member of Parliament representing the riding of South Surrey White Rock. But I think before that, you were representing the riding of Delta Richmond East. So from 2011 to 2015, that riding, and then Surrey White Rock from 2019 to 2025 as an MP. Is that
correct?
Right?
That's
and
correct.
That was under the government of Stephen Harper. You served not just as an MP, but you were a parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Justice. You were an associate minister of national defense, and you were also the Minister of National Revenue. So you have, if I've got that right,
that's right.
Huge amount of experience within federal cabinet in those areas. And your commentary today, given the overall theme of our farmers safe in Canada and the related issues that we've been addressing at this hearing, you're here to testify about concerns raised by farmers regarding their interactions with the Canadian Food Inspection Agency and a fear of reprisals that may prevent some producers from testifying publicly. You've indicated that you know farmers in the Delta area, and you're prepared, and apparently have contacted some of them to learn about their experiences, and that you're willing to speak out on their behalf, in the sense to put their concerns about the consequences they may face from regulatory authorities if they went open about those concerns. So in a sense, you're a bit of a conduit to convey to us what you've been told by these farmers who fear those kinds of consequences. Have I got that right?
Yes, and I don't just know farmers in Delta, of course, I know them all over.
Right.
Certainly in Delta, Richmond, Surrey, but I also have farmers in my family. And I basically, as a lawyer and as someone who's been in politics for many years, I offered to be an advocate for them.
Great. And you actually still live in Surrey, White Rock area, I think.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yes.
So why don't I let you then start with your planned comments. And like I say, I'll try not to interrupt too much, but I may have a few things I want you to sort of clarify, but I'll invite you to do that now.
And as I told you, I'm used to judges interrupting me all the time, so
well,
that's okay.
I'll leave that alone because I'm still practicing. But please feel free to just start.
Thank you. So thank you to the National Citizens Inquiry for bringing this critical hearing to Kelowna over these 3 days. The question you are asking, are farmers safe in Canada, is not just timely, it is urgent. It goes to the very heart of our food security, our rural economies, our property rights, and the kind of country we want to leave for our children and grandchildren. Henry Kissinger's quote, which is part of the description for today's event, put it in stark terms. Who controls the food supply controls the people. Ladies and gentlemen, that warning is not theoretical. Recent events, the abrupt shutdown of 7 federal agricultural research stations across Canada and the highly publicized universal ostrich cull right here in British Columbia, have drawn, in fact, international attention to the extraordinary powers now exercised by the Canadian Food Inspection Agency and the entire maze of federal and provincial regulation. These are not minor bureaucratic hiccups. These are life-altering decisions for farm families, for animals, and for every Canadian who sits down to eat a meal. As mentioned, my name is Carrie Lynn Finley. I'm a proud British Columbian, born and raised on Vancouver Island in the huge town of Ladysmith. Was huge then, is still huge, but welcoming, where my dad worked as a self-employed electrician. I was one of 6 kids. As I mentioned, we do have farmers in the family, and certainly I learned early what real work looks like, because in a big family, nothing was handed to me. I have served in Prime Minister Stephen Harper's cabinet, where I have fought for farmers, for small business people, for taxpayers. I was also a senior member of Pierre Poilievre's national leadership team for British Columbia and the chief opposition whip. Today, I am running to be leader of the Conservative Party of BC, to keep that party truly conservative, to defeat the NDP, and to put freedom first in every decision we make. Because British Columbia runs on people who work, and no one works harder, longer, or more honestly than the farmers and ranchers of this province. You can see that right here in the beautiful Okanagan Valley. So let me pose a question directly. The question at the center of this hearing, are farmers truly safe in Canada when the government believes it has the right to regulate, tax, control, and even destroy the very farms that feed us? When bureaucrats can shut down research, order mass culls, suspend water permits, and seize land without a second thought? The answer, my friends, is no, not under the current NDP and Liberal regime of endless overreach, crushing over regulation, punishing overtaxation and outright government control. The facts and the numbers on this should alarm every elected official and citizen. According to the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, nearly 9 in 10 agribusinesses say excessive regulation is putting their very survival in doubt. 90% say red tape is slashing productivity and stopping growth dead in its tracks. 70% report that regulatory burden is destroying their competitiveness. The total price tag, Canadian businesses are being crushed under $51.5 billion in annual compliance costs, and nearly $18 billion of that is pure, unnecessary red tape. Even more heartbreaking, nearly 70% of farmers are now telling the next generation, do not go into farming. Think about that for a moment. The very people who feed this country are actively discouraging their sons and daughters from continuing the family legacy. That is not a policy misstep. This is a national crisis for food security and for farming. Canadian agriculture used to grow at about 2% a year. Over the last decade, that growth has been cut in half, down to roughly 1%. If we simply got back to average growth, it would mean an extra $30 billion in cash receipts flowing straight to Canadian farmers. $30 billion that could pay down mortgages, buy new equipment, hire local workers, and keep rural communities alive. Instead, government after government has chosen control over growth, bureaucracy over common sense. And right at the center of this regulatory stranglehold sits the Canadian Food Inspection Agency. The CFIA has become the single greatest impediment to growth in Canadian agriculture today. I have heard the same story from coast to coast, from beef producers in Alberta, grain farmers in Saskatchewan, horticulture operators in the Okanagan, potato growers here in British Columbia, and food processors everywhere. The message is consistent. Federal regulators are too slow, too risk-averse, too disconnected from the real world of running a business. Their decisions almost never consider economic impact, almost never factor in food security, and almost never prioritize market access. We saw the devastating human cost of this attitude right here in BC at the Universal Ostrich Farm in Edgewood. The CFIA detected a case of avian flu and immediately ordered the destruction of hundreds of healthy ostriches. They spent nearly $7 million taxpayer dollars to enforce that cull, even while the family took the fight all the way to the Supreme Court of Canada. This was not prudent, science-based caution. This was heavy-handed government power run amok. International headlines rightly asked, what kind of country spends millions of dollars killing healthy birds while a Canadian family loses everything they built? That is not protecting food safety, that is exercising control for the sake of control, and it doesn't stop there. The federal Liberals have now closed 7 agricultural research stations across this country, world-class facilities that deliver generations of breakthroughs in crop science, soil health, livestock, innovation, and practical on-the-ground expertise. Scientists fired, decades of institutional knowledge dismantled, all while Ottawa continues to spend billions on outside consultants, prison farms, and foreign projects that have nothing to do with feeding Canadians. I suggest that this is not stewardship, this is sabotage of our own food production capacity. The costs are then passed straight on to every farmer and every consumer. The carbon tax, the new package and labeling rules, the plastics ban. Independent studies show these policies alone threaten to add up to $14 billion in extra costs to food businesses, increase food waste by 50%, and drive the price of fresh produce up by 34%. Farmers are not the problem here. Government control is the problem. Now let's bring this conversation home to BC, because the NDP government in Victoria has copied the federal Liberal playbook almost line for line. Higher taxes, more red tape, weaker property rights, and the same arrogant belief that bureaucrats know better than the people who actually work the land. Start with land prices. They have skyrocketed so high that mortgage bills are crushing farm families. Young people who dream of starting their own operation cannot afford to buy in. Established producers cannot expand. Every extra dollar going to the bank is a dollar not going into equipment, new jobs, or new innovation. This is not a market failure. This is the direct result of years of government policies that have driven up costs while frankly doing nothing to protect the productive use of agricultural land. Then look at machinery, combines, tractors, harvesters. The prices are exploding faster than almost any other input. Yet, when that equipment breaks down, and it always does, farmers are often forbidden from repairing it themselves. Manufacturers use software locks and proprietary parts to force you to go through authorized dealers at inflated prices and with long wait times. This is unacceptable. A reliable Conservative government will enshrine the right to repair in law so that our producers can fix what they own, get back in the field, and stop being held hostage by corporate government collusion. Water permits are another glaring example of bureaucratic control. Bureaucrats in Victoria and Ottawa arbitrarily suspend or deny permits, not based on sound science, not based on actual data, but based really on who lobbied them last. Special interest environmental groups, activist stakeholders, and political favorites get their way, while the farmer trying to irrigate a crop that feeds thousands gets told to wait or shut down. This is not environmental protection. This is raw political power disguised as regulation. It is control, plain and simple. And it's driving family farms out of business. And then there is the outrage happening right now in South Surrey, where I'm from, with Heppel's potato farms. For decades, for generations, the Heppel family has grown potatoes on federally leased land. Heppel's is one of the largest potato and vegetable producers in British Columbia. They supply stores, restaurants, and families across this province. They are part of the backbone of our local food system. Now the federal government has suddenly declared that land surplus and is moving to dispose of it, almost certainly to local First Nations interests who have already signaled they intend to evict the Heppels. A productive, multi-generational family farm gone. Potato and vegetable production in British Columbia reduced. Prices for every British Columbian who buys those vegetables going up. And this is particularly sensitive land. It yields a crop 8 weeks ahead of other yields in Canada because of its unique drainage. All because some bureaucrat in Ottawa decided that a family that has fed us for 50 years is less important than a political land transfer. This is what happens when property rights are treated as optional. This is what government control looks like when the people who grow our food are no longer safe on the land they have stewarded for decades. And let's talk about the one challenge farmers have always faced: the weather. Frost, cold snaps, devastating fires, extreme heat waves. Here in the Okanagan and across British Columbia, these events seem to be coming more frequently and more intensely. Our farmers battle them every season. Right here, you get, the heat from the fires and the smoke from the fires damage crops. This is something they've faced with skill, resilience, and innovation. But what support do they get from the NDP government in Victoria? Not enough investment in local fire crews and the provincial wildfire service that is needed to prevent and fight for forest fires before they destroy orchards and vineyards. Not enough robust insurance and recovery programs that actually work, and when help finally does arrive, it comes buried under mountains of paperwork, endless conditions, and bureaucratic delays that force farmers to spend weeks, sometimes months, moonlighting as insurance adjusters and grant application specialists instead of doing what they do best, farming. Farmers should not have to become experts in government forms just to survive a bad frost or a wildfire. We need to cut the red tape, speed up payments, remove the unnecessary conditions, and let farmers get back to feeding British Columbia. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the record of the NDP and their BC Liberal enablers, the same BC Liberals who voted for the carbon tax, created Soji in our schools, who voted to condemn the Freedom Convoy. Those same insiders are very much back and within the Conservative Party of BC. As your next leader of the Conservative Party, I will put freedom first. I will cut taxes across the board so farmers keep more of what they earn. I would slash red tape so you spend less time filling out forms and more time growing food. I would defend property rights with every tool at our disposal. No more treating family farms like problems to be managed or land to be seized for political purposes. Stopping the extortion of over-regulation that drives up costs and drives farmers out. And I intend to work hand in hand with those like-minded people federally to restructure the CFIA and the Pest Management Regulatory Agency to move them back under the agricultural portfolio where they belong. That forces every single regulatory decision to consider economic impact and food security without compromising health or safety. We need to turn regulators into true partners, not barriers, restore agricultural research and innovation, so Canada once again leads in the world. The right to repair has to be enshrined. We need to protect productive leased farmland for the families who fed us for generations and fix disaster recovery so that after a frost, a fire, or a heat wave, help arrives quickly, fairly, and without turning farmers into full-time bureaucrats themselves. This is a reliable Conservative choice. More freedom, less government, lower taxes, stronger property rights, real practical support for the men and women who work the land and feed our families. After all, BC runs on people who work, and our farmers and ranchers, as I said before, work the hardest of all. So I am saying this, and I was told I could say it, so I'm just saying if you go to finleyforbc.ca/membership, you can get a membership, you can get involved, you can vote Finley and vote for a Conservative with Conservative ideas. Together we'll make farmers safe in Canada again. Together we can put freedom first. So I just want to end by saying thank you for listening to me, listening to my friends and neighbors who are farmers and my family. Together we can make farmers safe in Canada again. We can, and I do say, God bless our farmers, God bless British Columbia and our country. This is the sort of forum we need to bring this out and to let people debate and talk about it and look for solutions. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, you've covered a lot of ground there, and I'm going to get you to revisit a few points. You've referred to the present government in Victoria and the feds, I think, having the same sort of ideological perspectives, which have created regulatory authorities, which you've described as more of a barrier than partners in the agricultural industries. They've expanded their powers to the degree that rather than assisting and implementing effective and economic and secure food production, they've become much more of a problem than an effective regulatory regime. One of the things which this organization is familiar with is the reluctance of farmers to come here and to speak openly about the challenges they face in dealing with some of these regulatory authorities. The implicit use of coercive powers against them if they were to speak out because of the discretion so many of these folks have in these various bureaucracies to impose punitive sanctions on these folks. We've actually had witnesses that were scheduled to appear here this week that have withdrawn because they're afraid of what the personal consequences may be, and one can't really blame them if there's a big price to be paid. But it sends a terrible message to us, members of the public, that the very regulatory authorities which are supposed to assist in the production of the food we all eat are viewed as having those powers enough to silence people. Can you comment on that? Because I understand you've had some discussions with some of these folks that feel that way.
Yes, I have, and what you state is correct. Farmers, I think, generally don't tend to join into big organizations. They're too hard at work, and then when they don't have to be out in the fields, they take the proper rest they need. But I think generally, when they do come together, and I do know some examples of where communities have farmers' institutes and things like that, they do communicate with each other, they do share their experiences. And one of the reasons that I'm told they wouldn't come here is because they have been directly threatened by the CFIA. That if they were to speak to, for instance, the culling quotas, that they would not then get payments that are due to them, that those payments would be either held back or withheld altogether. When you're running a family farm and you're operating on margins that, let's face it, for farming, some years you may do very well, other years you do poorly. You have to manage a farming revenue, manage farming income over a course of years to come out ahead. And it's very hard physical work. So to be threatened by the very bureaucracy that is supposed to be supporting your livelihood, it's too great a risk for them, and they have been, I am told by them, directly threatened.
What would you do, and I know you're now contesting nomination for the leadership of the Provincial Conservative Party of BC, but given the overlapping jurisdiction on farms in Canada between the provinces and the feds, CFIA being a federal agency, but obviously plagued by the kinds of problems we've heard about from others and now yourself. Well, let's back up a bit. What would you do if you had control over the CFIA to make it a more effective and fair institution so that the farmers of this country aren't afraid to speak out on what they see as being the issues? What would you do?
Well, it comes from the top. It always comes from the top. And if, as public policy makers and political leaders in this country, if agencies like that were told, you are not here to be coercive, you should not be implementing those methods, people have to be able to talk about their own realities. I think something like the NCI, obviously they see as a threat because it would be on the public record, they would be named, they would be seen, and if the leaders were to give them different direction, I suspect they would not be as heavy-handed as they are. But when your answer to any issue is, well, let's find another rule or regulation that we can use to clamp down on people, then bureaucrats who earn a living doing this are more than happy to go find some other way to clamp down and corral is a good word when we're talking about farmers, corral in those who are doing the work because they're so removed. One of the things I think we absolutely need to get back to in Canada is more representative democracy. You have to be listening to the people who know the industry, who know what they're talking about. Why is our productivity down? It's because the bureaucracy, the red tape, the paperwork is burying people instead of letting them do what they do best. So all of that is about leaning out government. If you have less government but effective government, then you have greater productivity and you have the ability to create more of your own destiny. That's not happening right now.
Okay. You came up with some numbers which were very interesting. You've talked about how historically the growth in the Canadian agriculture sector was roughly 2% annually, and then it's been taken down to half that, and more recently down to 1%. And you came up with a figure of $30 billion being deprived to people who would otherwise be farming, but for this regulatory burden that has increased and been imposed on them. You also came up with a figure that the costs to the agricultural sector, I think this is nationally, of having to deal with the regulatory burden and to fight with bureaucrats and possibly hire lawyers and consultants and take away their time from farming, is measured at $14 billion increased costs to the agricultural sector just because of the regulatory burden. I guess my first question is, where do you get these numbers from? Let's start there.
Some of these numbers come from the Canadian Federation of Independent Business.
Okay.
Some come from the Agriculture Shadow Minister, John Barlow, in Ottawa. He is a farmer from Alberta himself. So I consulted with John because knowing he is himself a farmer, and he's a very strong and articulate advocate on behalf of agriculture and the agri-food industry. These were statistics passed along to me by both his researchers and CFIB, and there are people out there much smarter than I am with numbers who then extrapolate out what it means, and this is what they advise me.
So isn't what, and I'll ask you to comment, I'll just make an observation that what you're talking about is a whole-scale cultural change within these regulatory authorities, but wouldn't that also apply at the political level as well, where we don't see great debate in either the House of Commons or the provincial legislatures on the kinds of issues that we're addressing here at the NCI? And we were given an example yesterday by Max Bernier about the roughly 300% quota imposed by Canada on the importation of U.S. dairy products, and how the Bloc Québécois tabled a bill in the House of Commons to ensure that that issue wasn't put on the table in the current trade negotiations with the states, and it passed unanimously. Even Poilievre and his caucus supported the Bloc in keeping off the table a tariff to protect the Quebec dairy industry at the expense, to some degree, of other parts of the country. Why? So I guess my question is, without putting you on the spot, because I understand what your recent political history is, but at the same time, we don't. When I talk about a whole-scale cultural change, it applies to more than just to bureaucracy. It applies to the politicians themselves at both levels. Why isn't this being addressed seriously, either in the House of Commons or in Victoria?
Do you mean issues around agriculture and agri-food generally, or you mean that specific issue?
Okay, let me try and be specific, because I know we've got a limited time and this is a huge area. In BC, because this is where you're now focusing your attentions in the political world, we have recent developments in BC. You talked about the protection of property rights as being a huge concern of farmers who you referred to the potato farm in the Fraser Valley as an example of where there's a real threat to the property rights, the interests of folks out there. Well, in BC, you've got the Cowichan decision in August, which of course is a decision by the courts based on the positions governments have been taking for years on this theory of unextinguished Aboriginal title, and is effectively declaring that the Land Title Act no longer applies, which the very purpose of which is to guarantee property interests through indefeasible title and register that in a system. And the court found that in the 1800s, the Crown grant was ineffective, so as to expunge unextinguished Aboriginal title, which now takes precedent over the life savings of thousands of people in Richmond. And now that's been applied to a larger deal through the Musqueam Agreement to the entire Lower Mainland, which includes the farm, potato farm, out in Richmond. I mean, it is a wake-up call for the entire world to see what's happening in BC. And that was done through a deal between the feds and the Musqueams in the last example. But this idea that this could happen in a country like Canada is, I think, shocking to many people. If you have any interest in protecting private property rights and maintaining the institutions of this country, such as the land registry system, and preserving the life savings of millions of people. So as someone participating in the provincial arena and expressing the concerns you have had today, which applies to farmers, I mean, they have their life savings invested in these farms, all of which are now up in the air based on what we're seeing the feds doing on these deals. Because the Cowichan deal is just a function, the Cowichan decision is just a function of the positions governments have taken. And that position is now confirmed again in the Musqueam deal.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up.
So tell us what you would do.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up that it's a function of the position that governments have taken, because this is not what most people understand. Most people think, oh, the courts are doing this, the courts are activist, and the courts are making new law. The court can only make a decision based on the evidence before it. And we have, both in the provincial NDP and the federal Liberal government, governments who have taken the position that they would abandon the field, basically, on this issue on property rights. Property rights were not included in the Charter and Repatriation of the Constitution. Peter Lougheed, the Premier of Alberta at the time, wanted that, and he couldn't persuade the then Prime Minister Trudeau with that, so that is why we have a notwithstanding clause. The notwithstanding clause was supposed to be the substitute for protection of property rights in Canada. The problem we have, and you mentioned land titles, our land title system actually goes back to 1861, before Confederation. The most modern act we're dealing with was passed in 1979. If you read that Cowichan decision, the judge is very clear at one point that neither the provincial government nor the federal government took a position at all on this issue before her, and therefore she could not consider that. And this goes all the way back to the Delgamuukw decision, when we had another NDP government. At that time, Mike Harcourt was the premier, where then Chief Justice McEachran sat on that case for 2 years, gave a very reasoned judgment that showed that the Aboriginal title was not superior to fee simple and private property rights. And then the government of the day, after that was won for the Crown, changed the legal counsel, changed their instructions, and that case was lost at the Court of Appeal and at the Supreme Court of Canada. And that started a long series of court cases that have gone in a different direction. People need to understand who is behind when you say Crown versus, or so-and-so versus the Crown on these issues on property rights, which very much affects farmers who often have large holdings. It is a threat, it is real. I was involved as both a neighbor and a litigator in the Musqueam dispute in the late 90s into 2000, the leaseholder dispute there. And for many years, the people there lost all equity out of their homes. They couldn't mortgage, they couldn't refinance, because appraisers could not give a fair market value under Aboriginal governance, and that matter went all the way to the Supreme Court of Canada. The leaseholders did win that, but that was 25 years ago, and that has been mostly buried in the sands of time. So I understand this issue very well, because myself and many others in that community lost our homes to an Aboriginal land dispute. And when right now Musqueam First Nation and the federal government says we're not coming after your title, Whether they're after the title per se or not matters very little if all equity is sucked out of your holdings. Mm-hmm. And this is a confiscation of assets.
Yeah, and I know this hearing isn't focusing on those issues specifically, but the interests of farmers who invest their life savings, and there's thousands of them in BC, and I suspect this sort of problem expands far beyond BC into the east, but just dealing with the recent events in BC, and bringing it back to the context of, are farmers safe? I mean, everyone's interests are impacted if the whole world's being turned upside down by the principles reflected in either the Cowichan decision or the Musqueam deal, everybody. But farmers, and specifically our food production, the people we rely on to feed ourselves, whose lands, whose interests in the farms in which they invest their life savings are up for grabs. So getting back to the theme of this hearing, what could you do as the Premier of BC to address that concern and to assure the farmers that their investments and their capacity to produce our food that we need in this country is not threatened by the ideological perspectives we see either in treaties or in these judgments?
Well, one has to, first of all, I would repeal DRIPA, and I would then... there has to be respectful dialogue among all British Columbians, but I do emphasize all. And our Indigenous neighbors, and if you add in Métis, which they don't always, comprise 5.9% of British Columbia's population. What about the other 94%? We have to be talking to all Canadians, charting a future where we can live together. And what is happening right now is purely ideological, and it's government overreach. So as Premier, I would say after repealing or alongside repealing DRIPA, I would say I'm willing to discuss this. We need to map this out, but we also need an end of it. These treaties, even the modern treaties, and we don't have enough of them here in BC, but even those are all open-ended. If someone else gets a better deal or a similar deal, but it seems a little better, they can open it up all over again. That has to stop, in my view. We have to have, if there truly is to be reconciliation, we also need some certainty and finality. We are never going to get people to invest in this province again in any real way, and we cannot stop the people leaving. Over 70,000 British Columbians left our beautiful province year before last because it's unaffordable. One of the biggest affordability items are groceries. And this all comes back to no farmers, no food. Food security gives home security, gives family security. We have 200,000 British Columbians visiting food banks every month. When I was growing up, this was unheard of. So you've got a pincer move going on. The farmers are being pressured. The consumers are being pressured. Taxes are going up, like in this last budget. The answer to overspending, apparently, is just to raise everyone's taxes. That is not the way to do it. Efficiency, leaning out government, talking to the people in the industries that matter, that will create prosperity in this province, has to be done, and it's a day one job. Okay.
I've got a bunch more to ask you, but I also am keeping an eye on the clock here. So what I'll do now, unless there's something else you'd wish to complete with, and I'll give you that chance again in a few minutes anyway, why don't I get the commissioners, if they have any questions, to start that process now? Vincent, do you have any? Okay.
Yes, thank you. My question to you is, how would you propose to reduce destructive agricultural bureaucracy while providing Canadian farmers shared interest in agricultural sustainability?
Someone told me once that the way to eat an elephant is one bite at a time. So you have to have a focus. My experience in my law career and in politics is that if you're trying to deal with large problems, complicated, multi-layered problems off the side of a desk or as part of a portfolio, it never works. So you have to task people within government to really focus on how do we look at the regulations, review them, and only keep the ones that really make sense, that focus on food safety, food productivity, innovation. Why are we closing down some of our leading research facilities on agriculture? I was on Treasury Board for several years federally. So on Treasury Board, provincially and federally, you're the last say on how government money is spent. That is where you also deal with regulations and rules. So you bring in rules where you say to your cabinet, for instance, if you want to bring in a new regulation, then you're going to have to lose to, because you're drowning people in paperwork. The Canadian Federation of Independent Business awarded me their Golden Scissors Award in 2014 because as Minister of Revenue, I cut out one of the remittances for small business. We were asking them to remit paperwork on their businesses every 2 weeks. And I said, well, monthly certainly is enough. That cut out 800,000 remittances. So you focus on it, you task people to look at that directly, and then you get back to using it as a tool of support, not a tool of coercion.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Patricia? Dan? Krista? No? Okay, I've got just a couple more minutes. I want to sort of touch on a few things that you've said. And I'll make a comment and have you respond. The tendency for governments to look at us versus them as opposed to a sort of collective interest has always troubled me, and I think it's rooted in ideological perspectives to a large degree. Our judicial and quasi-judicial institutions have been highly politicized, and this commission has heard from a ton of witnesses who've been through various forms of litigation and challenging the authorities up against what are predispositions of sort of perspectives that essentially doom them from the outset. We've heard, and we're going to hear further about the Universal Ostrich Farm, the experience of people involved in running the farm and in also covering the story, so that lies ahead. But when we look at something like food safety and our farmers safe, that's an interest that bonds every single Canadian together, regardless of racial ancestry, regardless of what political rights may be asserted based on some agreement done in private by the feds and a particular native band. We all share that in common. Every single Canadian, Indigenous or anything of any net, we all have that in common. And yet governments don't focus on the common interest that we all need to feed our families. We all have to have a safe and secure and economically efficient food sector. So you're now back into the political foray in British Columbia, battling on some of these issues. How do we impress upon BC and the rest of the country that this isn't an us versus them deal? This is our common interest in making sure that we can always feed our family and that the farmers in this country will be safe. What could you do in the public arena on that subject?
I think a lot of us feel we're living in an upside down world right now, because government is supposed to be there to serve the people. Government is supposed to be the servant, the people, the master, and we feel like it's been flipped. And government, again, I point to the last provincial budget, we have governments right now who basically seem to think that we're here for them, and that their ideology is to have further and further control. My background, along with being a lawyer and a mother of 4 and now a grandmother, is that I'm a certified mediator and arbitrator. So when you come to a mediation, the idea is not to impose ideas, it's to bring out the best ideas from those people at the table and see where we can find commonality of purpose. I think that's the kind of leadership we need right now. I think we need collaborative leadership, a leadership that listens, as I say, to the people. I was at a forestry town hall the other night. It was the saddest meeting I've been at in a very long time, because a lot of our industries are suffering from over-regulation, over-control by government. And we have to reverse this. If we are to be the servants, to serve the people, as opposed to looking for titles and power ourselves, we have to do what you're doing right here. You're having a citizens' inquiry. This is about people really talking to each other about what is really going on, the barriers they face, and then trying to look towards how we have a public record and how we get to solutions. We need more of this and less of that.
Yes, I think I think that's a great way to sum up your evidence. If there's anything else you'd wish to close on, any further comments, you're invited to share those with us now.
I'd simply say thank you. Thank you all for listening. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for the hard work you do. I know you've tackled very tough subjects, and this is among them. I think it is a wonderful initiative. I've met many of you today and hope I have a chance for more dialogue in the future. I simply think we have to speak the truth to each other. If we don't speak the truth, how do you get to truthful and workable and sustainable results? I'm a results-oriented person, I guess, because of my law background, so I like to see good outcomes for as many people as possible, not being forced to do something because someone says, we'll keep your money back if you go and testify at the NCI. Not acceptable. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you. Thank you very much, Carrie Lynn Finley, for attending here today and sharing with us those very helpful observations.
I'm keeping my water.
There you go. It's all yours. There you go. Okay, commissioners, we do have another witness on deck here who's also here in person. And I think she'll be having a seat momentarily. Hi, Katie. Can you hear me okay?
I can, yes.
Great. Could you please state your full name for the record and then spell your last name?
Katie Pasitney. Last name is Pasitney.
Okay, Katie, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay. I'm going to introduce you through a summary of what I've noted as some features of who you are and what your experiences have been that you've come here today to talk about. And then I'll invite you to take over. I don't know if you have a prepared...
I do. It's kind of our testimony of the timeline of events.
Okay, so you'll take it over once I introduce you, and you'll
Sure.
correct me or elaborate on anything I say, and then you're off to the races with your own prepared
Sounds
text.
good. Sounds
Great. Okay. I understand you're a member. You're a member of the family associated with the Universal Ostrich Farms in Edgewood, British Columbia. The farm operated for decades as a specialized ostrich farming operation and became the subject of federal enforcement action related to the avian influenza response measures. You're going to tell us about those. you're going to provide us here at the NCA and the public who are watching, and for the commissioners, you're going to tell us what it was like to be personally involved in the family that was running that ostrich farm at the time that I guess the CFIA began to move in. Enforcement measures began to be taken. You're going to tell us why what the stated reasons were for those enforcement actions, what the impact was on your family, what you folks did in trying to fight back to protect the birds and your family's farm. And so that's the general nature of the area that you'll be testifying about today. Your firsthand observations of how enforcement decisions affected your family and the fact that they knocked you out of the ostrich farming business by killing all your birds for the stated reasons which you contested. You went to the courts didn't work out well at the end of the day. It delayed things a bit, but at the end of the day, you folks didn't prevail. So with that very general background, Katie, I hand it over to you and you can tell us your story. Oh, I'm sorry for 1 second. I've just been reminded that I didn't put you under oath, apparently. So let me do that now on a better late than never basis. Not that you've said anything yet, but
No, sounds good.
You will be sworn now. Katie, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great. Okay, you're under oath now. Okay. I don't think that'll change your evidence too much, but
no,
we've
it's not going
met
to.
that general requirement. So I hand it over to you and tell us all about this.
Okay. You're going to have to bear with me. There's going to be many moments that are going to be very emotional. I will get stronger as I go through this. Coming in here today and witnessing so many people that were strangers 437 days ago that have now become family is overwhelming, and I thank you. I thank you, the National Citizens Inquiry, for giving our farm and our family a platform to finally have our voices heard and be the voice of our animals. John Graff said something just in one of the preliminary National Citizens Inquiry slides, or setting up to our farmers safe in Canada. And he said, farmers hold their head high, but carry some of the biggest burdens. And this is more true now than ever. At the end of the day, it comes down to two questions. Are farmers safe in Canada? And who protects the people who feed us? I'm going to start with just a glimpse into what brought me to be so involved and compassionate and passionate about fighting for the animals and my family. When I look back over the years, all the memories and all the stories of how the life of ostriches began in our family, I realize, something many people will never fully understand. This wasn't just a farm. What I witnessed was my mom's calling. My grandparents on my dad's side began getting into ostriches. My grandfather, Esper Esperson, was actually the president of Alberta Ostrich Association in the 90s. When my mom was around the ostriches, something in my mom would light up immediately. She fell in love with them right away. That was the beginning of our family's adventure. What followed were decades of dedication, sacrifice, and belief and love. My mom didn't just raise ostriches, she believed in them. She saw in them what many didn't see yet. She saw resilience, she saw strength, she saw hope. She believed that they could do something meaningful for humanity. And that belief has been there for decades, not just this one year. There were many times when things were hard, times when we didn't know how we were going to pay the bills as a family. But they would get paid, sometimes when the road ahead didn't make sense. I remember us kids asking her more than once, "Mom, are you sure how are we going to keep going?" And she would always look at us with unwavering belief. And somehow that belief was enough for us. Enough to keep helping, enough to keep believing in the legacy that we were growing up in. My mom is one of the hardest working women I know. Rain, snow, mud, blazing sunshine every day. She was out there tending to those ostriches. She knew every one of them, their names, their personalities, and their ridiculous little hairdos. She could tell if a single feather was out of place. People would sometimes question why they had names. Through this process, they even thought it was for publicity. But those who knew and grew up there, we knew the truth. All three of us kids were raised alongside most of the ostriches that were destroyed. We watched them grow up, and they watched us grow up. My mom learned everything she could to care for them. She was an expert in her industry. She taught herself how to hatch chicks, how to treat injuries, how to build braces for legs and toes, and how to understand what happened when one passed. She knew treatments and was an expert in these animals. She never gave up on one of them. We may not have had fancy barns or expensive fencing, but when you were at our farm, what you would see every day was dedication, fresh bedding every night, and the happiest animals that ever lived. A herd that laid down together in their circle to protect one another. And a woman who came back into the house each morning satisfied that every one of them had been tended to. These ostriches weren't just animals to her, they were her life. They were her purpose, and they were her identity. And that identity was taken from her on November 6th. Her screams for them to stop will live with me and most of the world forever. The rain poured, and almost 1,000 gunshots killed our family. The RCMP watched her cry for help, and they did nothing. The most inhumane killing happened that night. I'm sorry. For months, we pleaded with our government, asking for one simple thing: just test them. Test the birds that had been healthy for decades, not just this year. Test the animals that represented a living laboratory of resilience and hope. Why wouldn't we want to understand that? Why wouldn't we want to test them and protect that? But they never did. And I never imagined that one day my mom and I would be arrested for simply feeding our own animals after cheering for the RCMP and the Canadian Food Inspection Agency after them saying we could. I remember sitting in that pen beside her, surrounded by decades of life and hard work. We were feeling like we were Thelma and Louise, two women refusing to walk away from what we loved. Crying in the truck, looking at each other and just saying, "I love you." We weren't fighting for attention. We were fighting for one moment where someone in power might choose to do the right thing. But that moment never came, and now there is no going back. They're all gone. Today, my mom walks out her front door. She doesn't like to walk down the laneway anymore to the empty pens where 35 years of life stood. Her overalls still hang downstairs in the hallway, idle with the story of her purpose, just like the fields that once held the herd she loved so deeply. We were going to be the third generation ostrich farm. Us kids, the CFI destroyed this. Our heart is broken, but I promise you this, as her daughter, I will never leave her side. Her strength is still there. Her faith is still there. And as a family, we will continue to carry forward the love and dedication she poured into those animals for decades. This journey is not just about us anymore. It is about justice. It is about accountability, and it is about everyone. Sorry. Everyone who felt that heartbreak of what happened. We stand for you. We stand for truth. And we stand for every one of those ostriches. And I promise you one thing, we will see this through. One day, my mom and I are going to look at each other and we're going to cry. But it's going to be tears of joy, and we're going to say, we did it. We may have lost in one way, but in another way, we know that God has a plan, and together we will see this journey through for freedom. To understand what happened to our farm, it is important that we walk through the timeline clearly. What began as a routine report of 2 deceased birds quickly escalated into one of the most extreme agricultural enforcement actions in recent Canadian history. Sorry. In mid-December 2024, the ostriches on one side of our farm began showing signs of illness. To us, the symptoms looked similar to what we had seen before with Pseudomonas, a bacterial infection that occurred on our farm in 2020 and had been diagnosed properly through tissue sampling and by our veterinarian. We immediately implemented stronger biosecurity measures while trying to reach our veterinarian for help. We found our main vet clinic had been sold and was not reopening until January 1st. Another veterinarian in Vancouver that would come to our farm annually was unable because of a family emergency and was leaving the country. At that point, we still did not know exactly what we were dealing with. Half of one side of our whole farm was not getting sick at all. H5N1 was not on our radar. Based on what we were seeing, we believed it resembled that same bacterial problem, not a reportable avian influenza emergency. Despite later accusations by the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, we have the call logs, and they admitted and seen and made it known that we did seek veterinarian help. And we have a bunch of submissions made for evidence that will back up all of these claims that have been submitted to NCI. On December 28th, Canadian Food Inspection Agency reportedly received an anonymous tip alleging avian influenza on our farm. That itself should raise a concern. If anonymous complaints can trigger major enforcement actions without accountability or proof, that system can be abused by anyone with a grievance. At 1:29, Canadian Food Inspection Agency called Dave Belinsky, my mom's business partner, at the farm. Symptoms were discussed. The Canadian Food Inspection Agency representative agreed that the symptoms did not sound like avian influenza at all. We told them that some of our birds were sick, some passed away, some were actually getting better. They explained how in a commercial poultry facility situation, we would have thousands of chickens dead over a 24-hour to a 36-hour period. The Canadian Food Inspection Agency representative asked that if it would be okay if they came to do a couple samples on our farm, and they wanted them to be fairly fresh, and they would want to collect them within 24 hours. At that point, we believed we were following the rules and working cooperatively. December 29th, on the morning of December 29th, 2 ostriches we had were deceased. Based on their condition, it appeared that they had died overnight or that early that morning. At 10 o'clock, Canadian Food Inspection Agency was reported the deaths. Additional calls followed, and by about noon, the agency was formally notified and that they were going to send somebody out to collect the samples. We expected CFIA would arrive quickly to collect the samples based on the instructions that they had given us the day before, December 30th. CFIA attended our farm December 30th around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. At about approximately 1:43 in the afternoon, an oral and rectal PCR swab was collected from the 2 deceased male ostriches. The samples left the farm around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. From our perspective, serious diagnostic concerns arose immediately. By the time the swabs were taken, the birds had already been dead for an estimated 16 to 36, or 16 to it's about 16 hours. No blood was taken, no tissue samples, only a throat and rectal swab were collected off the 2 deceased ostriches. They did not provide us with a chain of custody for documentation, and as we would like to note, the PCR samples were driven more than 7 hours to Abbotsford, leaving our farm. According to later records, the lab logged them in at 12:57 in the morning on December 31st. That means the positive results were generated roughly 49 hours after the birds had died. PCR is a molecular detection tool. It detects fragments of genetic material. It does not, by itself, prove an animal died from a virus, that it was infectious, or that our entire herd was infected. That is why proper veterinarian diagnosis normally includes clinical correlation, necropsy, tissue sampling, and where needed, additional laboratory work. None of that happened at our farm. This is why we kept asking and begging for Canadian Food Inspection Agency to test our living animals. None of the animals that were destroyed on our farm had ever received one test. All those requests were denied. December 31st, 2024, at approximately 2:07, we received a phone call from someone identifying themselves from working at the Abbotsford lab. We were told that the 2 PCR tests had come back positive for H5N1. The call order was signed roughly 42 minutes later. This is important because this is December 31st, and they signed the call order already. We were not provided for a formal lab report at the time of the call. We would later on have to find and ask and seek for the documentation to see those lab results. Something that we were hearing going through the process with other farms, that there was other farms in the Fraser Valley, all of their animals had been destroyed, and we, on the phone with them through discussions, asked them, have you ever seen your results? And they said no. We find this to be extremely alarming when people's full livelihoods are being destroyed. Later documentation appeared to contain errors and inconsistencies about the number of dead ostriches and the condition of the sampled animals. It is also important to note that Winnipeg is the designated national lab to confirm for the highly pathogenic avian influenza, and the timing of the confirmed testing was still remaining unclear when they received those test results. Our call order was signed after they had only reached the Abbotsford lab. January 2nd, quarantine documents were not sent until January 2nd. Not served personally, but by email. However, those documents were dated the December 28th, 2 days before any positive lab results had even been reported. In a later proceeding, the Canadian Agricultural Review Tribunal found that personal service was required and that electronic service did not justify or satisfy the statutory requirement. That matters because these parliamentary safeguards are put in existence for a reason. Proper service is not a technicality. When the consequences include quarantine, penalties, and destruction, these are parliamentary safeguards for farmers that exist for a reason. Personal delivery service is an important purpose, enabling an agency to assess the disease risk, evaluate the farmer's capacity to comply with quarantine measures, and take immediate protective action. Email service defeats these purposes entirely. The CFIA stated themselves in an email that many of the attached information documents that we were going to see won't reflect the process, as they're geared towards commercial poultry farms. So we felt like we were working with the CFIA to come up with a plan that actually would suit our type of farm. On January 3rd, the farm was pulled into a 5.5-hour Zoom meeting with about 10 CFIA officials. During that meeting, the farm was asked whether the birds were going, the farm asked them, were the birds going to be depopulated? Because it felt like a whole lot of an interrogation. During that time, they asked for all the research documents to explain the research, acting as though they were extremely interested in the research. They, at about the 5.5-hour mark, my mom said to them, "Are you going to kill our animals?" And they still said, no, we're still really interested in what you're working on. But it was actually brought to our attention at that time of that 5.5-hour basic interrogation that the Canadian Food Inspection Agency already signed the kill order for our animals. So they were not truthful. By then, the call order had already been signed on December 31st. This discussion and it also focused heavily on the genetic and scientific value of the ostrich herd and whether that we would qualify for that exemption. We were encouraged to pursue that process. January 5th, January 3rd, we also get an email saying congratulations that we qualified for the special rare genetics, and which was very relieving. We thought that was actually going to give us hope to save more than half of our herd. January 5th, Dr. Tsukamoto, the president of Kyoto University that had been working with Universal Ostrich Farms on developing antibody research, sent a letter directly to CFIA and the Canadian government offering to help. He offered his IGY science and even his stockpile of H5N1 antibodies as an added precaution to help treat our ostriches. This was never responded to by the Canadian government. It just went in silence, met with silence. Canadian Food Inspection Agency, I'm just gonna move to the next page. And WOA, they kept blaming that, I'm just gonna go one more, sorry. On January 7th, vets, we'll go back, to January 7th. There's so much material here. It's been such a long time. It's hard to even sort it all out.
Katie, can I,
yeah,
you can
absolutely
relax for a second, listen to my question, maybe because I know you're still in the middle of your timeline, and I know how important the timeline is, because it shows that what was explained by CFIA on a couple of occasions, including that Zoom meeting of the 3rd, when the cull order had been issued, and when it appears as though even before the lab results were determined, a decision had been made. And I know great concern in this whole tragic tale of your family farm is the lack of transparency within so that people whose entire lives are capable of being destroyed by a bureaucratic decision don't have the right to scrutinize what went on. But in the midst of your slides, as you were starting your timeline here, you had something about Stephen Pelech and his very, very expert opinion on the validity of PCR testing for this kind of condition, and how, now, here's a question. Did you know that the tests, the results of which were supposedly the basis for a kill order, which apparently was issued before they even had those results, and that they lied to you about on January 3rd. Did you know that there was that expert opinion out there that the PCR testing of these birds was invalid? Did you have that evidence when you were dealing with CFIA in early January?
Not with Dr. Pellick, no. This was just common knowledge of the PCR tests and the highly questionable use of them, that they were never meant for a diagnostic tool, which Kerry Mullis said himself. It says right on the box, not used for diagnostic purposes. We just didn't, we knew, so December 31st, we got results saying that we did test positive for H5N1. My mom's going to go into that a little bit more, because those test results should have never been, the call order should have never been signed yet until those test results had reached the Winnipeg lab.
Right.
That's where they could test for the H5 and the N1. And so my mom will go a little more into that, but yeah, to answer your question. But so Dr. Pellick at that time, we did not have his expert witness report on the PCR. It just was a very common understanding through the times of COVID and everything that we've seen, that they should not be used.
Okay, all right, well, thanks for clearing that up. You just go right ahead then with the timeline if you'd like.
Okay, sounds good, thank you. On January 7th, CFIA vets attended for their first inspection on our farm, asking biosecurity questions that would have probably been better asked days earlier if the interest was truly in public safety. Inspectors then proceeded to come into our home for coffee and snacks and use our farm bathroom, which again stood out to us. Wouldn't that be a potential biosecurity issue? Them coming in and eating snacks and using our farm bathroom? We again asked them how they were addressing the migratory birds spreading avian influenza. And the vet had said to me, she said, that's not our concern. That's not our jurisdiction. What are you going to do? Kill all the wildlife, the wild birds in the world? And I said to her, I said, so killing all of the farm animals in Canada is going to save us? So she, then we had completed, at this point, we had been given a distinct unit exemption application to fill out by Canadian Food Inspection Agency. This process raised immediate concerns because of the form was plainly designed for commercial poultry operations like chickens, ducks, turkeys, and geese, ostriches and ratites, which are biologically and operationally different, were not listed in this Unit 1 distinct package. This raised huge alarms to us, and we said to them that we cannot fill this package out properly as it does not pertain to our farming, to our environment of our farm, or what we farm. We were told that if we didn't complete the form, it would be treated as non-compliance, so we filled it out despite warning them that we could not fill it out accurately. To our surprise, not to our surprise, I guess we shouldn't have been surprised, January 10th, that exemption that we had was denied, and we lost the right to the special rare genetics exemption. The letter that was sent to us by the Canadian Food Inspection Agency on January 10th laid out in there that this would add a burden to the Canadian Food Inspection Agency to actually have to find out and do the tests of our ostriches to seek what their special rare genetics and value would be. In this letter, they also write that this decision was subject to no appeal, which raised another huge concern to us and our rights as Canadians.
Katie, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
And the whole world may be ahead of me on this, but I'll... What was, you've distinguished between the poultry business and the raising of chickens and turkeys and things, and this form that you were required to fill out, even though it obviously didn't apply to turkey or to ostriches. But you filled it out anyway because they told you had to, and then they rejected it. Mm-hmm. So they jumped through this bureaucratic hoop to make it look as though they were complying with some theoretical purpose. Mm-hmm. but it made no sense to you when you were filling it out, and of course you were rejected on January 10th for the exemption that you sought. Special rare genetic exemption, is it called?
Yeah.
What was the purpose of raising the ostriches, and can you explain the role that this scientist in Japan was playing, whose opinions were completely ignored? Can you just go into that a little bit so we understand why these ostriches were being raised and how special, how the special rare genetic exception might well have been applied in that context?
Sure, absolutely. So for the last 30 years, my mom's business partner, Dave Belinsky, he had his own, they kind of met about 30 years ago and collaborated and made Universal Ostrich Farms. Dave Belinsky will contest at some point and be able to talk on how he brought ostriches from Zimbabwe and Namibia and had quarantine set up and extensive experience. And when my mom had brought her ostriches and they collaborated, there was many times when they would think that they had rare, that like an Arabian black, or there was a something blue. Oh gosh, it's escaped my. But another one. They had this. You know, these animals are long-living animals. We had them for 35 years, and they were from other parts of the world. So it was very much in our minds that we thought for sure that we would have even maybe a protected species of ostrich. Okay. So then with the science, so for years we've been involved in, just with ostriches, my mom and us, our family, setting up different markets, always trying to utilize the bird. Again, my mom saw something that was special in these animals, their ability to heal, that they were prehistoric animals and what they could offer humanity. Their meat is extremely lean, high in protein, and it's one of the only red meats that a diabetic can eat. It's extremely healthy. Then we got into just oil and trying to promote an ostrich oil industry. The ostrich oil, my mom will speak on this as well, but has huge healing purposes for eczema, scar tissue, burn victims. And we were working, there was contracts, they were working with a hospital, and every year we were getting closer. The awareness of how amazing the ostrich became closer and closer. And we even started up a pet company, which I was involved in, Bizarre Bites, and that was, again, just to try to bring a natural solution using ostrich products to the market to allow animals to get off antihistamines, to have a natural, more effective way to manage their health. We were having amazing results with that as well. A lot of this, as we were leading up to, they were setting up satellite farms, and they were trying to build up the stocks and the numbers in Canada, and they had a huge vertical integration plan with their companies. My mom will speak on this as well, but just as everything was really coming together is when COVID-19 happened. And that was the big crash. It just stopped everything, as I'm sure everybody in this room felt it. And that had to get the farm to explore what were we going to do, how were we going to feed the ostriches. And so Dave Belinsky actually went and found an article on Dr. Tsukamoto in Japan and his extensive research and his love for ostriches. He's actually known as Dr. Ostrich in Kyoto, Japan, and he treats his ostriches like family. But he was not at the beginning stages of his science either. He was well into his science. He had developed masks lined with antibodies. He had lozenges and nasal sprays. He was working on lots of things. So it was very exciting to think of the thought that when all of our processing facilities, everything had come crashing down to a dead halt and everybody was on lockdowns, that we could actually become a positive in a time when everything was so negative and there was a viral threat, that maybe these ostriches could do something amazing with their antibodies and the COVID-19 crisis. So they developed a relationship with Dr. Tsukamoto, which was garnered over time. They kind of, and Dr. Tsukamoto wanted to know really who they were and get a sense that they loved their animals as much as he did before he got involved. During COVID, they started to do some work with Immune Biosolutions out of Quebec and Frederic Leduc, and they were working with him. He is a commercial poultry antibody lab, so he specializes in poultry antibodies. He was really excited when they started talking about the ostrich antibodies because he'd always wanted to work with ostriches, but he thought that they were really scary. And so he said, so here's the eggs getting brought to him, and he thought it was a fantastic, it was that he could work on them, and it was just a really great opportunity. When he had started working with our ostrich, and he had an antigen that was developed, and we had done some treatments on our hens, that is safe. Again, there's a lot of controversy over antigens, but we can get into that later, or someone. And so we did the treatments with our hens. The antigen is given to the hen within 4 weeks. The antigen, which is just one protein of a virus and synthesized, it goes in and creates an autoimmune response within the hen, and then it is dropped down into the ostrich's eggs, and then you can extract from the IgY the ostrich antibodies. Frederic Leduc in Immune Biosolutions started doing research on the yolks after they had been inoculated with the antigen. And within his first round of results, he was completely surprised and shocked at how amazingly strong they were. They were proven to be 40% more effective than the chicken antibodies. And then as he started to do more research, they had found, and they have proof in their results, that it could not only just block COVID-19, but the ostrich antibodies had something more special, and it could actually neutralize COVID-19 and all of the variants. Now, the scientific proof and data got brought forward and was extremely exciting for our family because we thought, this is it. I looked at my mom and I was like, oh, okay, you're right. They're going to do something amazing for humanity one day. And the antibodies, we were very excited and started to reach out to government on different levels, emailing, sharing the research, sharing the science. And within, I believe it was within a week, Frederic Leduc phoned the farm and said, I'm sorry, you guys, I've been bought out. I have been made to sign an NDA, and I can no longer talk to you guys, and your research is done indefinitely. You will not hear back from me. So that was, again, it was a little bit of a blow to the family. It was very exciting. We've had a lot of highs and lows through this whole journey, but we knew at that point was a turning point for us, especially for the farm, to know what was in those eggs, have scientific proof and data that showed what they held, and then that's where led on to really working with Dr. Tsukamoto.
Okay. Oh, okay. So
because after, Frederic Leduc bowed out fully, and then.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out what you might have contained in your application for special rare genetic exemption, which you were denied on January 10th. Is much of what you've now told us as to your understanding of the scientific value in maintaining this herd, was that the nature of which you put into your application to be exempted?
So, with that distinct unit package, what was extremely misleading, they sent us a unit package, and it was based off different distinct units of our farm. It was not about the value and rare genetics. So this is where the misleading, it really confused us, and it set off another alarm, because we had been granted saying and I had submitted the email. It is on there. My mom and I put it on a slideshow. That, you know, congratulations, you qualify for the rare genetics. And then on between January 2nd and January 10th, somehow something happened in there that we lost it. And it was not the distinct unit package, because the distinct unit package was a misleading package talking to us about distinct units and sections on our farm, about animals sectioned off separately. And it was all made and pertained to a commercial poultry facility. There was nothing in there that discussed our special rare genetics, so we don't know how we lost that ability to be able to fight for valuable rare genetics.
You were just told it was denied.
It was just denied in that letter on the January 10th that you see right there.
Without any indication of their reasoning
I believe they state right there, actually. It says, this consideration would require a significant burden of proof.
Right.
So it was too much work for them to actually figure out if we qualified for the valuable rare genetics.
So they didn't give you the opportunity to pull it together in the way you've described it to us.
You're right.
Because the bureaucratic process didn't provide for that, and they themselves evidently concluded they didn't have the resources to look at it, so therefore you haven't met the test.
Correct.
And
then we were given the January 10th notice that you're reading, the second page. It states that we failed to read the requirements now because it would require a significant burden of proof. They also put in here, which is extremely alarming and very sad, is that a mental health link for farmers at the end of it. So here we're being told on January 10th that we're to destroy all of our own animals by February 1st, by our own hands, and here's a mental health link, because you're gonna need it. And if this is the kind of service that the Canadian Food Inspection Agency is giving to our farmers, that holds such an important role within our country, and our farmers, who are the backbone to our country, providing us with nutritional food, and generational farms get a mental health link at the end of being told that you're going to lose everything. And there they wanted us to kill our own animals by February 1st by our own hands. And somehow during that process, it was always alarming, because from the beginning, when we were supposedly had avian influenza and it was so bad, we were somehow the experts to handle the virus, kill these animals, and dispose of them on our property, with not looking back. But come February 1st, when we weren't compliant, then we weren't experts anymore. We were nobody, and we were supposed to be, we had to be cut out, shut out, and they were going to take over, and they would kill.
And just one more bit of evidence that you gave, and then we can get back to your timeline.
Yeah.
You talked about a guy, Fred Leduc. Is he with that lab out in Quebec that was testing, that viewed your herd as scientifically meaningful at a certain point, and then he called you and said that he's out of there, there's an NDA and he's been bought out or something to that effect? So that lab, which had been an ally of yours to some degree in endorsing the scientific value of the herd, withdrew from expressing that opinion, or can you clarify that?
Yep, I know the farm had tried to get a hold of them a couple times, no answer, and so there's been no contact there. That clinic is still in operation, Immune Biosolutions, and they've went on to work with animal antibody science.
Okay.
And then Frederick Leduc has went on to be the chief officer of EVA Corp, which is a brand new, huge government-funded facility that works on all animal integrative antibody research.
And by the way, I should have done this at the very outset.
That's okay.
And then I promise I'll let you get back to your timeline.
That's good.
But you're expressing this stuff in an exceedingly impressive fashion. You seem to really know a lot about the science, whether at the end of the day the science is proven or not.
Not as much as them.
Well, I know you've probably explained this a few times, but can you just give us some background on yourself personally? I know you're, of course, with the family running the farm, and it's had a huge impact on you guys at a personal level, and you've been through this terrible ordeal. But tell us about you. Like you're expressing this stuff so well. I'm just wondering, what's your background?
Oh, thank you. I'm a mom of 3. and I'm an animal advocate at heart. I'm farm raised. We've
Do you have any
always
science background, university, postgraduate studies or anything?
no. No.
You've just lived this life and become...
We've ate, breathed, slept this life for...
All right, okay.
But I'm a mom of 3, and I have animals of my own, too, on a farm. I have 3 cows, pigs, no background. I'm passionate. I'm very passionate about this and creating change for Canadians and farmers, and maybe that's where it comes from.
Well, and you've learned so much in your battle against the FIA that we're just now about to get into, but okay, I just thought I'd clarify that point. Okay, well, let's get back to the timeline then.
Thanks. So January 14th, we started adding chlorine dioxide to our water systems, which people were reaching out to us consistently by email giving us options. A lot of them seemed a little far-fetched, but this one definitely seemed like it was worth a try. So it was 5% of a solution to the volume of water, and we started adding this to the ostrich waters and spraying it in some of the mouths of the ones that had been symptomatic or looked like they were a little bit symptomatic but recovering. January 10th was also the last date we did not observe any other deaths in our herd that were related to illness.
How many deaths had you had taken place between the first ones in late December to this point?
69.
Sorry?
69.
69 of a herd of how many?
Just under 400.
Okay.
So then we had a couple ostriches during the time had been shot. There was one that died because a helicopter came over and hit itself on a fence post. We had other deaths after that were not related at all to viral infection.
Of the 69 that died between late December, when the first 2 were reported, and this mid-January, of the 69, how many would have exhibited comparable symptoms to the first 2?
Well, they all had very similar symptoms. But again, at that time, those symptoms really looked like the same similar symptoms to the Pseudomonas bacterial infection that we had on our farm in 2020.
Okay.
So at that time, we had about 10 ostriches pass away, and it went away. And it was after we did the due diligence, or proper due diligence as a farmer. The veterinarian did the proper sampling, which was a tissue sample, which came back positive for the Pseudomonas bacteria. And then at that time, the herd of ostriches had gained its herd immunity, and everybody just went on to normal life up to 2024.
Okay.
And raises a question now, which I would get into here, though, is through working with Dr. Pellick, finding out that Pseudomonas bacteria is actually a byproduct. A part of avian influenza is Pseudomonas bacteria. And the question could even be remain today, did our ostriches die from Pseudomonas bacteria with avian influenza? Because our ostriches have always been and are extremely robust and strong and bounce back from even some of the hardest, even a wound heals really fast on an ostrich.
Right.
And it was a really interesting moment for us to think, where I brought up, it's very important too, is in December of 2020, those ostriches, later on we found with Dr. Pellick, because he had egg yolk that we were working on with him from prior, that he did a scan on the egg yolk, and he said the ostriches that have been on our farm prior, 2020 and prior, had avian influenza, H5N1 antibodies in their memory cells. So this would make sense. This is why all of our ostriches on our farm from different age categories were, from 2020 prior, were not getting sick, and the ones that were on our farm 2020 after the migratory ducks had been in our farm and landed at the hundreds. It was a very rare year, and that's when those ones got sick because they didn't have the antibodies yet, and they had to go through the development process of the burning out phase. Some will die, but the ones that survive are the ones that have the immunity. It's herd immunity. And those are the ones that you keep and you want to keep alive because they are resilient. They will pass that down, those antibodies down to their young in the eggs. And just like a cow or a pig, it's the same thing. You know, the best approach is the burning out approach when Canadian Food Inspection Agency is involved. And the burning out approach is only used when Canadian Food Inspection Agency is understaffed, which does not make sense at all. So when they're overstaffed, they make the biggest mistakes. But understaffed is the burning out approach. And that's just where you allow it to burn through the herd or the flock. You quarantine, you still dispose of your animals properly, heightened protocols, biosecurity, and it will eventually run its way through the herd, through the flock. And the ones that are alive, you want to breed. You want them to have the babies because their antibodies get given down to the young.
Right. Okay. Well, that's and hence the continuing value from a scientific perspective of a herd of animals that have developed a natural immunity to the production of antibodies to the bird influenza. And we heard, and we'll probably hear from you or your mom, about how people in the U.S. took an interest in preserving this stock for the purpose of studying the development of natural immunity.
Yeah.
But I've jumped ahead a bit, I think. So let's go back to your timeline. And I'm sorry I keep interrupting,
okay.
but there are aspects that I thought we should clarify.
And I think it's really important to just point out again to that, or point out for the first time, that our ostriches that were sick back in 2020 that had the resiliency in the memory cells, avian influenza and their memory cells, they were naturally immunized. Those ones were just immunized by living out in nature, by migratory ducks, and they so that's just really important. Okay. Okay, so we are
January 14th.
January 18th. So throughout the process, we continually ask the Canadian Food Inspection Agency to confirm by testing the live birds. A local veterinarian, Dr. Amber Robinson, in the cusp, even contacted us at the farm, offering to test using portable centrifuge machines and come and do on-site testing. January 18th, we thought that this was a great opportunity. We were excited about this, but we had not expressed this to Canadian Food Inspection Agency yet. On January 18th, we received an email warning us about penalties if we tested randomly. That effectively blocked that ability for independent testing. This warning also stated that we were not allowed to treat or treat our animals either. So in the policy under penalties, it says you cannot treat or test your animals that are under quarantine. Canadian Food Inspection Agency was very aware that we were already treating our animals. During the interrogation of that Zoom call and in other emails, they were very interested in what treatments were we using and what was effective. So it just highlights another problem, that this is an agency that picks and chooses through their policy when it's convenient for them. Because of if we were to test, we were going in the penalties, you're threatened with up to 6 months in jail and a $200,000 fine. Our herd was condemned. They were basically sentenced to death and guilty by association. Based on the 2 PCR swabs that are taken from the 2 deceased ostriches many hours after their death, without the blood samples, without tissue samples, and without testing the living birds. As of the February 1st call deadline approached, while it was close approaching, legal action was necessary. We found a lawyer, and it takes us to January 31st. An injunction was granted by Justice Batista, granting us a judicial review, which later the Canadian Food Inspection Agency would go after Justice Batista, saying that he erred in law and overstepped his jurisdiction as a judge. We thought that the situation, after we got granted the judicial review, would stabilize, but the situation did not stabilize. February 6th, CFIA issues new instructions including hazmat requirements and forced separation of our roosters and hens, something we told them that would create chaos and offer no biosecurity benefit. They also suggest netting our whole farm to keep wildlife out. We said, would this not cause a problem with birds flying into the netting and getting tangled and cause even many more problems? This requirement was given over a month after the PCR tests, the 5.5 hour long biosecurity team's call, and the vet inspection. That's when we were getting given even more suggestions or what they wanted us to implement on the farm for quarantine measures. But we had still, at this point, never been personally served with quarantine documents in a lawful way. If they had served us and did proper service, at that time, they would have been able to assess the risk. They would have been able to look at the farm, see that we would have never been able to net our whole farm, that these items that they were requesting from us to do were outlandish. They were impossible. So a lot of this could have been all fixed by, in the beginning, proper service. Then, alarmingly, one of the last Canadian Food Inspection agencies on site was February 26th. After that, they did not return to our farm until September 22nd when they came to take over our farm. If we posed such an extreme viral threat, why was there no ongoing monitoring, no soil testing, no water testing, no live bird testing, and no active surveillance on our farm? During this time, this is where, from the beginning, from January on, my mission, I knew that we needed to use our voice and we needed to become very loud. I contacted every media, every podcast. I took every opportunity. It didn't matter if they had 14 followers or 1,400. I knew that we needed to get our story out there to save our animals and for the hope for change. Our science was not at its infancy. It was at the usable stages. It was real. Our surviving birds were offering a living laboratory of resilience. As the public attention grew, international support grew too. John Katz-Medidas became one of our strongest advocates. I met John through just somebody who told me about his booker, Carol Meany, and how he had this big voice, but he loved animals, and how he would be the perfect person to align with to try to save our animals. He opened the doors for us, which were huge doors, to Secretary Kennedy, Dr. Oz, the FDA, and the NIH. Now, the only reason, Fifth Estate did an interview with us as a family, and they asked me a really aggressive question. And it was, do you feel that you made Canada look bad by reaching out to the USA for help? And I said, not at all. I'm like, when your own country will not listen to you, when your own leaders will not listen to you, and when you're resorted to only contacting Canadian Food Inspection Agency by email, no phone calls, no sit-downs with, the people that were Courtney Fotheringham, the people managing the operation, when your own agriculture minister stays silent, and when Marjorie Michael is quiet, and they knew as this grew and escalated what was happening, they also knew that the days kept climbing of health of our animals. There was 100 days, then there was 170 days, then there was 200 days. Our animals were healthy, and we just deserved the opportunity to be tested. So no, I didn't feel guilty or felt like I made Canada look bad for reaching out to the USA.
Katie, who's the MP, Member of Parliament for your area?
Is Scott Anderson. Scott Anderson, and I was going to get into that here too, is we've had some amazing support. And I want to, so Scott Anderson has been a real strong voice for us.
So he did go to bat for you in Ottawa?
He did.
Okay.
Yeah. Took a little while. But Jordan Keeley, an MLA out of the Northern Peace, was absolutely amazing. We had Tara Armstrong, Dallas Brody. We've had some really great support. Steve Morissette, Mel Arnold. There was a lot of people in the background MLA-wise and that listening, but they weren't getting anywhere either. So at the highest level of where we needed to be, and that was for our agricultural minister and Heath MacDonald to really try to see and look at us as an independent study. Again, this is pointing out a really big problem within the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, is that this isn't a one-size-fits-all solution, and that's what was coming to our door. They could come, the more we learned about policy, it was about how they can come on based off speculation, how they can come in and destroy everything without testing. Anonymous calls can lead to the demise of your whole livelihood. And
So you had your MP in Ottawa going to bat for you, and you had some elected provincial MLAs in Victoria.
Yeah.
So you had all, but in either place, I take it from what you tell us, did it sort of crack into cabinet enough for ministerial action on your behalf?
It kept hitting a brick wall. Yeah.
What response, if any, did you get back from the Minister of Agriculture or his staff or anyone else?
Nothing.
Nothing.
We never had any direct communication with him, a farm visit, anything to actually come and see, to see what we were fighting for. Okay. Yeah.
All right. So let's continue. I am just being directed to the clock, and we could hear from you forever, but we have some sort of timeline ourselves that we're trying to keep as I interrupt your timeline. So let's take it from there.
Okay.
Sure.
So at this, and this is where the shifting of the goalposts became impossible to ignore. First of all, CFIA said it was about H5N1, and then it was about trading partner policies. Then the United States, including the NIH and FDA channels, offered collaboration. This was met with silence. Then the CFIA shifted to, we had a novel reassortment never seen in Canada before narrative. Then our expert, Dr. Pellick, challenged that narrative. The CFIA shifted back to, this is about trading partner policies. Then we got a second letter from the United States, Trump administration, offering full collaboration and even testing our animals for free. Nothing but silence. Then Dr. Oz offered to even move our ostriches to his 900-acre ranch in the United States, having, at that time, they had the U.S. ambassador meeting with Mark Carney's team in Ottawa, trying to make this happen. Nothing ever came out of it. Then finally, we were told that we had the most virulent threat of avian influenza in Canada. And I want to remind everybody, this is all just still tracing back to those 2 PCR swabs of 2 deceased ostriches in 2024. This pattern, the goalposts kept moving, but the outcome never changed. We had multiple wellness checks with multiple PLTs, police liaison teams, checking on our well-being, seeing how we were doing. At the same time, we had 2 ostriches that had been shot. We had RCMP files made. We were told that there was going to be an investigation done on these animals. Nothing ever came of this. So it was very frustrating when we would have 7 PLT officers at our gate saying, we're just doing a wellness check on you. And I said to them outright on a video once, I said, so 7 of you can come to see how we're feeling today. But we can't have a proper investigation done on the animals that we've had shot on our farm. So around this time, March, we get notified after we've given Canadian Food Inspection Agency all of our science and research, and they know that we were hoping to work on diagnostic test kits for farmers to help mitigate the viral threat of avian influenza, we get an email that the same agency that is claiming that we never provided them with any of this material and that this is basically hokey pokey and ostriches might not have antibodies somehow, that this same agency, Canadian Food Inspection Agency, actually gave a grant to Lafont Medical out of Quebec for almost $700,000 in March of 2025 to develop our research. So they are developing the diagnostic test kits using animal antibodies. Even using one of my slogans, unity for immunity. People saw healthy ostriches in the sun and dancing and eating and living for months. We spoke publicly about herd resilience and natural immunity. We explained that survivors matter. You should not destroy every survivor and reset every farm to zero immunity. World Organization of Animal Health itself recognizes that disease control also depends on surveillance, compensation, and trust. That matters because fear destroys reporting. When farmers believe that reporting illness means losing everything, they become afraid to speak. Something very dangerous is happening in Canada right now, and most people don't even realize it. The Canadian Food Inspection Agency is supposed to be one of the most important protective agencies in this country. Their job is to work with farmers, to detect threats early, protect our food system, and help prevent the spread of disease. But when farmers start to fear the agency that is supposed to protect them, the entire system breaks down. Right now, farmers across Canada are watching what happened to our farm. They saw animals destroyed without testing. They saw enforcement instead of collaboration. They saw government agency arrive with authority to kill first and ask questions later. And the message that sends to farmers across this country is chilling. And if you report illness, you could lose everything. If you speak up, you will be punished. And if you question the science, you will be silenced. That is how you protect. That is not how you protect a country from disease. That is how you drive the truth underground. Farmers are the first line of defense. They are the experts. And they're the first line of defense when it comes to the viral threats. There are people who see animals. They see their animals every day. They're the ones who notice when something changes. But if farmers are afraid to speak, afraid to report, afraid to cooperate, because they feared the total destruction of their livelihoods, then Canada has become a less safe place. Trust is the foundation of biosecurity. Without trust, the entire system collapses. Right now, that trust is broken in Canada. We are seeing it as not just a problem on one farm, it's a systemic failure that is putting our entire country at risk. We need an agency that works with the farmers, not against them, an agency that values science, transparency, and investigation, an agency that Canadians can actually trust, because when trust disappears, so does the very system meant to protect us. And if we don't fix it now, the consequences will reach far beyond any farm. Am I good to?
Well, we've got another 5 minutes
okay.
or so.
Okay, no, it's good.
Sure. I was hoping, and subject to what you have left to cover.
Enforcement.
And I don't want to rush you too much or have you cut out things, but I'm going to turn you over to the commissioners who are going to have a bunch of questions. So
okay.
If you got a couple more minutes to finish off, that would be great.
Sure, sounds good. I'm going to go to the day that changed the rest of our lives. When they did occupy our farm and there was the seizure, there was drones flying above, we decided to stay in our pens, not out of defiance, but out of responsibility for our animals, not knowing what was going to arrive. We knew that the police were coming. We knew CFIA was on their way, but we did not know to what extreme. We stood in the pens with our animals because we wanted to be able to stay feeding them and give them some comfort while the world was going to change and be turned upside down. There was 10, there was 20, there was 30, and then we just stopped counting after 30, 40. Police vehicles start coming down this road, down 135 kilometers away from the middle of nowhere. It was so shocking and devastating that this much force would be coming for our small little farm. We found out that there was command centers, a telecommunication center, that there was canine units, a task force. They had helicopters. It was nothing short of a military operation that came to our small little farm on September 22nd. My mom and I there was an email put out from Courtney Fotheringham requesting that we continue to feed the animals and care for them while they set up for destruction. When they arrived and they went to tell us we had to leave the pens. We said, no, we needed to feed that day. We said, we're going to feed, and then we'll come out and we'll work with them. They said, no, we are taking over, we are in control, and that is why we remained in the pens, was we were hoping for a logical situation to come out of them reading the email and allowing us to continue to care for the animals while their life was going to be turned upside down. There was a warrants, I'm trying to just kind of go through really fast, the warrants that were given to us and put up. Mark Yabakowski from Canadian Food Inspection Agency, I was standing at the fence, my mom and Dave were standing back, and he was luring me to the fence saying, no, just take these papers. And I said, no, I know when I take those, you guys are taking over. And he said, no, and we have it on film. No, if you just take these, and I'm gonna explain it to you. And so I took the papers, which again raises question, and I don't know in the law, but he served me, and I don't own the property. He didn't serve my mom, and he didn't serve Dave the warrants. So anyways, we look at the warrants, we accept the warrants, and he says immediately, you need to leave the premise, we are taking over. And then we just defied that a little bit longer, showing him the email that we were requested to feed. This ended we went back and forth. We just sat there. We were hoping that they were talking to Courtney Fotheringham, Mark Yabakowski. And then my mom and I, finally, he just says, yes, you can go feed. All the supporters cheered, and we were crying, and we cheered. We said, thank you. Thank you for just letting us take care of our animals in one of the worst times of their life. And as we went to the back of the farm to continue feeding, we were at about halfway through chores. We were surrounded by police vehicles. We were baited to the back. They waited until we got to the very farthest part of the pens. Nobody could see. And they arrested us in the middle of chores. And we just knew, I just looked and I said, they lied. They lied to us. And my mom was crying, and we looked at our birds. And we knew that this was possibly one of the last times that we would feel them, or we would get to see them or touch them. They kept reading us our rights, saying, do you understand? You've broken the Section 35 of the Animal Health Act. And we said, no, we don't understand. My mom repeatedly said, no, I don't understand. What have I broken? What have I done? I'm feeding my animals. And so we were arrested. They take us up to a command center, and they leave. They're all in hazmat suits, and they drive out of the quarantine area with us not in hazmat suits, so we should have been disinfected. They drive up the highway, we get to the command center, and one of them is still wearing their hazmat suit from inside the pens up at the command center. And my mom and I are like, virus? Like, look at this, what is this? It's a theatrical display, something going on here. This is no virus, look at this. And so then he strips out of his hazmat suit really quick and hands his pole that he's been holding the whole time to another officer not in anything. So I'm like, well, there it goes. You just watch all of, what should have, if this was really a violent threat, the precautions that should have been done. And then they proceeded to allow us to use our personal cell phones to make our phone call to our lawyer. So everything in this whole process was just another example of the theatrical display of punishment that they were putting on us with no accountability or proof of a virus. The occupation was for about 52 days. They took over our property. We've had hundreds of police officers, 24-hour shifts. It became normal to get followed around your own premise with a drone. You couldn't cry. You couldn't. Every time we had an important phone call, the drones were right over our house. While we were at the command center, I remember looking at a van up there, and he had the big module, and you could hear everybody talking in our field. There were surveillance. They were listening to everything was being said with our supporters and in the fields. It was nothing short of literally a movie. It was, you walk out your front door and you go down your laneway. It shouldn't become something you get used to. you walk out there and it becomes like they're all there, and you know, it's like a normal thing to see that these police officers are there. Well, you're just fighting for justice to be done in the Supreme Court of Canada to come down with the proper decision that they would have heard our case. When they came down with that decision, it became very clear in that moment to us as a family, and this is our speculation, is that it was way too coincidental in a time frame that the Supreme Court of Canada they had a decision the same morning when those marked gunsmen were set up in that kill pen. We had the unmarked gunsmen were on our property. They were standing staged on top of the $200,000 straw kill pen. Everything was ready to go. And then that we got the decision from Supreme Court of Canada, which would make us think that Supreme Court of Canada was involved, giving them enough time to collect the samples or do whatever they needed to do on our farm, destroy our animals, or prepare to destroy our animals, and they came down with a decision when they said, the Canadian Food Inspection Agency said that they were prepared. Our animals were destroyed in the most inhumane way. November 6th, the shootings, the RCMP didn't notify us that the shootings were going to start. We were caught outside with the gunfire happening, with the animals screaming at the fence for it to stop. The RCMP stood there with their backs to us. There was no precautionary. They did not do any secure perimeters. There was supporters locked out on the road 251 meters away from this active shooting of almost 1,000 gunshots that were let off that night. In a kill pen at night, the rain poured. There was a time in there when they had to take a break because they did a massive RCMP shift change while our animals were laying there half wounded and dying, watching each other in the most inhumane way. This should never happen to anybody ever again. They destroyed our family. They made our animals watch each other die. They made them run in panic and fear from the very people that we taught them to trust, and that was humans. All because of bureaucracy and red tape. Because we have a country that doesn't want to listen to our farmers or listen when we know something is wrong. Our family's left with nothing. They took everything. My paraplegic father laid in the house the night and waited for someone to come in and tell him that all the birds were gone. He didn't want to cry because he said he thought that they had a camera in our house and he didn't want to let Canadian Food Inspection Agency know that they won, that he cried. They took everything, but they didn't take our strength and our hope and our faith. And I do believe that these ostriches were martyrs. They were beacons of hope, and they're going to continue to change the world. They're going to wake up our farmers across Canada. We're going to rise up. We're going to come together in unity, and we are going to change the way we are protected by our government.
Thanks so much, Katie. And just to complete one point, I understand over the 11 months or so since the first couple of PCRs on the dead birds in December, and throughout that entire period subsequently, right up until they killed that herd on November 6th, were you ever told why you weren't allowed to have the remaining herd tested to ensure that they were in fact healthy? Were you ever given an explanation for that?
It's just part of the quarantine process, but we actually have an email that I've submitted that actually says that even if all of our animals tested negative, they would have to be destroyed. So they said it didn't matter. And it would be too timely, too costly, and it didn't matter because they would have to be destroyed even if they all tested negative due to trading partner policies.
That's what they told you, huh?
But yeah, we brought the USA on board begging for collaboration, saying stop. And I think that's what's happened to the world. They've all watched something here and nothing made sense.
No.
And then they exposed themselves as the belly of the beast that they are with the way that they carried out this unethical, inhumane destruction of our population and the destroying our family.
Great. Well, that's an amazing story. I'm going to turn you over to the commissioners now. We'll have some questions for you.
Were you offered any compensation in respect of this?
There had been discussion of $3,000 per ostrich, which was not even close to the value and the worth of the genetic hens and the values in these animals. But no, there was never any compensation forms filled out or no actual concrete offer given. And now we're actually have heard through the grapevine that that we might be even looking at a bill for the $7 million that it costs them to kill our animals.
Have you thought or consulted with any lawyers about further recourse in respect of this matter?
We are, yes. We are looking at a compensation, but going after a charter violations, going after the constitutional law pieces, and it will be a lawsuit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I could cry, which I'm not supposed to do as commissioner, but everyone in this room feels your pain.
I know.
I can tell you I was in the UK, and the UK, I've got family, various countries around the world, and they all followed your story. You were on media. It is not you that shamed Canada. You've shown Canada how to stand up.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm proud of our family. I'm really proud of our family. We fight hard, we love hard, but we don't give up.
We done, commissioners? Good? Okay. Katie, thank you so much. You know we're going to hear from your mom after the break, so we're going to continue on with this tragic, unbelievable story that you've now shared with us. This incredible wake-up call.
Yes, this is our time.
Yeah.
This is our time. Thank you for having this platform.
Well, thank you so much. It's been emotional for all of us. It's a huge story, and your participation here today is so much appreciated. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Commissioners, that does indeed take us to the afternoon break, so we'll be down for about 10 or 15 minutes.
Good afternoon. We have Rhonda Marriott here in beautiful Kelowna, British Columbia, and we're at the National Citizens Inquiry, the first of several hearings to deal with the question, are farmers safe in Canada? So Rhonda, why don't you tell me what you've learned so far about the National Citizens Inquiry, and let's start there and then let's have some fun.
Well, thank you for asking, Wayne. I discovered the National Citizens Inquiry, I believe it was 2022, not long after they started. And I was really excited about a citizen-led, citizen-funded, nonpartisan, no government involvement, accountability and information gathering resource so that Canadians could find out what's actually going on, because there was so much there was such a lack of transparency around policies that were implemented that were very harmful. And so I was excited that this particular avenue had been started, and I really felt that maybe we'd have some answers and hopefully some accountability as well.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I go back all the way to, 2023 when it started, and did some testimony myself in the Vancouver area. And then I also volunteered at the Edmonton hearings last year and was able to meet some really interesting people. But as part of being a volunteer, like what have you learned about volunteers here, and what do you think about the people you're working with here? Like, what's your role and all that stuff?
Well, I'm a compassionate witness, so I'm here to support the witnesses. My understanding, it can be an incredibly stressful experience to testify. Apparently, we've lost a lot of people over the years who've been afraid to testify. So my role is to help them to center themselves and perhaps get in touch with, a more regulated nervous system, as well as to why they're here. And then after they testify, it can be quite an experience for them. So I'm also here to help support that process and whatever emotions are coming up for them, to deal with all sorts of things that might be coming up after taking that risk and speaking out.
Yeah, speaking out can come with some risks, but it can also be a lot of fun and very rewarding too. What I've noticed is that there's volunteers that come and do like absolutely amazing things, like yourself with compassionate care. It all starts with people that are greeting people when they come in. There were the team that was set up to actually get all of these witnesses to go from greeters to people that would welcome a witness, that would direct people that are in the different parts of the hearings. There are people that would deliver water to the commissioners. We've got another lady that deals with social media and live streaming social media at different times. What else? Maybe I missed some. Did I?
Oh, there's so many people that are engaged, and really all hands are on deck, for sure. Yeah.
Tell me what else you've learned about the National Citizens Inquiry.
Well, it's taken incredibly seriously by the people involved, the lawyers and the commissionaires. The reports they're writing are incredibly detailed. I've purchased one on whether children are safe in Canada, because I do think it's going to be an important resource. It's in print. These people take what they're doing seriously, and they're really trying to raise awareness of what's happening in this country.
Yeah, one of the meetings that we had this morning, I was quite amazed to learn that if all of the evidence that's been delivered to the National Citizens Inquiry so far through online testimony and so on was printed out, it would fill something like 95 semi-trailers.
I heard that!
And there's approaching at least 10,000 pages of actual written testimony under oath from roughly 400 witnesses that have testified to date. But that still doesn't reveal it all when we think about it. Like, how many thousands of hours have gone into this from volunteers, from every walk of life? Like, maybe if you're comfortable with it, why don't you share a little bit about your background and maybe why you fit into that role as compassionate care?
Well, I'm a registered clinical counselor, and I've been counseling in Penticton for over 20 years. And I saw firsthand the impact of the mandates on my clientele that I had been working with for so long. And I saw, families divided, I saw depression, I saw addictions, I saw anxiety disorders through the roof. I saw children who were stable, who now had developmental delays. I saw a great deal of things that really concerned me that I had never seen in 20, well, at that time it would have been about 15 years of practice, 16, 17 years of practice. So I was extremely concerned. I saw people who were forced between continuing to support their families financially, or take an injection that they knew after just 2 hours of research was untested and didn't look like it was safe at all. And so people were in a real pressure cooker. And I really felt compelled to support them. And when I learned about the National Citizens Inquiry, I really wanted to stay abreast of the information they were gathering, just so that I could keep up with what's happening and how things are moving forward.
Well, that's awesome, Rhonda. Thank you so much for coming. I'm 100% committed to the National Citizens Inquiry because out of all of the, I guess, investigations or inquiries that might have been conducted recently where the government investigates itself, this is citizens investigating the government, and I'm absolutely thrilled that you're part of it, and I want to thank you so much for taking the time to spend your time with us today.
Oh, thank you, Wayne. Really appreciate that.
We're here day 2 in beautiful Kelowna, British Columbia, and one of the volunteers that is near and dear to my heart because we have met before and we've worked together before, and you are just awesome. Carrie Ann Nunn. Carrie Ann, thank you for being here in Kelowna. Now, where did you travel from?
I came from Saskatchewan, Kamsack, and then I went down south, and then we came to Golden and got diverted by an avalanche.
Of
and
course
then we
you
went
did.
down south again and came back up and hit Big White, where the biggest snowstorm of our whole trip was.
Well, yeah, and you thought Saskatchewan got snow, right? Shh, don't tell anybody. Nobody thinks it really snows that much here in BC. All right, so that was quite an adventure.
It was an adventure.
To get here. Because your detour was like 7 or 8 hours, wasn't it?
Yes. Yeah.
See, commitment, people. This is what some people would turn around and go home, but NCI volunteers push through blizzards, avalanches. Nothing deters them from getting here.
I said, what's the postman's wording? You know, hailstorms,
Yeah.
nothing stops us.
There you go. Okay, so here you are. How did you first find out about the National Citizens Inquiry?
I work a lot with John Graff with the Living Streams Institute, and that's where we heard about it. And the first one that I attended was in Saskatoon, where my daughter happens to live. And I said, oh, I have free room and board. I will go and volunteer at whatever this new thing. And I fell in love with the topics, the people, the community, and it's something I can stand behind.
Yep.
Yes.
There's almost a camaraderie, isn't there? Yeah.
It's like a family.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very, very, very much so. So you come all the way here to Kelowna. Now, John Graff, of course, is one of the directors on the board for the National Citizens Inquiry. So he didn't threaten you or torment you in any way to get you to come here. This is of all your free will, right?
He asked if I would be the compassion leader, and I'm like, I'm there. I don't know how I'm going to get my farm looked after, but I'm there. So he didn't push, he just asked.
So you raised an important issue, and I haven't had this issue raised before, but when people come, especially as far as you have, and there's a number of people that travel great distances by land, plane, snowmobile. You almost needed one, didn't you? But not only do you come here, but you have to make arrangements for what's going on at home, right?
We have lives.
And that's real life can't get in the way of this because this starts at 7 in the morning and goes right through the whole day.
This is not a vacation. This is a dedication, and this is up early. This is putting the hours in. Yes, you might be able to sit down and take a bit of a break, but this is dedication from morning till night for the whole time that you're gone from home.
Right, and making this production, because it is a production. Yeah. So the first time that you experienced behind the scenes as a volunteer for the NCI, were you impressed with what transpires? You can't conceive it till you're here, can you?
It flows like a river. Everybody knows what they're doing. Some of us that have been doing it before, we train people who are eager to learn, and we just pass that knowledge on, and everybody is eager to jump in where needed.
But there's a lot of people.
There's a lot of people.
A lot of moving parts.
Yes.
It is a production.
It is.
It is. And then how important is it when you look up and you hear the testimonies? So do you get actually a chance to listen to some of the testimonies? When you know that because of your commitment and all the people working around you who have, and I love that, It's a dedication, not a vacation. I will be using that, okay? You'll get full credit for it, but that is exactly what this is, because it's not sit around and chat and, you know, visit and what have you. There's a lot of things that need to happen now and on time. But as you're sitting there watching some of these amazing witnesses that come to the NCI, does it make your heart feel good that you're actually contributing to something that may make a difference in Canada?
Unbelievable. I am on the edge of what's important. I wish more people would wake up. I wish more people could hear what I'm hearing. And it's very important. Yeah, to be part of this, it's an honor.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, and we give people the tools. You can ship out these videos, right? Every video, every testimony is ultimately given its own place on the NCI website. So if there's a topic or a speaker who really, I know I have this thermometer built into my phone when we get a really good witness on there, because my phone just goes ballistic, right? Oh, so good, I learned so much, you know, and okay, we'll save it till after the hearing and tell me, don't interrupt me while we're here. It is busy, yeah. But just the knowledge that this testimony then can now be shared with other people. And we've had other volunteers talk about, in this day and age, you know, people have lost the ability of differing opinions to actually talk. So here you have a tool. Look, I know you don't agree with me on this subject matter, but you might find this person really interesting.
This person has the knowledge and the skills,
yeah,
that I might not have, and they can present it.
Right.
Yeah.
So there's tools for people. There's government awareness through the reports and ambassador programs like Wayne Llewellyn's putting out, where that information is thrust, not just handed to, thrust into our elected leaders for their knowledge and better decision making. So there's a lot of good coming out of these hearings.
Absolutely.
All right, and part of that good is because we got great volunteers like you, Carrie Ann. Thank you so much. All right, everybody, welcome back. And again, we're continuing on with introducing you to the people behind the scenes here at the NCI that actually make the NCI hearings work. And we have this small army of really great people at every hearing. We have a very large army across Canada that help us with all the hearings. But joining us here in Kelowna, British Columbia for day 2 is Rudy Litz. Rudy, thank you for being here.
Oh, thank you.
All right, so how did you first find out about the NCI?
Oh, one of the ladies that I know here that works for Conservative Party, whatever, Ella Stevens, she sent me an email and said that NCI was coming here and they needed help, and that was just, okay, we need help, then I'll do what I can. Need a volunteer. And
well, I want to meet that lady.
Okay.
Clearly, she's very persuasive.
a simple email and she did it.
I'll tell you. Yeah, you don't mess with her, right? She
No,
says
yep.
go, you go. Is that
Boss,
it?
boss,
Yeah.
yep.
All right, and so, well, that's interesting. So you've literally just found out about the NCI.
Oh, I knew about NCI in the other
Hearings.
programs that they ran, right?
Okay.
And then when it was coming here, you go, oh, hell,
Yeah,
You know,
how
that-
often does it come to Kelowna,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Yeah.
once.
Well, I don't know. It's been a pretty good time here in
good.
Kelowna, and the volunteers have been exceptional. So you may get us back if you're not careful.
A rerun.
Yeah,
Good.
rerun.
Good.
Okay, so how has it been working with all these people? You've clearly not met all these other volunteers, but it's a pretty good group of people.
Really good, really good.
And how is it with being here involved in the hearings? You knew about them before, but is it a very different experience watching how all this unfolds?
Oh, definitely now you're behind the scenes, you know, maybe it's even cleaning bathrooms or whatever, but you get to see who's traveled from whatever distance to be involved here and help make it happen, and you're just assisting them. So it's interesting to see all the work that is put into it to make this.
There's a lot of moving parts here.
Oh, very much so.
Yeah, so we've got people who sell merchandise. We've got people who are in the kitchen
Right.
feeding everybody. And the food, you guys, we are
Spoiled would be an understatement.
The food is the most important.
Yeah, the email didn't say anything, you're going to be fed great.
No, she didn't promise anything.
She's
No.
probably holding out on that one and seeing what you were going to say, huh?
We'll get the report at the end.
All right, so the volunteers are, and the camaraderie around the tables. I think that's one of the things. I kind of walk by and listen, because you've got, what, 50 people or more in some cases, all having a meal together, getting to know each other for the first time. And I like to sort of eavesdrop, I admit, eavesdropping on the conversations, but they're great conversations that are going on.
Very different.
Very different.
Right.
And these are people who care about our country, what's happening in the future. How important is it in your decision to come and work for the NCI, knowing that this was going to have a positive impact in the nation?
Well, as much of an impact to me from seeing the other NCIs, but to be involved with them, to see what they're bringing out, and to hear the testimonies really is sort of a bonding with them. Other than that, they're a name or a face that you see in the headlines, but now you're actually getting to see them. Man, they're real people, and we're not saying movie stars, but you're impressed with them and how they've got the courage and integrity to step forward under threat even of their well-being. They're sitting up there testifying or giving information, and you're just a helper in the background facilitating that. I'm in there, I'm doing it.
Well, without you, we could never do that, right? Without you, this amazing testimony by these scientists and professors and doctors and all the people who should be being listened to are now giving a platform where at least Canadians can listen to them.
Right.
And everybody, it takes everybody coming together to make these things happen. And you know what, you touched on something too. You said courage and integrity. Isn't it a sad situation in this nation when you have to be courageous to speak truth, when you have to be integrity driven, meaning you could lose your job, you could not have enough money to pay your mortgage, but you're so concerned with what's transpiring that you're willing to lend your voice to that. And you, because of your volunteerism and all this other group, make that happen. So thank you so much, Rudy.
Oh, God, you're welcome.
And I hope we see you again.
Oh, hope too.
Yeah. Yeah. And we'll make sure the food's good too. Yeah, the food. All right, everybody, we are here again with the amazing volunteers at Kelowna, British Columbia for the NCI hearings, Are Farmers Safe in Canada? And we have with us Steve Joseph. Steve, welcome.
Thank you.
So, how did you first find out about the National Citizens Inquiry?
Well, a few years ago, I retired from my work from the city of Burnaby, and I came to Kelowna. I met Mary Lou Guster.
Okay.
And she introduced me to some of the rallies that were going on in town, and ergo, through all that, the NCI came up.
There we go. And here you are now, one of our volunteers. So what do we have you doing while you're here?
I'm a doorman. I'm watching the door, making sure that people's radios or phones are silented, and there's not a lot of noise coming into the room while they're interviewing.
And you're also making sure that the people that are here for all the right reasons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, 99.999% of them are.
Yeah, because I think you just looking sideways and going, are you here? I don't think anyone would even try to get through the door.
I'm a big guy.
Yeah, he's a big guy. He smiles and he's got beautiful blue eyes, but I would suggest that anybody here for untoward purposes would be encountered with great resistance. So is this your first time volunteering then?
It's my first time volunteering for NCI, yes.
Okay, and so what is it like as far as this group of people that come together to make sure that these hearings are a success?
What is it about them that makes them a success?
Well, what kind of people are here? I mean, one of the things we talk about is that there's this positive group of people who've come together, who work well together, that it's a great environment and the food is good.
The food. I think that we all have a common goal, we're all hurting in the same, in all the same ways and everything. We have children who are hurting. We have children getting manipulated. Our food industries are getting manipulated. And I think that we all have these common goals, and it just brings us together.
And I think you've touched on, everybody who talks about this talks about the future generations for our children. Because if you weren't living in this day and age with the obvious craziness, for lack of better description, lunacy might even be a better word, would you actually be able to convey what it's like as far as what's happening, transpiring in the world today? I mean, politicians who can't say or define what a woman is, free speech being taken away with a stroke of a pen, people being put in jail or fined extraordinary amounts of money for making statements. If you weren't living and watching this happen in real time, would you ever believe it?
I think they'd call me a nut. I think they just think I was crazy.
Yeah.
For saying these kind of things,
Yeah, I think that's what we're living in, this extraordinary time where we actually get to not only see this, but experience it. This is affecting our daily lives. This is affecting our decision making, and certainly affecting what we're looking at for in the future. And I know for my kids and my grandkids, without the work of the National Citizens Inquiry and the ability to make sure that there is truth on the record, it would be a very concerning world that they were coming into.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you'll get all the protests and the rallies going on and stuff like that, and you'll get all the different opinions of all the people. And, they'll go from we never landed on the moon to lizard people to God knows what else.
It's amazing, isn't it?
And I know a lot of people, that's where you get the bird, and I know a lot of people think, well, you guys are nuts, so that's crazy. This is a valid platform. This has some, merit behind it. This has some, people are now inquiring and using evidence here to make their cause, to verify their stories and make, things happen.
Well, I think when we look back at, for instance, the COVID hearings, that record of information, those testimonies sworn under oath, are being used in court cases around the world. Yeah. Are children safe in Canada? Same thing. The people who get to testify, who get to tell their stories. Now, those stories are being used to influence decisions across the world. Are farmers safe in Canada? This is a very important platform for us to have a discussion. And I sense there's always this undercurrent where real people, common sense people, know there's something terribly wrong going on, and they talk among themselves, but that talk never gets elevated to having a public platform where people can say, wait, I'm not the only other one. Or it gives scientists and doctors this opportunity to make sure what they've been saying in the wings has a public voice. How important is that work?
Yeah, I know. I was thinking about one time about you mentioned about common sense people, and how is it that I grew up in the same world as everyone else? Why do I have common sense? Why do you have common sense? Why do some of these other people have common sense and they don't? They walking around with blinkers like. Well,
because we question. We question everything.
Why? But I grew up in the same classroom as you, or them. They don't. What stopped them from questioning?
Yeah.
How were you indoctrinated? What kind of a system in society were you indoctrinated to? There's any different than mine?
Well, and we've seen it at a new level now. We've seen it at a way where there's blinders on and there's earplugs in. They don't want to have a discussion. They don't want to have They don't want to be challenged. Actually, I was talking about that the other day. What has happened to create that kind of person who doesn't even want to sit down and have a conversation about things?
Right.
I know. Something's tragically wrong. Maybe we'll put that one onto a hearing and see what we can come up with. But I have a few ideas.
Well, that's why I like the NCI, because this is a valid platform. More and more people are becoming aware.
Yeah.
And I've just recently learned from a meeting this morning that other countries, are now wanting to run their own NCI programs.
Yeah, I was down in the United States.
Huge awakening.
Yeah, I was just down in the United States in late October with a group of people saying, Carrie, how do we franchise this work across the United States, right?
Yeah.
So growing, I know Australia and New Zealand, the same thing. And a lot of that has happened because we've had international witnesses come to Canada, to testify about what's transpiring in their countries, and then taking back the lessons learned here and the value of what we're doing back to their nations and going, we need this too. So
Definitely.
it'll be very interesting to meet up with you in about 2 years' time and look at what the NCI is doing at that point in time, because it's growing and expanding. Well, Steve, thank you so much for
I just have one thing to say. It was when I'm in my early 70s, and I don't have any children. I'm not married or anything like that. For all you ladies out there, single ladies.
Okay, yeah.
plug.
See what's really happening here.
And
he's really good looking, and he does have beautiful, beautiful eyes.
Thank you. And so after high school, a buddy of mine felt we had some freedom. Work was plentiful, everything was plentiful, easy to deal with. So we decided to hitchhike and go on the road and just do some traveling. So we're on the train somewhere, and some old guy says, hey, what are you guys up to? And we said that we're just traveling around and enjoying our freedom. And he said, you think you're free? And I was 17. This was like 50 years ago.
Yeah.
So I would just like to leave you all with the thought that, do you think you're free? We're not.
No. Good thought to end this interview with it. Thank you, Steve. You can't escape that fast. No, you can never escape. You can never escape.
See, I'm not free.
Yeah. We constrain. All right, everybody, we are here again with the amazing volunteers at Kelowna, British Columbia for the NCI hearings, Are Farmers Safe in Canada? And we have with us Steve Joseph. Steve, welcome.
Thank you.
So, how did you first find out about the National Citizens Inquiry?
Well, a few years ago, I retired from my work from the city of Burnaby, and I came to Kelowna. I met Mary Lou Guster.
Okay.
And she introduced me to some of the rallies that were going on in town, and ergo, through all that, the NCI came up.
There we go. And here you are now, one of our volunteers. So what do we have you doing while you're here?
I'm a doorman. I'm watching the door, making sure that people's radios or phones are silented and there's not a lot of noise coming into the room while they're interviewing.
And you're also making sure that the people that are here for all the right reasons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, 99.999% of them are.
Yeah, because I think you just looking sideways and going, are you here? I don't think anyone would even try to get through the door.
I'm a big guy.
Yeah, he's a big guy. He smiles and he's got beautiful blue eyes, but I would suggest that anybody here for untoward purposes would be encountered with great resistance. So is this your first time volunteering then?
It's my first time volunteering for NCI, yes.
Okay, and so what is it like as far as this group of people that come together to make sure that these hearings are a success?
What is it about them that makes them a success?
Well, what kind of people are here? I mean, one of the things we talk about is that there's this positive group of people who've come together, who work well together, that it's a great environment and the food is good.
The food. I think that we all have a common goal. We're all hurting in the same, in all the same ways and everything. We have children who are hurting. We have children getting manipulated. Our food industries are getting manipulated, and I think that we all have these common goals.
Welcome back, everybody.
Just brings us
Commissioners.
together.
And I think you've touched on
Our next witness is Karen Esperson. Can you hear me okay, Karen?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Great. Could I get you to state your full name for the record, please, and spell your last name?
Karen Esperson, K-A-R-E-N-E-S-P-E-R-S-E-N.
Great. And Karen, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Now, Karen, you're the mother of Katie, who was our previous witness moments ago.
Yes.
And co-owner of the Universal Ostrich Farm, and you underwent the same impactful ordeal that we've heard from your daughter. You're going to give evidence from your perspective and your own experiences, much of which I suppose might overlap with the evidence that we've heard from your daughter, but you have your own set of notes that you want to cover on things that haven't been addressed fully yet. So I'm going to let you get into your notes in a minute, but I want to let everybody know that you've provided the NCI with substantial documentation, which is uploaded onto the site. So people who, they're all exhibits, and the exhibits include the correspondence with CFIA, all of the litigation documents in your efforts to challenge CFIA in court, which include affidavits, applications. All of that is now online at the NCI, exhibited for the world to see so that they'll fully understand both the timeline and the specific positions taken by CFIA and by your lawyer in efforts to preserve the farm and the stock. So I want everyone to know that. I also understand that after your notes you want to show us a brief 5-minute video, which is great. So my plan is to let you start covering what you feel you should supplement your daughter's evidence with.
Sure.
But before we even do that, I got to put you under oath. So let me do that now. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do again, yes.
And have I done that twice?
Yes.
Okay, well, I'm going to have a word with the AV guys. Trying to embarrass me in front of all these folks. Take it away for about 15 minutes or so on your notes of things that you think we should cover to supplement your daughter's evidence, and then we'll start with that video, and then I'll let the commissioners ask you a few questions.
Okay. First of all, I was going to start out and say, I'm just a farmer. But we're not just farmers. We're breeder farms, your food source farms, research farms. We're essential to keeping the world alive moving forward. I'm an ostrich farmer, 35 years. You could say I'm an expert in my field of years of dedication to our birds. We are leaders in Canada. We were proving out the vitality of farming ostrich and then research in ostrich antibodies. Ostrich have one of the strongest immune systems of any land animal and can live up to 75 years of age. And they can breed up to 55 years of age, and it takes 3.5 years to become a breeder. Our entire farm, we're breeders. There is much time and love and money that goes into each one of these birds. People who visited our farm would comment that they could see our passion and our love of our birds. Some of our birds were older than some of our grown children. Our whole family worked with these birds for years, doing chores and helping on the farm. These birds had personalities, names, and grew up as our entire family. I won't get into the day of the 28th, which we will never forget, the call from CFIA from an anonymous person. Katie's covered, my amazing daughter, has covered so much of what actually needed to be said today as the testimony. So I will skim over some of it. She is right. We thought that the birds actually died from Pseudomonas, which is a bad bacteria that is secondary to the ducks. And we felt that the birds probably died with H5N1, not from it. Dr. Stephen Pellick did do tests. And one thing that we did was a freedom of information, because as they did their simple PCR test, first we'll talk about the PCR test, as Katie was saying, it says right on the package, not for diagnostic purposes. But what Stephen Pellick went on to put in his expert report that was stricken by the records from the courts was that a PCR test can only test for the H, not the N. If you only have the H, you have nothing. You have to have the N in order for a virus to attach to a cell. So Stephen Pellick said they didn't know. They had no idea. Those two simple swabs were nothing. They meant nothing to your farm. We did ask several times in the court of law if we could test our birds. Please just let us test the live ones is all we asked. We wanted to prove that the birds that had the strong immune system, that very few would die. And it was actually said with Dr. Byram Bridle, who also did an expert report for us. He had stated in his expert report that 75% of animals that die right away, then that's a high path virus. If it's 25% or less, then it's a low path. We only had 17% mortality on our farm. So if we only had 17% mortality, then it absolutely meant we were in the low path. We had asked after the simple PCR test, we had asked several times to be able to get from CFIA the testing on our birds. And we said, we need this genome sequencing. They just ignore it. Whenever the CFIA didn't want to give us something, they would absolutely pretend like we never asked it. And this was a really big deal because they wouldn't talk to us, like everyone said, they lost communication. It was only by email. And we always sent it to West AI 7. Why? Because they were quick to take away our personal one-on-one caseworker once they realized that they were going to call our farm. But as Katie said, on January 2nd, we were given an exemption. And they told us in this exemption, oh, don't worry, you fall under rare and valuable genetics. And why? One of them was, I said, I honestly think we have a Somalian blue, maybe even an Arabian black. Some of our birds came right from Africa. Dave had brought birds over from Africa, so a good number of the flock had either come from Africa or their genetics had. The Arabian black that we had on the farm was named Gino. Gino had a blacker neck and he was smaller than most birds, so he actually could have been, he was different from everybody else. Same with the Somalian blue, the one that we thought for sure had different traits. These were things that were completely acknowledged at first, and they said, congratulations, you qualify. Then all of a sudden we got the exemption, or they said we need to do, on January 3rd, we need a 3-hour interrogation. Ended up being a 5-hour interrogation. The 4th hour I said, wait a minute. I said, it seems like you guys are just looking to call us here. And our caseworker had jumped up on the screen and says, no, we're looking at working with you. We're looking at saving your animals, we're looking at your science. Keep telling us everything, we're totally looking at working with you. So we did. They said on the news that we gave them no science. We gave them so much science. All we kept doing was giving them science. We gave them immune biosolutions. We gave them the fact that we had the data, and once we received our data, like we said, we were working with the National Research Council. We were trying to get grants. We were trying to get the government to acknowledge these natural antibodies that were so robust. They're so robust, these antibodies, that they could actually withstand high amounts of temperature, low amounts of temperature. They were they could handle acidity. So this made this a very valuable thing that these ostriches held for the world. And we wanted to get that out to the world and be able to use natural cures for things. One thing with an antigen is a genome sequencing, like Katie said, you take one protein, that's it, synthesize it. It's a tiny, tiny amount that you give an ostrich or a chicken. That same amount you give a chicken is the same amount we're giving a 350-pound bird. There was no effect, no sickness, no way that this animal could ever be contagious, infectious, or anything. We loved our animals so much, and we took pride in doing this program. Why? Because our animals didn't go through shoots. They didn't go through squeezes. Dave and I would walk up to the bird. We would give them the antigen. We would mark the bird down that it was done and mark their tail to make sure that it was a nice bright color, that it wouldn't be marked again. Our birds didn't even know they were getting shots.
Let me just ask you a couple questions on what you've, and of course, we have heard much of this story, and I don't want to rush you too much, but you refer to the expert opinions of Byron Bridle. He's a professor and scientist out in Guelph, Ontario, and
yes.
Stephen Pellick, who's a professor at UBC, both recognized experts in infectious diseases, virology, and epidemiology, and these sorts of things related to public health. They're widely published, and you got the expert opinions from them to the extent that you've described, which is that the birds that died between December and January on your farm were in all likelihood not infected with the influenza. They may have died with it, but it wasn't causal in their demise because
they may have developed the antibodies which you think the rest of the herd had developed as a natural immunity. But in any event, you were denied the right to test the herd in the next 10 or 11 months until they came in to kill the birds. But the other thing I wanted to ask you about is the fact that you went to the court. You hoped that the court would be some sort of salvation for you so you could establish some procedural fairness and scrutiny of the decision-making made within CFIA to challenge the decision. And as I understand it, the expert evidence that you tried to tender wasn't admissible because the court applied these administrative law principles which confined the scope of the evidence to only the material considered by the administrative authority in its decision to cull the birds. Am I right about that?
Yes, they were just looking. We had actually obtained a genome sequencing, which we did an FOI, like we said ourselves, to get it. And that genome sequencing, Steve Pellick took it right away. We got it a week before cross-examinations. And we tried to get it into the courts because he said, oh my goodness, you guys, this is a hybrid. And we said, a hybrid, what does this mean? Like, explain it to us. He said, this is how it works. He says, there's 8 chromosomes. 5 of those chromosomes were high, 3 of the chromosomes were low. He said, the minute you cross the 2 of them, he said, now you've got a hybrid. When you have a hybrid, he said, it can never have the efficacy of a high path. He said, you have nothing that's contagious, infectious, or can kill or hurt or harm a person, animal, or thing. What, again, this proved is back to 2020, our birds were dying of pseudomonas. Once we realized this, Dave and I immediately, as Katie had said, we took the HOCl water and we said, you know what? The ducks are drinking the water. The birds are with the ducks. We've got to eradicate the pseudomonas, the bad bacteria. Once we started to do that, that was the end of our deaths immediately.
So getting back, though, to the efforts you made in the courts to challenge CFIA, weren't successful, in part, I understand, because the expert evidence that you pulled together to challenge any rational basis for the decision to kill your herd wasn't admissible because the court decided to rely on the, quote, expertise of the CFIA to the exclusion of the evidence which showed there was no rational basis for the decision. The judge, as in many judicial reviews, wouldn't take notice of that expert opinion to revisit and open up and challenge the decision to kill the birds. Am I right about that? It was,
We got caught up in judicial review.
That's right.
And judicial review is just, are they following their policies? Well, you know what?
Right.
They changed their policies. They amended our quarantine rules several times. And as Katie said, one would be putting a net over the pond. One was separating the boys from the girls a month after they were healthy. And I said, it's winter time out. I'm not going to put the older boys with the younger boys and have the older boys pick on the younger guys and they're going to be in the snow. It made no sense. But we got caught in judicial review. Right. It was all about their policies. It wasn't the law. They made their own rules as they went. So we were never going to win. That's when we should have realized that somewhere down the line, but we got so caught up in the court system and judicial review that they actually weren't looking at the laws anymore. It was just whether they followed their rules, and they did.
So you realized the courts weren't there as an effective means by which to challenge an administrative decision. The courts were not there because of the rules of judicial review. They apply these administrative principles. They exclude your own expert evidence. They defer to what they call the expertise of the bureaucrats, going on the basis of their policy, and the judge finds that the outcome was defendable based on their policies. So then you go upstairs to the political level, both the MLAs in Victoria and your MP in Ottawa, to go to bat for you so that the policies can be revisited so that this kind of thing doesn't happen. But they're not listened to in the cabinets of either level of government, so you're left with no recourse. The courts aren't there for you, and the political people who can change the policy aren't there for you, and you're not getting any answers back from CFIA at all to your inquiries. So you're left with nowhere to go. Have I got that right?
Absolutely, exactly that. And one important part was in the beginning of this with CFIA, and we talked about our antibodies, and we had told them, we said, well, look it, the ducks brought it to our farm. We said, you know what, we have scientists here, and good scientists, and we're leading scientists in ostrich IgY antibodies, and we said, What we would like to do is we've talked to them and we think we can come up with a solution and we can eradicate this with the ducks. We could follow the migratory path. We could build little feeder stations. We know it's aromatic. We could actually make these little pellets. So as the ducks go into these feeder stations and eat the pellets, they get a little bit of a dust, but it's all antibodies going into their system. We said, why don't we eradicate this right at the source? And CFIA turned around and said to us, they said, we don't deal with wildlife. That's not our problem. Just your farm's our problem. Okay. And we said, well, the ducks brought it here, and now you're telling us to get rid of the birds that survived this, and not only survived it, but there's over half our farm, all the older birds, not one of them were ever sick. They never even sniffled. And we had over, say, about 15 older birds in with the younger birds that were getting the Pseudomonas, and none of them had even sniffled.
Right. Okay. Well, don't let me interrupt you. If you want to take another 10 minutes or so with your notes, then we can play that little video. That would be great.
And then the big thing with Immune Biosolutions, Fred Leduc, they were granted $13 million from the government to look into COVID-19 antibodies and what they could do for solutions. We never received any of that money, and that's kind of been thrown out in the media, and we want to make sure that's very clear with people, that they understand we were actually contracting Immune Biosolutions, and it was only because at the time the borders were shut down because of COVID, and so we weren't able to get antigens out of Japan. So we had partnered up, and Fred Leduc, yes, was interested in ostrich because he wanted to work with them but was scared and could never get enough birds to work with, so he was intrigued by our program. But he actually worked with chicken people and was governed by chicken people and funded by chicken people. So when our project got shut down so suddenly, and the facts are given on the record, and we actually put in slides of, it shows neutralization of COVID-19, and it shows how we were 40% better than the chicken antibodies, and it also shows that our second year of doing COVID-19, that we actually had hit a home run for the world. Every lab, every time a variant would come along, they were stopping it at the Crown, so they'd have to run back to the lab and create another antigen to try and get another antibody for that virus. Well, the second year we did this, we went beyond the crown and down the stem, we went to actually the nucleus of the cell. So we were neutralizing it at the nucleus of the cell, and that was vitally important. They had tried 2 variants, tested it, and both variants, we were very successful, 98% effective of neutralizing the virus. So this was a huge finding on our behalf. But that's then 2 weeks later, where Katie had said, our lab, all of a sudden we get phone calls, they've been bought out handsomely, NDA signed non-disclosure agreements, non-competition clauses, and he says, I am sorry guys, I hate to even say this, but he said, your project's been shut down indefinitely and you will never hear from me again. Talk to the new owners, which they changed their website immediately, and you only have a contact form to get a hold of, and of course you never hear back from them. So that was the end of that. So we thought, but as we persevere and knew the ostrich still had so much to give, we decided to pick up the pieces and move forward. And that's exactly what we did, is then we went back to Tsukamoto and Dr. Stu Greenberg, our other business partner in the US, and we said, let's start working together. Borders had opened up. Dr. Tsukamoto had sent his right man, Adachi, and his top student, Hyena, to our farm, and we started doing antigens for the birds again and working on projects together. And Dr. Tsukamoto is very well respected around the world and has published many papers, and he has 30-some patents worldwide protected for ostrich IgY antibodies.
Okay, I don't want to rush you at all, but just on what you're saying in terms of the perspective of people outside of Canada and efforts made to preserve the stock and recognize the scientific value, you also got invitations from, I think, within the Secretary of Health Kennedy down there, and Dr. Oz down there willing to move the ostriches. In other words, there were efforts made from folks in the States who recognized the scientific value of the herd, wanted to preserve the herd for scientific purposes. You communicated that fact to CFIA, I think, and what response did you get back to the idea that this herd could be safely tested elsewhere if necessary on behalf of those people in the States that recognize the scientific value?
We were completely ignored at all aspects, and it started right with Dr. Tsukamoto. He immediately offered the Canadian government, the Kyoto University, all his intellect property. He said that he had been studying H5N1 with another country for 2 years, but had a stockpile of his own that he was going to use for the liners of masks in Japan. And he had offered the Canadian government immediately ostrich antibodies to save our herd. And he said, we can stop it right now. Ignored. He said he was going to contact the Canadian government himself. Ignored. Then the exact same thing with RFK. John Casamadia saying, I have to say, he said to Katie, I remember her telling me this, that he said, it's really tough to know that you're like a #1 importer of Canadian oil, so a major trading partner, and he said you can't have any influence. And absolutely ignored. And it was the same thing with Dr. Oz, offering, everybody had offered a collaboration, and they said, even if you don't want to collaborate, then let us come in and test for free. Let us prove that they're healthy. And if you don't want that, then let us take them to the States. Every single thing we ever brought forth was continuously just ignored, like we never ever said it.
Okay.
But a big part of this all is the different facts. And one fact is there was, as Katie said, no correct address on our paperwork for the quarantine to begin with. And a big part of this, or the warrants, and a big part is to know that this was very sloppily done on CFIA. They had so empowerment and no accountability that they honestly felt they were the law. And they acted as if they were the law. They did no proper testing, no proper delivery of the quarantine papers. They're supposed to, it's said, to sit down with you. It's mandated in, as the tribunal judge said, that you have to hand deliver it to the farmer. Why? You assess the herd. And you see, are you going to monitor, test, quarantine, or kill? Which wasn't done. They never hand delivered those until February 26th. And they said, the judge said, it's also mandated in there that they're supposed to then give the farmer all the rules, so you know what you have to follow in a quarantine. Never done with us. Then they say the third thing that's expected when they are mandated to hand serve you, then they have to assess the farmer. Are you going to follow those rules? And the judge, when she set the tribunal aside, we got this just a couple weeks ago, she had said there was no way the family could ever follow this because you had several times amended the quarantine rules. You were forever changing the goalpost and the rules. So there was things that we could never do to obtain success. And yet they were throwing tribunals at us or fines, $10,000 fines every time we were getting close to a court case. And it was like they were trying to sidetrack us to another avenue. So all of a sudden, the amended quarantine rules came in place, and they expected us to do major changes to our farm. Right. But if it made sense, sure, absolutely, the new rule. But if it made no sense and it was going to actually be against the animal's health or welfare, then I'm a true farmer. And any true farmer loves their animals, they're good to their animals, and we take pride in what we do. Mm-hmm. And this was a big thing with our birds, is we loved every single one of them, and it was because we were a breeder farm and every one of these birds had already been deemed out that they were going to live their lifelong age, up to 75 years of age, on our farm. Everything we'd brought to the courts were stricken from the records. And so all our expert reports, and like you said, we kept getting caught in a judicial review only. Right. So any little bit of evidence was always denied and thrown out of court. Then when we went to the Court of Appeals, we actually said, okay, wait, you know what, you won. You won. We're going to give you the judicial review.
But now here's a reconsideration letter. Let's take all the facts we've been presenting to you this whole 10 months, and now please look at the facts and say, oh, the birds were never sick. They hold very valuable antibodies in their memory cells. They could be a cure. They've been healthy on the farm, no deaths for 10 months. Now let's reconsider everything. Mm-hmm. And we got denied at the Supreme, we got basically told at the Court of Appeals that it wouldn't look good because this was a judicial review and it was a judicial problem. So it never really got to the Supreme Court level. And if anything, that's why I think we got as far as what we thought we were getting an appeal to look at the Supreme Court was maybe that judicial review. Right. But in actuality now, as Katie said, it's kind of hard not to sit back as a person, as a farmer, and wonder if they weren't actually given, we weren't given the appeal just so that they had the time to set up for this call. But we had said from the very beginning, we said, whatever you do, you cannot shoot these animals. You know this, right? We said you would put them in a frenzy. Like you're going to, if this has to ever come about, you will do this humanely, right? They promised us we will have a top vet on site. We promise you we will, I'm sorry, we will do this very humanely. But when they rounded them up, and they put them into a kill pen, and they don't warn anybody, and they leave people sitting on a highway, and they don't, out of respect, even tell the family, and all of a sudden you're caught outside, and shots go, and they start shooting in the middle of the night, and they keep going until the rain comes. And like we said, it was like the heavens opened up and started to cry. Because how could you not? They were punishing the birds. They were punishing us, but they were punishing the birds. And the birds didn't deserve what they got. And then the next day, they come back, and there's another 45 shots that somebody had counted. And that's them killing the birds that lay there through the night. Like why they didn't do things. There was no accountability for what they did. There should have been. They should have had to have worn cameras. There should have been some kind of, they broke the Animal Health Act themselves. We went to the police and we said, there's animal cruelty going on. We're opening an investigation. They said, yeah, okay. It never ever went anywhere. Then we went and we said, before they even killed the animals, we said, we have a stay order right now, but we're noticing something, and supporters are coming to us in the middle, and every day, and they're saying we're hearing 7 to 8 shots a night in the middle of the night. The CFIA works all night, and you could see it's all lit up out there, and everybody's trying to figure out what are they doing out all night. And they said they Googled it and they listened. What would that noise be? Because it wasn't really a shotgun or anything. And we had several people come and give us video testimonials and written testimonials that these gunshots were not gunshots that sounded like dart guns. And so we had everybody looking at every angle and taking pictures, but we could see no blood. And we were like, what are they doing? Why are the numbers going down? So then we had drone footage, and they said, well, someone has to put their name on there, and you're not allowed to fly drones, so unless you're going to take a fine and put someone's name on this, we're not going to investigate. So then we had Mike Rood, a veteran, go up, and he went up into the hills with a high-powered lens, and he took pictures of the entire farm and our birds. And you could clearly see, at least at that point, 100 birds were missing off the farm. And we had taken this to the police, and we said, when somebody's doing something criminally, what do? We take it to the police. You're standing, 17 of you before us. We're taking it to you, and here you go. It's on a stick. Here are the pictures. Here, you do the count. We want this investigation opened. The sergeant said, yeah, I'll take this. I will do an investigation on this. The day that the birds were being killed, my niece said, not knowing the birds were being killed, she said, are you doing an investigation? Are you going to finish your investigation on the count? He said, it's an active investigation. Yes, we will do it. When we had asked them about it, they said, don't worry, we handed all the evidence over to the CFIA. And so they were actively looking into it for us, but had assured us that no dead birds had left the farm and only one had died on the farm. I had a guy with a broken toe named Thor. He was sitting in a hurt pen, and I had asked the CFIA every single day for transparency. I said, if nothing else, give respect to the family and give us some transparency here. Right. Not once did they ever acknowledge that rooster to the day after the call even. There was never an acknowledgement on it. But what they did when they served our warrants to us, they not only took over our property, they took over 3 properties. They handed us paperwork, and the warrants had the exact same message on every one, was for looking for birds and eggs, diseased birds. And my sister was the adjacent property right beside the ostrich. She got also served these papers. She wasn't there. And I said, have you notified them? No. I said, you just overtook their property? Yes. I said, are you allowed to do that? And they said, yeah, we slapped it on their door. It's good enough. Well, once you do a warrant with a search, then you should search and leave. They left, but the RCMP stayed there for another 50 days after they searched, and they just took over their farm and used it as a station for maintaining grounds and allowing vehicles in through the back and making new roadways.
Okay, Karen, I hate to rush you through this because it's really interesting and important, but I am being pushed by the clock a little bit here.
Okay.
If there's a minute or two left in your prepared notes that you want to cover before you show the video, and then the commissioners will ask you some questions. That's the sequence of things. Then please get to the last minute or so, and then we can run the video, and we can have the commissioners ask you a few questions. But just to put a cap on that last bit of evidence of yours, the police were absolutely useless in terms of opening a file on what you had reported to be their own unlawful actions, and instead of doing something meaningful from an investigative perspective, acting as an independent police force, they just shuffled everything over to the CFIA, who is at the root of this problem. Have I got that right?
Yes, absolutely. And the CFIA, when they came onto our property, they actually camped in the hottest part of the quarantine zone. Okay. When they came, they deemed it, Courtney Firthingham herself deemed it to be the hottest part of the quarantine, and they wore respirators when they came out to our farm on their last visit, which was February 26th. They'd never visited our farm again, even though we had such a virulent virus. But when they went into that hottest part of the quarantine, they invited all the contractors, the feed trucks, the porta potty, Super Safe. They invited everybody. They didn't disinfect one person. Right. They then after the killing of the birds, and they had their dumpsters come in to take the birds off of our place. They actually took part of the kill pen and they laid it on the roads so that, because it had rained, so that all the RCMP and the Super Safe trucks and the dumpsters could all leave and get onto the highway with this infected hay and drive on to Vernon and wherever they were going. The CFIA did nothing but show their sloppiness to us, and they proved that Canada is a very broken place.
Right.
And they're not here for us as farmers. They're not here to work with us. It's starting to really make us think that this has to do with the 2030 agenda, and it is to make famine a thing. If you can't control people by fear because the vaccines aren't working anymore, then let's starve them out. And if we get rid of their food source, we take away their natural sciences, then you know what? We're going to have better control. And this might be, as the theorists say, the 15-minute cities, which is being proven out now, that this is maybe coming to that.
Okay, and just to, again, capture a point you've raised, and it was raised by Katie as well, who gave some examples of how the wearing of hazmat suits created optics in the sense of conveying this false impression that there was any sort of infection risk from the herd. just because of the way they were acting. They were on and off with those suits. They were, as you say, the allegedly contaminated hay and all of that stuff wasn't managed in a way which reflected a genuine concern about infection risk. Rather, it was more in the nature of performative behavior designed to convey a false impression that there was an actual risk from the herd at the time they were dealing with it. Have I got that right?
Yeah, they were saying that there was a risk of catching something from the herd, but exactly that. We have numerous evidence
right.
that shows them clearly right in with the birds, working with them with no PPE. They had the sharpshooters come in, no PPE.
Exactly.
The bobcat that came in to load up the dead, he was wearing no PPE, the RCMP. There was nothing. They tell you what they expect as they're making their rules, but they don't follow any rules themselves.
Okay. Well, that's very informative, Karen. I wonder if you have that video teed up, why don't we show that now?
Sure.
And then we'll get you over to the commissioners.
Bang, bang, another one's dead. In the name of science, so they said. Bang, bang, the clock won't rewind. The cost of silence is bleeding us blind. What was their crime? What did they do? Innocent hearts broken into, eyes so wide, frozen with fear. They saw the end and knew it was near. Let's remember this day, the day we rise, stand together beneath these skies. We could do better, so we must choose to stop the cycle of this gross abuse. Betrayed by hands meant to defend, broken trust that time won't mend. Feathers fall like tears from the sky. Who gave the right to decide they'll die? Oh, bang, bang, their cries we can't ignore. We continue to fight, so there are no more majestic wings created by grace. Not for destruction, not to be erased. This world can do better, I know it's true. Speak out, speak up, it's me and you. A line in the sand we will draw today. Let this be the moment we change our way. We can do better, we have the choice to stand and fight, to give them a voice. It's time to rise and it's time to fight, to stand for them and to make it right. Let's challenge the ones who hold the pen, write laws that save, not harm again. We're their voice, we're their light, we'll keep them safe with every fight. The government turned its face away, dismissed their lives like dust that day. Garbage they called these fragile dreams. Profit built on their silent screams. Laws are written in the dust of greed. Big shots profit while the small ones bleed. We're the thunder they can't ignore. A storm of justice knocking on their door. A storm of justice knocking on their door. We must speak out loud and strong. Be their voice and right the wrong. A small whisper can turn into a roar. If we stand together, we can do much more. Bang, bang, another one's dead. In the name of science, so they said. Let's remember this day, the day we rise, stand together beneath these skies. We can do better, we have the choice to stand and fight, to give them a voice. It's time to rise and it's time to fight, to stand for them and to make
Thank you for that. Commissioners, do you have any questions?
The one question that I have you is, at any time prior to the commencement of this action, were you actually selling ostriches at any time?
Before the virus?
Right.
We had a breeder farm and a research farm. So our last breeders were sold, I believe, in 2022. We had sold a few breeders, a couple of them. But just we would set up other farms. What we were doing is we were farmers for proving out an agriculture industry for 29 years and breaking down the bird to show that it was viable as the world population grew, and you could raise an ostrich on a small amount of land, and that you could raise 20 yearlings per bird when they can lay up to 100 eggs. And so if you take out mortality in that, so how it was so effective, cow versus ostrich, and that you could get 2,000 pounds of meat versus 700 pounds of meat if you were to do the cow-calf thing, a healthier meat, the oil, the hides. So we were proving out the industry. When COVID hit, our plants shut down. We lost tourism, and obviously nobody was buying any birds. So this is when we decided to go a different route, and Dave had read up about ostrich antibodies and Dr. Tsukamoto, and we said, oh my gosh, we knew these guys were going to do amazing things, as I always told my kids. And I said, this is it. So then we had changed it into the research sector. So really all of our 29 years, most of that, all of our money, and that's why, unfortunately, we were just about to start to give really back to the farm. All our money would go right back into the industry because we were selling breeders, we were teaching people how to incubate and hatch. We would show that there were markets for everything. We had small markets, not large markets, and we were more proud of the fact that we had good genetics and that we had a breeder market. But then when we got into the research side of it, we had deemed that we were keeping all of our birds, except for a few that would obviously be sold as breeders to bring in cash flow to keep the research side of it going.
Okay, my question, the reason I asked that specific question was that these were not pets that you had on the farm. These are actually animals that were being sold at some point for the purpose of repopulating that species and to be sold as food and or other purposes, other commodities as well, correct?
No, on our farm, every single bird was a breeder. It takes 3.5 years to get a breeder. And so we not only had a breeder farm, but we had a research farm. So like I said, if we were to sell breeders, they were never to be sold to go into the meat marketplace. They were 100% sold as a breeder. And a breeder holds a good significant value, so there would make no sense of putting 3.5 years to get a breeder and then turn around and put that bird into a meat market. It would be, if we were doing the viability of farming, and back when we were doing the farming, it would be 10 to 17 months of age at the oldest that they would go to the meat market. Okay. And why? Because it was mainly always said that the leather quality was better because quill marks were closer together. So it would be the young that would go, never the older.
Okay, thanks for that clarification.
Yep.
I just need one thing clarified that I keep asking and no one seems to know the answer.
Sure.
The CFIA, do they make these decisions themselves, or is there someone above them that gives the final, go ahead and terminate?
They say that it is above them, that when we're sending something, it's going to 7 people, the West AI 7, and 7 people were getting all the same emails. But as the rules were getting told to us, it also came from West AI 7. So we're not sure if it was just the 7 that were making the rules, but that's where, like, when we would get a quarantine amendment, and it would be just like they asked us about treating, but the minute we said, oh, we're going to test, then we got the big, you cannot treat or test, and you better look at your quarantine rules, and they highlighted that. But but again, we were never made aware of what we were supposed to do. But as the amendments came through, all we know is West AI 7 was dictating it.
Mm-hmm. So is some World Health Organization involved in this as well? Like, are the directives coming down from there?
Yes, they say they are. They say that it's guidelines from the World Health Organization, and that's what CFIA is supposed to follow, these guidelines. But one thing they didn't do, which is a very good part of their information, is every year all CFIA governments around the world are supposed to update their data. Well, if CFIA would have actually updated their data as of October of 2024, so way before we got the virus, Africa had actually pulled themselves out of the World Health Organization had pulled ostrich out of culling. They had acknowledged their immune system, and they had stopped culling in Africa. But this is something that CFIA never updated their policies when they looked at culling our farm.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Karen, just one last quickie, and then I'll let you go here. I understand, notwithstanding the lack of good results in your judicial review and your leave application to Ottawa was dismissed, and but you are now fighting still to some degree in the courts. I think litigation lies ahead of you against the CFIA, am I right? And I assume we're dealing with an abusive process or malfeasance or some sort of dishonesty, unfair dealings, allegations of that nature against them, that you have counsel, and he or she is taking you through the courts with basically trying to hold CFIA accountable for its conduct, as you and your daughter have described. Am I right about that?
Yes, we're taking it in two different angles. One is for the compensation,
right?
Because they've destroyed two families. They've destroyed our lives, everything that we worked for to pass on to our kids. So that's part of it, is the compensation. But the other is we absolutely will not stop until we change the laws.
Right.
And our big part is we do want to hold CFIA accountable 100% for their negligence,
right,
and them breaking the Animal Health Act, animal abuse, for how they conducted themselves, and for non-proper procedures.
Right. And that's why that timeline is so important, where it appears as though they made the decision to kill the herd even before they had that Zoom with you and attended the farm, and all of the moving landscape that you've described, where it appears as though the agenda was already in place at a very early level based on two simple little PCR tests in December. Is that right?
Yes, and not only that, as Connie Shields has said to us before, when she asked at the RDC case, she said it really makes you question everything.
Right.
When you hear that in November they had already asked the landfill whether they would accept these large animals.
Right. Supposedly infected animals going off to the landfill.
Before the ducks had even come to our place.
Okay, well, on that absolutely ludicrous but scary bit of history, and we thank you very much for your attendance here today, and for Katie's, and between the two of you, you've presented a very informative and alarming story of what's happened to you and your ostriches. So on behalf of the NCI, thank you so much for attending today.
Thank you.
And I'll remind everybody that we've been provided with substantial exhibits with all the litigation material establishing the timeline and the expert evidence that was rejected in the judicial review. All of that's been uploaded into exhibits for the NCI and available to the public. Commissioners, we do have one further witness before the afternoon break. A bit of a shuffle in the lineup.
And 30 seconds, here we go. Daniel, you're okay over there? You can hear me okay?
Yep.
All right, our next witness is here in person. And Daniel, can you state your full name for the record, please, and spell your last name?
Daniel Tomlin, Tomelin.
Daniel, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay. Is it true you're known as the sauerkraut guy?
In simple words, yes.
Okay, you're going to take us into that story a little bit, but let me just review with you. Oh, I understand you don't have any exhibits or any PowerPoint or anything of that nature.
Actually, I do.
Oh, you do have a PowerPoint?
Yes.
Okay, well, just before we get there, okay. And we've got that teed up, do we? Okay, hang on, just before we get into it, let me introduce you a bit, and then you can correct me or expand on things, and then we'll get to your PowerPoint, okay? You live in Kelowna. You're a Kelowna-based food producer and a longtime practitioner of deep mulch gardening with over 40 years of experience in soil-based food production. Your work focuses on sustainable vegetable production, soil stewardship, and local food systems. You've received local recognition of environmental and horticultural contributions, including the Mayor's Environmental Achievement Award and the Communities in Bloom Green Thumb Award. I don't know, do you want to explain what those various awards are and what they relate to?
Well, I didn't go looking for them, but
you've been recognized as being a significant sort of activist in these areas. And just before you explain, you've already told me, so I'll try and sum up a little bit of it. You've got 11 acres which you share with 60 other people in a collective gardening effort. So you've come together with a group of people who share your views on organic and nutrition-based gardening, intensive gardening, and that's an active project here in Kelowna. Is that right?
Correct. Now I'm just going to correct things too a little bit. It's
Okay.
not my 11-acre agricultural land reserve.
Right.
I share it with a bunch of other people.
Right, okay, and I understand there's a little spat going on with the ALR, the Agricultural Land Reserve, which is somehow appropriating that property. Is that what's going on?
It's actually the BC assessment has decided to take away its farm status and put it into residential water and residential taxing based on a very small technicality.
Okay, well look, why don't we start your PowerPoint and you can conduct your presentation as you wish, and then I may have some more questions, and maybe much of this is covered in any event. So if we're ready to go with that, unless there's something you want to say first before we get into it.
It's not much of a PowerPoint presentation. I just had lots of
Okay, why don't you take it away, Daniel?
Okay, okay, I guess I just go like this and go like that. As a segue, it's pretty hard to step down after the ostriches, but I did happen to have something here as a segue for it. Do I tap on it? How do you press play? Play. No. Where's play? Okay. How does this thing play? Oh, no. Okay, I do not know how to make this play. Can I help from the tech there? Click on the picture. I am clicking on the picture. Oh. Screen and show, no. Okay, let's go. Those are he's doing it. I don't know what's going on here. Yeah, we could just go by the movies and just take it completely out of the PowerPoint presentation. Alrighty. Nope, wrong one. Okay, we're gonna go to the bottom one there. Oh, technology. Yeah, play. It's not even cropped. Okay, whose mouse? Okay, we got play going on here. I do demonstrations when I go and protest, so to speak. Oh, we got someone else working it. All righty, we had it go on. Okay, now I don't have control over the mouse.
Well, Daniel, if you need a few minutes to figure things out.
No, well, I've got my tech man over there, and I no longer even have a mouse anymore. So.
Well, we could take an early afternoon break, a little early afternoon coffee
and then
break.
delete all of this part. That would be great.
If you need a few minutes, because we're obviously stuck right now. Oh, there you go. Does that?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't see it, but it's there.
Okay.
Okay. Just press play. It's not edited in any way at all. If you can press play there. I don't know if it has any audio.
Well, welcome to the makings of sauerkrauting with ostriches. I am the fermenting farmer. It's a whole different level of farming where you plan so much more ahead and you supercharge those vegetables that you grow into superfood transferred into the gut, connecting ourselves to the earth better. Just like these ostriches. Are you going to argue with an ostrich? Hey guys. Bet you're waiting for the leftovers.
There we go. Anyways, that was my supposed to be a really quick, funny segue from the ostrich stuff. But, and that's all to do with food security, okay, and government overreach. Anyways, here's a great slide. If we can go back to that slide. Nope. If we can go to the one where the Okanagan food security has been getting cut back more and more. So the next slide. Oh, you can play that if you can. Yeah.
Here we have orchardists that can't afford to have apple trees, so they just have to cut down things. And even closer to home, where I grow my fermentables, the ferment farms on this 11-acre parcel that just lost its farm status. We're going to have to pay residential taxes and residential water charge. And yet it's doing everything that a farm does. That's why I feel very unhappy with what our government is doing. There's no food security, no thoughts of the future.
So I have been here, and the first place I lived, which was in the late 60s, was right across from a place called Sunripe, and it was a packing house. So, I mean, 100 feet away there was a packing house, and of course it went and did other things. And the next slide, if we can click on that, then it kind of shows things. There we go. As you can read, independent facilities started closing into the 70s. The last plant in Vernon closed in 91. In 2017, the BC Tree Fruits Cooperative closed its Souyuz packing house. And then in 2022, the actual cooperative itself shut down. And oh yeah, it's actually got dissolved completely in 2024. So everybody that looked for things to grow food with, like farmers, lost all of the grower supply stores, which I had been going into for 50 years. Everything was gone. So that's the packing house got turned into one place down in Oliver, which made farming impossible for orchardists to say pack tens of thousands of pounds of apples all the way down the valley to the one packing house in Oliver. So the government did nothing to help support the farmers' collectives and making it stay as a collective. And basically the white farmers and pioneer farmers, we're too busy digging in the dirt to really spend the time needed. And the next slides, I'm showing you how the East Indians now, this is not meant to be any kind of ethnic slurring in any way, shape, or form, okay? It's they come from a tougher country. They have used our system to be able to promote growing things properly. So I'm going to show you a couple plants that are here that are some of the biggest buildings in Kelowna, if not some of the biggest. And they've utilized our systems to take care of themselves. And local pioneer farmers, I actually just got back from a celebration of life for a 96-year-old woman by the name of Velma Sperling, one of the pioneers in farming here in Kelowna. A lot of people have been involved with her life. Anyways, here's a little slide of the East Kelowna plant.
While all our fruit tree cooperatives got shut down, the East Indians came in and built packing houses and storage units, all on interest-free loans given by their church, which they pay back without having to pay our government taxes. They learned how to work our system well, while our own government undercuts us. It shuts all of our own cooperatives down.
And then the next slide has another building that's extremely big as well. And you know, I don't know how well I'd be received if I came in with a few truckloads of produce needing to be processed in, you know, in East Indian owned collectives. But here's another really big building.
Another great big East Indian packing house, large enough to be seen from other planets.
And yeah, that's kind of where we're sitting right now. So here we have agricultural land reserves that 60 families are sharing, where you can they're actually large enough that 1 or 2 families can grow on one of these plots. And our government is taking away the potential to grow on them. As a residential water, we can get shut down this summer just because there's no water, right? So residents are going to end up getting a whole lot different restrictions than farmings. Actually, in that slide right there, that whole field right in front of there, that's a 10-acre agricultural land reserve that I grew on for 8 years. And I'm only short about $4 million, but I would love to turn that into a great big community garden. That's a secure place. There could be 100 families growing food there. Anyways, it's up for grabs, and it's the finest soil in the face of this planet to grow food in. And they covered over a good piece of the neighboring property with a big food production plant. So there's ways that the government could be maneuvered into doing things to help small farmers. There are things that the government can do to really look towards the future, okay? Like making these 60, 100 plots that are large enough to actually feed your family with, and places where you can actually bring your children to learn how to grow, safe places to grow. No hoodlums can come along and just take your tomatoes. The 10-acre lot right on the other side of that big building, the Trinity Church has done a lot to create a great big food bank production facility there. And they have tens, if not hundreds of thousands of pounds of food that goes to the Okanagan Food Bank, and they make it so volunteers can go there. These are the uses of land that are smothered by the BC assessment. Like, who the heck is up there that's making these decisions? You know, we are in Canada's one of the best places to grow food. We have the best weather and everything, and local orchardists have to cut down their trees. We have no places to put our apples. You know, we have Washington apples coming in here for 50 cents a pound, cheaper than apples that are grown right outside the door of the stores. It's pretty bad. I took some notes here. Yeah, I don't really have a lot more to say about that. I think I've done my share of jaw wagging.
Okay, let me tie up a couple of things you said to see if I can understand the big picture here. You yourself and the other 60 folks that are collectively involved in this 11-acre parcel are being displaced because apparently you're losing your farm status and have to pay a different level of taxes on it.
Yes,
and,
the owner is taking on that price right now because we've put a few years now into developing our plots. So
Right.
the actual owner of the property is going to personally take on the extra costs so that us that are welded into the ground are not going to have to assume those added costs. But I'm just saying overall, our government is not helping farmers by doing things like this.
So recharacterizing that site, which is obviously agricultural and obviously producing in some density the kinds of products that feed your family, is threatened by the government's decision to assess it differently and make it less economically viable. You say the owner's going to take on the extra cost, which is great. I suppose that allows you to continue growing your crops on that site. Is that the case?
Until he changes his mind.
Right. Okay. And but it's an action of governments which seems inconsistent with the notion of encouraging people to grow their own food.
Exactly.
Yeah. And then getting to these big processing plants that you've shown us, as I understand the concerns is you've got the use of ALR land, agricultural land reserve property, which is supposed to be for producing food, but it's being taken over for essentially industrial purposes, combined with allowing or turning a blind eye to significant residential density use of those lands. So rather than orchards and vegetable growing activities, those lands have sort of morphed into packing plants that have taken the place effectively of the cooperative plants that historically had been the place that the local growers would take their stuff. Have I got that right? Yes.
The packing houses and everything have all been taken over, and those properties have all turned into anything from multi-family residences to business developments, and the city of Kelowna does some very interesting things. The city takes, probably shouldn't go and say any of these things or my taxes will go up more.
All right.
But, yeah.
Sure. Well, as I understand your evidence, basically, the orchards, one of the reasons the orchards around here, the Kelowna area, are being cut down is because it's become less viable commercially for the local farmers because the remaining, I guess, processing facility for their product is way down in Oliver, so they have to ship the locally grown produce all the way to Oliver rather than having it dealt with locally, and that's affected the commercial viability of the orchards. Is that right?
That's definitely a significant part, but more importantly from the top down is the government subsidizing Washington apples to flood our market.
Right.
You know, the government giving businesses, make some wine on your property.
Right.
And give them all kinds of breaks so that they can build big palaces on their properties by making some wine, whether or not they actually make enough to pay the bills or not. But it's all from the top.
Have you made efforts with those folks on the top to have them pay attention to your concerns and to take some sort of action to preserve farmland up this way?
Well, as an evolved life form, I'm trying to pass on information to other life forms, so I'm sticking more to the age group of about 11-year-olds that I can teach how to do deep mulch gardening and growing soil the way how nature is, so I'm not going to get into politics.
All right, so your focus is on passing along to the younger folks the skills that you've learned over many years in terms of the gardening of, and I suppose, can you describe, I think you talked about deep mulch gardening is really your focus, I think, and can you explain what that is and why you think it's important that we pass that along to the new generations of potential farmers?
Well, call me crazy, but Mother Nature is on my side. We always have organic matter over the soil. And what we have done over the last few hundred years is tilling it, right? So we're always, so that 1 inch, 2 inches of soil that's normally think of it as a nuclear blanket that eats organic matter, and it creates a super breaking down of biological matter and all of the life that enters the soil from that. And when you go and expose the bare earth, it's like taking all of the layers of your skin off, and then all of a sudden you're exposed to temperature and moisture and infections, and people don't think about the soil life. And that's what I'm an advocate of. I'm an advocate of the soil life and the advocate of our gut, of our life in our gut, and us as humans, how we turn that earth into our gut by planting plants, and then of course I ferment them because that supercharges them even once again. So that's what I'm focusing on, and that's got nothing to do with politics.
No, and you've been involved in that activity for 40 years,
40,
over 40 years,
yeah.
And so just before I let you go to the commissioners, who will have a few questions, I think, this idea of passing along your interests and your knowledge and skills to younger folks who will hopefully maintain this tradition to some degree. Do you do that in schools, or how is it that you involve yourself in that process? Is just sort of people you know who have kids, or how does that work?
I have had people out to the farm, and I'm making videos. I've got quite enough to do a pretty good, fun documentary, and I'm planning on doing more while this body is still working well. So
Okay.
I've created a space.
And do you have a website, or are you online, or a podcast, or anything by which people can sort of access your knowledge?
Well, hopefully my son has rebuilt all my websites and made a central place, and it's allaboutthegut.com.
It's allaboutthegut.com. Okay, that's useful to know. Yeah. Okay, with those questions, then I'm going to turn you over to the commissioners, who I think have a few questions for you.
Thank you. I have a question for you. It is my understanding that the definition of a collective is a state-owned agricultural process from production to distribution in communist countries. Would you agree with that, or do you have a different definition?
Yeah, totally.
Okay.
A collective to me could mean, a bunch of green slime on a pond that all collects together and turns into a little island that frogs can stay on. I don't call it communism, or don't bring in any type of thing bad into that word. We do need to be collective. Us farmers need to be collective. And it's as the power structure happens with global domination of food making, production, and chemicals, we are being attacked. Large pharma, large petrochemical companies all don't want little farms. They don't care about the future. They don't care about anything other than the bottom line of trying to make the most amount of stuff to feed the masses. And if they get sick from eating that stuff, hey, they'll make money from selling drugs to them.
Okay, I'm just looking for clarification on a definition, and I did that because in your video you made reference to a facility as an Indian collective. And I say that because I'm familiar in farming in Canada, at least where I come from, the definition of cooperatives, and the cooperatives are privately owned in agriculture, at least in Ontario where I come from. So I'm just wondering if we're dealing with the same definition.
No, I'm totally ignorant on the differences between the two. So if I've stepped on anybody's toes, and I'm just being stupid.
Okay, so when you're using the term Indian collectives, I'm just wondering, you're not referring to the Indian government involved in this operation, or the Canadian government involved in this operation?
No, I'm not. No, I'm just East Indians in general, and I have nothing against them. You know, I will dig beside anybody. I don't care about what their colors are. You know, growing food is a commonality. If I see people using glyphosate and stuff, I can get definitely upset about that.
All right, I have no further questions.
Yeah.
When you were referring to the East Kelowna plant, you indicated that somehow you understood it was built on an interest-free loan. Do you have anything to support that?
Okay, no. I have heard via hearsay that that's one of the ways that that the East Indians get supported. Like they fight more than us whiteys do when it comes to getting conflicts of interests. But the one thing that holds them together is their church. And this is what I heard, that the churches give interest-free loans to be able to have their members go and buy cheap properties and stuff, and then they have to, of course, pay back the loan interest-free, and it goes to the church. So those are profits that would be taxed by the government, but maybe we should make a new church, a farmer's church, and then we'd do the same thing. Correct. Yeah, hearsay. I'm not going to.
Good. So, go ahead, Krista.
Just on that very topic, there's nothing precluding you from setting up your own effort in this regard, is there?
As I said earlier there, if anybody has a spare $4 million, I got a beautiful 10-acre parcel that we can turn into an absolute world-renowned growing space, growing learning space. And
so there's certain groups that are organized and others that are not. Is that what's really happening?
generally, farmers are in the dirt. We don't have time to sit in front of a computer. In the olden days, farmers used to take care of their neighbors. And then once, as you can see, the collectives disappeared.
How exactly did it disappear?
Well, I guess there was more and more people coming here and less farms. I live in a little picker shack, a cottage that was dragged off of a farm somewhere and put onto a lot and given a tax roll number, and it's in style now. Small home. But did I answer your question? No. Probably not.
Thank you.
Okay, well, look, Daniel, is there anything else you want to share with us before we let you go? as I see your evidence, and correct me if I'm wrong, your primary concern is the regulatory and land use issues and the way government is managing things, the loss of viable agricultural properties like the ones that are now under these big processing plants that have displaced orchards and.
Well, you know, in that I don't blame them for using good growable land for putting a building on, because that building is being used so that they can keep their farms growing. All of their friends' farms, all of their relatives' farms, they have places to take care. They're building a place to take care of their own.
Right.
We don't have that for other small farmers and orchardists. It's now not there. So
we don't have it because they've all disappeared. You showed us on that slide the disappearance of all those facilities in this area of the Okanagan, leading the only place for farmers to take their stuff from up here is way down in Oliver, which makes it economically unviable. So your concern is that through the land use decision making, we've moved in the direction that you've now described, which is displacing any sort of prospects for small-time farmers up here to make ends meet. Is that kind of right?
Yeah, could be all part of the global agenda to take over all of the land, and then they can say, "Oh, we're going to spray everything," and you know, it's not going to get better unless something changes. Something has to change.
Okay, well, I'll just let people know that the slides I think that you've given to us will be online for the public to see as exhibits in your evidence here. And with that said, subject to anything else you might want to say, Daniel, we're very grateful that you've attended here today and shared with us your evidence in that. So thanks
Well,
very
bless
much.
your hearts for being the something to do some change. You know, bless all of your hearts. Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me.
We are halfway through the afternoon with our witness list, so I will suggest we now take the afternoon break for 10 or 15 minutes.
Kelowna, British Columbia. Does the sun always shine here?
Most of the time, yeah. We usually get quite a few days. Summer's the best.
Don't tell too many
Oh,
people
yeah,
that.
right.
You'll have the
They'll be at
influx
my
of
house.
people. Yeah, oh yeah, because you're billeting.
Oh, lots of people.
Hey, you know. So, joining me today is one of our favorite volunteers. I mean, we have lots of favorite volunteers. All of volunteers are favorite, but the ones that go that extraordinary length, open up their homes to complete strangers, and assist the NCI in making sure that other volunteers and witnesses and people who travel to watch the NCI have a place to stay, is Teresa Dockstetter. Teresa.
Hi, Carrie.
All right. You and I do a lot of Zooms together. I know how busy you are, not only now giving your time and energy and talents, emphasis on talents, to the NCI, but you're also engaged in a lot of other issues that are affecting Canada. So you have a heart to make Canada better, and you not only are concerned about this, you actually do things about it. And I think that's one of the ongoing things with our volunteers. You are doers.
Yeah, and you know, we don't always have to be sitting out in front of the camera and stuff. There's so many little things that have to be done that I'm quite often pulled in many directions for many different things going on.
Yeah. All right, we're going to come back to how you first found out the NCI, but you said something. You don't have to be in front of the cameras. People have no idea how big of a production this is.
Oh.
This isn't your first time visiting an NCI hearing.
It is my first time visiting in live.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, yeah.
So are you amazed at what goes into these hearings?
Absolutely. Totally amazed. It's so huge, but it's so exciting. I started about 10 days ago. I volunteered to volunteer. I didn't know that I was going to be
a double volunteer. See, I told you she was committed, you guys.
I didn't know I was going to be the coordinator. And it's just
fabulous. Like, I've met so many great people from all over the country because they're all coming here. They're not just coming in by Zoom.
Yeah.
They're actually physically here.
Yeah, and TV cameras, lighting, stages, I mean.
The other day I walked in and I can't remember what I was doing. I don't know. Anyways, I had to go up to the back where they've got all the computers. I went home and said to my husband, you would not believe this setup. Yeah. I don't think I've ever actually seen anything like that in life.
Yeah. So you're referring to where our tech teams, our AV teams.
Yeah, exactly.
And where those people are visible, there's a whole other team behind the scenes, still back in Vancouver and in Japan as well as that are assisting with live streaming and recordings and all those things. It's fascinating, and it's so rewarding because there's so many good people. And I think that's the part, as we talk to all the witnesses, there's a community here with the National Citizens Inquiry. This isn't just an inquiry. This is a group of people now, and that group is growing and growing, of people who have connected and who are actually making a difference in Canada.
And it makes such a difference. Like, I had no idea when they said that you were going to be served breakfast, lunch, and dinner. We are getting full course homemade meals, right down to the bread. And as you sit down, and I'm a real breaking bread type of person, love the family dinners. And sitting with those people for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, I feel like we're becoming family.
Yeah.
It's amazing how close we've all become. Lots of work, and we're all doing it together. Everybody's pitching in.
All right, how did you first find out about the National Citizens Inquiry?
Well, probably from you and a few years ago. But the other thing that I also did for the first one is I transcribed.
Okay.
And everything had to be, we watched the videos and we literally typed out everything everyone said. There was AI in there too, but AI doesn't pick up all the words exactly, so we had to do that, and I did. Oh, I worked on that for hours.
Okay, so let's talk about that, because I think that also goes to how demanding, we are quite demanding as far as context, getting what the testimonies are truly accurate. And as a transcriber, you are that person. So we have a team of transcribers at every hearing that goes word for word, every testimony that's given. And you were one of those people.
I was, and
you're still here?
It's not that easy. Let me tell you, there's people that, like I'm probably doing right now, running sentences together, and you're going, now, do I put a period there, or do I put a comma there? Do I put in the or do I leave the out?
Yeah.
And
or the
always
the
lots of ums.
Lots of ums.
Lots and lots of ums.
Yeah.
So it's not as easy as it sounded.
Well, but we appreciate it because those testimonies, we have this record, this depository that nobody's going to be able to change. And I think that's one of the most fascinating parts about what we do here at the National Citizens Inquiry. Politicians aren't going to be able to come in and change it. They're not going to be able to rewrite the history of the NCI. Real people, real testimonies, their words, exactly, maybe a period or two that might be mixed up in the transcript. We will let you away with just that, okay?
Yeah.
But
there were 3 people. Like when you, like I did it, then someone proofread mine, and then someone proofread that one.
Yep.
So it wasn't like it was unprofessional.
Oh no,
it was.
We want accuracy. We want the messages of the people to be there.
Yeah.
All right, Teresa Docksetter, I better not keep you. You have work to do, girl.
I do, lots of it. Thanks, Carrie.
Thanks,
Good to see
Teresa.
you again.
Yeah. All right, everybody. We have a very special volunteer who goes above and beyond the duty, and we have an interesting story. So this is Trish Meadus, and I've never known her name, but this isn't the first time she has volunteered. She volunteered at our Edmonton hearings, and we had a situation where a very elderly lady slipped on the ice, and I knew that one of our volunteers had taken her not only to the hospital, but stayed with her. And to this day, till 2 minutes ago, I never knew the name of that volunteer, but it was you.
Yes, it was nice, and it's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Yes. All right, well, we're gonna come back to that story. Sure. But clearly, if you were at the Edmonton hearings, You've been involved with the NCI for
5 sets of hearings now.
5?
This is my fifth.
Okay.
My fifth time around.
We're going to have a record volunteer attending. So you've heard me in past interviews say we have a group of volunteers that come with us.
Yeah.
So where do you live?
I live in Lloydminster, Alberta.
Okay.
And I've been to, I volunteer at Saskatoon, Regina, Edmonton, Brandon, and now Kelowna. And Brandon, I wasn't able to attend in person, but I did some behind-the-scenes work with vetting and witness recruiting.
Okay, so there's a little more glimpse into this amazing group of volunteers we have from pre-hearings, because so much work goes in to looking at who wants to witness. Are they going to be on point? Are they going to contribute to the dialogue? And those witnesses are all interviewed, you guys. There's a lot of prep work that goes in to all the days and weeks and months leading up to these hearings. We get an enormous amount of applications in because a lot of people have a lot of things to say. But we have to make sure that those comments and those testimonies are going to be credible, because that's the information we want. We only have typically 3 or 4 days we're actually talking about of hearings. So, and we can only fit so many witnesses in. Our days are long. As a volunteer, you're here typically by 7:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
And it's not uncommon for us to sometimes go to 8 o'clock at night.
Or later.
Or later, yeah, if the truth be told. Actually, we're gonna have the truth about being a volunteer at the NCI one of these days. Okay, Trish, clearly you support the work of the NCI. How did you first find out about it?
I had a friend who was volunteering at the Citizens Inquiry hearings in Saskatoon. I think that was 3 years ago.
Okay, that would have been the COVID hearings.
Yes.
Okay.
And she talked to me about it, and I did some research, and she said, do you want to go together? And I've just been hooked on it ever since. I think it's an amazing organization, exposing some amazing truths that so many people don't know about. And I just think it's such an amazing cause and such an amazing organization. And I kind of started out, like you said, with the COVID thing. I have children, they're older, but it's such an important cause for them to know the truth about what happened in COVID.
Yeah.
And that was my driving force to get involved, was my children.
So your children now, they see you very committed to this organization. And I think for a lot of us, this is a way for people to impact. I think we're at a point in Canada where we know one voice alone cannot do much. You have to have voices, a choir of voices, literally, if you're going to even get a stage.
Yes.
You need to have credible information. You need to have access to the decision makers, and then you need enough leverage, because common sense, logic, and doing what's right doesn't work anymore. So you literally have to have the ability to leverage something bigger, better. I think Wayne Llewellyn said in one of the interviews, you know, he makes sure that each politician knows that there's at least 2,000 people within their constituency that are thinking like he is, right?
Yeah.
And that will make a difference on the ballot.
Yeah.
So are we at a point where an organization like the National Citizens Inquiry, the group of people that work and follow and support, because we're so blessed to have so many people financially support the work we do, because of course we don't get any, nor do we want any government money. Is this an organization now that they're gonna have to listen to?
I think from day one, National Citizens Inquiry has been an organization that the government and everybody should be listening to. Whether or not they are or ever will is a question up in the air.
Yeah.
And
well,
it's sad. It's very sad. And
we're going to find out. I think one of the plans for the National Citizens Inquiry is to give this growing army of support that we have the tools to be more effective. In other words, you will only get my vote if you are asked to testify at the NCI and do. Right? I think it has to become a prerequisite to any elected person, you know, who wants to serve the people, that has to be one of the conditions of getting a person's vote. I think that's where we at, and I think we'll see some changes. We have a growing number of politicians now that are actually listening and testifying at the inquiry, and that's through the good work of our volunteers, our ambassador programs, people reaching out to their MLAs, but now they have a body of evidence that they can back up what they're saying with.
And a lot of it.
And a lot
of paperwork,
You can either read these reports, or I can tell you quickly what to do, right? Yeah, maybe that's the leverage. Do you want me to tell you, or do you want to read all those?
Yeah. And you know what? When I was at the hearings in Regina, I bought those books. I haven't actually read them all yet. I've started, but that's a lot of reading.
Yeah, but you are part of the hearings, so you're getting the glimpses, you know. And of course, like just this morning, there's been a lot of discussions. The website, the nationalcitizensinquiry.ca, you can get every single testimony there. You can go to the hearings, what subject matter you want to do or listen to is there. Okay, very quickly, because this is like outstanding volunteer of all time.
Thank you.
So this poor woman in Edmonton, it was, I remember it was really icy.
Yes.
Yeah.
But she wasn't part of the hearing. She was there for something else.
So she wasn't even there for our
She
hearings?
was there
Okay, that's news.
She was there for a prayer group.
Oh, yeah. I could talk a lot about saying maybe we need to pray before. So this woman who's there not for the hearings for another reason, slips and falls, because I remember hearing about it.
Yeah, she hurt herself really badly.
And did the ambulance come then?
Eventually.
Eventually.
It took a long time to come.
Right,
And,
I heard that. And then later in the day, I just thought we would get her. I heard, oh no, there's some volunteers taking care of her. I said, oh good, get her in the ambulance and they'll call family or something.
She had no family.
She had no family. So I only found that out like hours into this day. And then somebody said, oh, don't worry, Carrie, one of our volunteers has stayed with her. And I thought, if that isn't the greatest testimony, I'll use testimony because we're so NCI testimonies, as to the character, concern, and hearts of our volunteers. So thank you for just
you're welcome.
Being there. She must have appreciated it.
She really did. And I feel like God puts us where he wants us to be. And it's been almost exactly a year now since the hearings in Edmonton, and I still keep in touch with that woman. And there's another woman, I don't know if you remember, a lady her name was Roxanne, who testified in Regina.
Okay,
had a really, really heart-wrenching story. And I'm just following up with her too, because I just wanted to know that we're still here for her, even though her testimony is done.
Yeah, and we have that relationship with so many of the witnesses, because some of the stories are heartbreaking. Even just listening to the stories of the farmers. The farmer this morning, Jim Ness, purposely got arrested because he was so opposed to the government clamping down on wheat sales and how it's done in Canada. I mean, we have heroes in our midst that Canadians are not even aware of, but now can find out their stories through the National Citizens Inquiry. It's just a great adventure all the way around.
And everybody I see, I always tell them about National Citizens Inquiry, and even the last few days since I've been here in Kelowna, I just seen people on the street or people in the coffee shop like, have you heard of the National Citizens Inquiry? And this is what they're doing, and this is where they are. And
our walking promotional team.
I think that's important.
Awesome.
Right? Yeah.
Well, Trish Meadas, thank you so much for your
welcome.
commitment of time and dedication, and mostly for having such a wonderful heart for not only people, but for the country.
You're very welcome.
All right.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, we have Vicki Wallace here at the National Citizens Inquiry, a volunteer that has come all the way down from Enderby. I know nothing about Vicki, so Vicki, why don't you tell us just a little bit about yourself and maybe, like, why would you come and volunteer?
Well, I am a fear farmer. So during COVID, decided we need to make sure that we have food for our family, and decided to get chickens and a couple of cows and all that kind of thing. Then heard about the ostrich situation and tried to help and support there.
And I heard you wrote a book or something like that?
3 actually.
3 actually,
But,
3 books.
I got 2 here.
Tell us, just tell everybody about those books. And
Sure. So the first week, I think the first time I went down there was January 22nd of last year, and went there to support while they were being inspected. Thought it was all fine. You know, they were like, oh, the ostriches are healthy, and they left, and oh, yay, like let's bring on my kids to let them know and come and see the ostriches. And they thought that was great. And then for some reason, they were freaked out by bird flu. So I don't know what their school was telling them, but when I mentioned the issue, they were like, is it bird flu? Bird flu is so dangerous. And, how is this happening again? So I wrote a little book. And it's all about how it's basically from the perspective of the ostriches. So they've got, a cold that they got from the ducks, and they're all a bit worried, and they realize that they don't need to be, and they recover. And the kids illustrated it and had a lot of fun. And so that was kind of our project. We were on Team Ostrich for almost a year, and then things started to go south. So we wrote another book to kind of help people. This wasn't after the massacre, this was just before, but it wasn't looking very good. So this is about how the ostriches are brave. They're both children's books. And had to tell my kids the horrible news, and that wasn't great, and see all the traumatic aftermath of that. And also, they haven't quite clued in that this could happen on our farm, but
it is quite
right?
It is quite amazing how this government has overreached. I myself, I testified in 2023, and it was about the thrust of my testimony were the institutions that are supposed to be there protecting us, but they aren't.
No.
And anyways, so since then I've turned into what I call an ambassador, and I'm trying to chair the ambassador committee, and I think we need you to be an ambassador.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it's real simple, all we need to do is get people like yourself spreading the word about the National Citizens Inquiry. If there's something that you could tell people about the National Citizens Inquiry that you've seen so far as a volunteer, what would you like to share about it?
Oh gosh, it's a beautiful community of people that care and want to fight for their freedoms. Honestly.
Welcome back, everybody. Monica, can you see and hear me okay over there? Do we have your mic on?
It's on. Can you hear me?
There we go.
Oh, okay, thank you.
There we go. Okay, commissioners, we have another witness on deck here. She's appearing in person. Dr. Monica Marcoux, can you state your full name for the record, please, and spell your last name?
Monica Marcoux, M-A-R-C-U.
Okay, and Monica, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, so help me God.
Thank you. Now, I understand you have some exhibits, some photos, and in a PowerPoint, I think, which you're going to be going through with us. Is that right? And
yes, a few slides, but I also sent some extra material for the committee.
Okay. Now, let me introduce you a little bit so the commissioners know who you are, some of your background, and some of what you're going to be talking about, and then I'll let you get into your presentation. I understand you are a medical and animal health professional. You have 2 doctorate degrees in medical science, and you also have an extensive publication history. You have experience in human and animal health, nutrition, and disease prevention. You've been published in these fields in more than 100 publications, including scientific and educational articles. So that's who you are professionally and some of your background. I understand you live in McBride, British Columbia, so we thank you for coming down here today. You're going to testify today, I understand, in the area of regulatory overreach, animal seizure, and effects of enforcement actions on individuals involved in animal care and agricultural activity. And interestingly, on those very subjects, you yourself underwent
an animal seizure on your own property that I'm going to get you to talk about. So you bring to us today not just your academic and professional experience and expertise, but what happened to you personally, which you're about to describe. Have I sort of captured your evidence okay?
Yes, very much so. But let me emphasize, I actually live in Redmond, Washington State, US. I'm an American citizen.
Okay.
But we do have a beautiful farm, agricultural land reserve in McBride, British Columbia.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And was that where the events at issue here today took place, up in McBride?
Yes.
Okay. With that introduction then, do you want to start your PowerPoint and sort of take us through your evidence, or do you want to speak for a few minutes first?
I will use the PowerPoint to really introduce myself briefly and
Okay.
introduce my beloved children, my German shepherds. All of them have been stolen. I know you want to use the word seized. They were stolen by British Columbia Society for the Prevention of Cruelty Against Animals. And then, as I said, I sent a lot of material for the committee. Of course, I cannot talk about all of this. There are also some links I'll show with some interviews online that everybody can see. So let me start with, this is the title.
Okay.
And I wanted to say that these were recent photos. People ask me, do you have photos from when SPCA came to take your dogs? The pup in the middle, his name was Zorba. He was stolen by BC SPCA. That photo was taken with one of the workers in July 2024 when these events happened. You have this question, are farmers safe in Canada? In my opinion, no, farmers are not safe in Canada. No animals is safe in Canada. No cat, no dog, no ostrich is safe in Canada, but neither are you. And I'm going to talk briefly about the horror story that happened to me personally as a human being. How BC SPCA steals, lies, and kills. I stand by the statements. I won't have much time to talk about my personal experience. I just wanted to let you know I do have over 45 years of outstanding medical expertise. There are a lot of awards from the National Institutes of Health in US, pharmacology and pharmacy awards. I published a lot, but more than that, I am recognized as a specialist in disease prevention with nutrition. The reason I'm here is because as a healthcare provider, I know the nutrition is the most important fact, the most important factor to preserve the health. And me and my husband were also farmers, believe it or not. We had all sorts of animals, from bees and sheep and cows, and of course our German shepherds. I published books, and again, there are a lot of articles about my work. I need to go through this because after BC SPCA has stolen my dogs, one day afterwards, they portrayed me in the media and they slandered me as a cruel criminal, as an irresponsible breeder. They portrayed me as filthy and much worse in the Canadian media. And I wanted you to know that I am not a filthy and cruel and irresponsible person. I had in my care many patients. I had in my care many students. Just briefly to go over some photos of my German shepherds. The one on the right side is Grizzly. He was 10 years and a half when he was stolen by BC SPCA. He was born in my hands on Valentine's Day, 2014. We had this beautiful farm in British Columbia. We wanted to retire in British Columbia and Canada. Both me and my husband, we loved Canada. And we got this land. There's 155 acres of beautiful land and farm, where we took also our children. Me and my husband were married for 35 years. We never had human children. Our German shepherds were my children, the only children I ever had. The photo on the right was taken just a few days before SPCA came, took all my dogs, And they said the dogs, all of my dogs were in distress in my care. The right photo is my medical service registered dog, who was 12 years and a half, that was also taken by BCSPCA. They slandered me in many ways, and they said that my dogs didn't really wanted to stay around me. So these are just photos showing that my dogs really loved me. That's our beautiful house that we built in British Columbia, in McBride, and during this long process, we created dozens of jobs in the community, dozens. We built everything, the farm, the house, the water line, a long road. We brought our dogs. We helped a lot of people in the community. We really love our community in McBride, and our plan was to retire there. Again, very recent photos in July 2024 when these things happened. My deck, I'm showing the houses because BCSPCA has slandered me in my house, and they said that the dogs were living in horrible conditions. And I wanted you to show this. This is just one of the examples of the kennels where the dogs used to live, but they had plenty of space. The reason we brought these dogs on this big farm is so they can be shepherds. They can be what they were supposed to be. These are not pets. These are dogs that they have to be free and live on the land. And the photo on the right is from the monastery in Arizona. I wanted to emphasize that me and my husband, we had top world-class German shepherds we brought to McBride. Children of world champions in protection and tracking. These were farming dogs for protection. They were adopted all over the continent. We didn't have many puppies because none of us really lived from breeding, but we had some puppies. People were waiting for months to adopt puppies from us. The picture on the right is from a monastery in Arizona. They have adopted 2 dogs from us. I had dogs, again, from Alaska to Yukon, from South Carolina to Arizona, of course, BC and Alberta. The picture on the left shows our beautiful and strong community, a lot of cars and people who came to help me when BCSPCA came to take my dogs, because we were much beloved and respected in the community. The photo on the right shows what happened to my dogs after they were seized, because SPCA always sterilizes, cuts, drugs all the dogs. They took my dogs from a beautiful place, put them at the pound in cages. I won't have time, but you have these links online. There are some interviews with me. And then this wonderful organization, the Society for the Prevention of Guardians of Animals, please look into that. And with this, I'm going to go on, tell you my story, if you allow me.
Sure.
Thank you. I also wanted to emphasize, before I forget, that all the interviews and everything that is online, everything was made by the American media, because the Canadian media, and I have contacted many, they never want to publish anything against BCSPCA. They're completely biased. And so are the courts. Everybody told me that you cannot win against BCSPCA. Many lawyers don't want to go against BCSPCA. So there's a problem here that you have to look into. The main reason I am here to talk about my family and our tragedy is because I would like that British Columbia Society for the Prevention of Cruelty Against Animals is investigated for their many crimes. There are many crimes. There are many people who have been bankrupted and robbed, like me. So again, let me tell you my story. And are you going to ask me questions at the end? I don't mind if you ask me questions when I talk.
Well, let me start with a few questions then.
Thank you.
Pull it together a bit here. The BC SPCA took action against you. What were they alleging? What was their stated reason for seizing these animals?
Yes, and I'll get to that story. I have to say my story is really incredible.
Okay.
That's why I wanted to present myself, so you don't think that somehow I am a...
No, just wanting to know why they said their
Yes,
actions were justified.
When they came, when they came twice. First they came for a sort of unexpected inspection because a person from Edmonton called them. That person, I'm not going to say her name unless you ask me. She has a very rich criminal record. She's been in prison for fraud. She has impersonating a police officer, and so on and so forth. She lied. Every single statement she put, she called SPCA, she lied about me. Nevertheless, they came with the local RCMP on the 16th of July, 2024, unexpected, and they demanded to see all the dogs immediately. It was very hot, it was afternoon, and I had some family issues related to my husband's death. It was precisely 1 year anniversary after my beloved husband's death. Nevertheless, I had to put down everything because I wanted to, I showed them the dogs. And the dogs were fine. I got emails, and I know the reports from the RCMP afterwards, and the BCSPCA. The dogs were fine. They had water. They looked good. They didn't look like underweight or weak or something, because the woman who called, she lied a lot.
What did she say to the authorities which caused them to visit your property?
Great question. Every single sentence was a lie. She said that all the dogs are in one kennel, that I feed my dogs roadkill and dead animals from the property, that I live in a shack of greed, that I am dirty and dressed in bad clothing, that the dogs didn't have medical care, and so on and so forth. So obviously, when RCMP and BCSPCA came on my beautiful place, people call our place a place of magic beauty.
Right.
They noticed that it was all wrong.
And how many dogs did you have back then?
Yes, not all of them were mine, but I had 25 adults and about 16 puppies. Of different ages. That means from a few weeks to 18 months.
Now, were you running a commercial kennel, or was this all just for personal benefit?
Yes, and that's a great question, because sometimes people ask, well, you had 40-something dogs. I mean, nobody can take care of 40-something dogs. We had workers all the time. I had their testimonies. But more than that, it's very important. It depends. I have, of course, resources. I have big land. I took care of, at the same time, patients, students, writing grants, publishing, so a very demanding job. Compared to that, in academia, taking care of 40 dogs is very easy. They were very well behaved, loyal. We just loved them. They were our children.
So the SPCA attended in July of 2024 with the RCMP.
Yes.
Also, and they inspected the dogs and concluded that they seemed to be fine, and they told you that in writing, apparently.
An email. Yes,
okay.
And I thought everything was fine. They stayed about an hour. But one day afterwards, I received a letter from a constable of BCSPCA, and in that letter, among others, she suggests I should reduce the number of my dogs. And she asked me for a comprehensive list of all the names and the birth dates of my dogs.
Okay.
And she wanted to come back in a week. She wanted to come back in a week again to inspect the dogs and to see. She complained that she said that some of the floors of the kennels were dirty. Well, yeah.
Did you provide the information requested?
I sent a lot of information in a long email.
Okay.
And yes.
And then what happened?
Yes, so I told them that because of my husband's 1 year anniversary after death, we have some religious, spiritual duties that we have to do at that time, and I'm not going to be able to see her in a week. I also told them that the dogs were fine. They were not dirty. They are free most of the time. And then I also sent a letter afterwards. This is probably what triggered their anger and frustration. I told them that please do not come now. I told them I have issues. We actually had a wildfire, very close to our property. We had received a notice of possible evacuation. I was extremely stressed out and busy with other things.
Right. And so you sent them that, and I take it they didn't respond very favorably.
Exactly. So what happened is this constable, she insisted to come within a week. So that is big issue because you're not supposed to come whenever you want. This has to be a cooperation.
So what did they do?
So, yes, that's a great question. What they did, after I told them that, sorry, but I cannot see you right now, I cannot, they basically came and took my dogs. So on the 30th of July, they came with an army of vans and people and the RCMP, and they had a suit saying investigation. But when they came to investigate, well, I understand they wanted to investigate, but they took all my dogs, each and every of my dogs. And at the end, they left me a note and saying, and as I also have a recorded film, I won't have time to show it to you, but I recorded that. The constable said that all my dogs were in distress, and every dog has to be removed from my care.
Okay, so what happened? That would have been shocking to you, and the removal of the dogs happened as you've described. What then did you do? And I guess while you're explaining that, where were the dogs taken, and what were the conditions of the seizure of these animals? Did they tell you they were going to give them back, or did they tell them they were gone forever, or what was? Can you explain that process?
Yes, thank you. These are very, very intelligent questions. I would need a lot of time to explain. I can tell you that all my life I have imagined myself in many ways, a widow, blind, handicapped, but I never ever imagined that I would be without my children. We raised these dogs for 18 years. They were born in my hands. You asked me about all these dogs. They are kids, we love them. I didn't know they would take them for, I had no idea. I was in state of shock. I've been through, they took me out at the hospital afterwards. That's what I'm saying, that no human being, no person is safe in BC. I won't have time to talk about it. They had to take me at the hospital because what happened is they kept me in a police car with a huge blood pressure, over 200. I could have, again, had a stroke or died or heart attack. I didn't know they would take all my dogs. They said inspection. I had no idea. By 6 o'clock of that day, and I will tell you if you ask me why was I in a police car, they just went. They took all my dogs. I have photos in the vans. My dogs were gone forever.
You showed us a photograph of a bunch of cars that I think were heading into your place on the day they seized your dogs. Is that right? Had you made it a public matter that garnered that gained you some sort of public support for your cause?
Thank you so much. That's a great question. So in the morning when they came around 9:30 or 10, I was in the house. It was very hot. I worked a bit in the morning, a few hours when it was cool, and then I came in the house to rest. And they just came by surprise, of course. They knocked at my door. They threw a warrant. They had a warrant to search. A warrant to search. And they proceeded to inspect. I was in shock. I was in a state of shock. I've never been in this situation with RCMP. So immediately I called a few friends. But they called other friends and people from town. I only called, I think, 2 or 3. And then the people from the town poured in with a lot of support, and some stayed the whole day, but they were not allowed to come close and be my witnesses.
Okay, so you had local support. You were, of course, shocked. You were being detained by the police, as you've described. The SPCA then seized the dogs. I take it eventually, and this sort of ties in, I suppose, more closely to one of the themes we've addressed in this hearing, with the overall subject being Are Farmers Safe in Canada, is from this seizure on your property, you ended up going to what's called the BC Farm Industry Review Board, which I understand is a venue by which you can dispute actions taken by provincial agencies in relation to, among other things, the seizure of animals. So you went to the BC Farm Industry Review Board, like I say, it was where you can dispute actions taken by agents of the provincial government. We heard about the ostrich farm, where they had to go to the BC Supreme Court for judicial review of actions taken by a federal agency. So this is the BC equivalent of some recourse for people whose animals have been seized by a provincial agency. Am I right about that?
Very much so, but let me say that first, the first step after they take your dogs, you have to apply to BCSPCA,
Right.
which I find it very strange. You know, you don't ask a thief to give you back your money,
Right.
but nevertheless.
So you did that.
I did that. It took a month. Now remember, meanwhile, my dogs were kept at the pound, okay? My
Right.
dogs were starting to die, as my lawyer told me. Of course, it couldn't survive there. But after the first month, the chief protection lawyer from BCSPCA, Marcy Moriarty, who, by the way, is now under investigation for issues related to something like this, she refused. She sent me a letter that my dogs were in distress, and basically they cannot trust me to give me any of my dogs back. Then I had the possibility, as you say, to go to the so-called Farm Industry Review Board. That would also take another 4 weeks. It was October when we get to that. And it's sort of a tribunal. And I wish I'd have known that this was simply a waste of time, because FIRB never overturns BCSPCA's decisions. You just waste time, but I had no idea. I went through a lot of work.
Okay. Did you have a lawyer representing you in that effort?
At that particular time, I had a person with very good legal knowledge.
Okay.
She wasn't, but then I got a lawyer as well. I had a lawyer.
All right.
He didn't represent me during the hearing, which was 2 days.
Okay, so that effort was unsuccessful at the review board. What's happened since then?
Yes, thank you. So let me quickly tell you that the Farm Industry Review Board, I've seen it, I had witnesses who were listening to the hearing. It's completely merged, completely colluded with BCSPCA. It was basically the BCSPCA counsel, the lawyer, who was leading the whole process.
Right.
They have discarded each and every single proof and evidence I brought, receipts for very expensive kibble, Akana, $100 a bag, photos, films, my witnesses, my workers. We had workers coming every day to work. As I said, I had over 100 pages of testimonies and support from people who have visited my property and knew my dogs. Everything was discarded by FIRB. I'm not surprised, because they never overturn the decisions.
Right. So was that the end of your efforts in legal ways to challenge the decision of the SPCA, or were you able to go beyond the review board?
Thank you. No, then I was able to find a lawyer, and I mean, actually during that process, I already had a lawyer, but he didn't help me with the hearing. I had 2 lawyers at that time. I was planning to go to the judicial review, that you can also go to a next step, which is $50,000 to $60,000, just to go to the judicial review. But then I learned, my lawyer told me herself, that judicial review never overturns the FIRB decision. So here you are, catch-22.
Right.
It didn't work. So then I decided to find another lawyer to go for other things, because what happened, this is very important. BCSPCA is asking for money while they have your animals in their care. And after 3 months, and I would say a very biased, unfair decision, they asked me for 84,000 Canadian dollars to pay them, because they cared for my dogs while many of my dogs were either dying or were put, the seniors were put down by SPCA. A third of my dogs were senior German Shepherds between 8 and 13 years of age. $85,000. At that point, my lawyer was able to negotiate that for a lower amount.
Did you end up paying?
Yes, of course. I paid the lawyers. I paid a lot of tens of thousands of dollars to SPCA, and I also lost my dogs, a value of at least $350,000 US, but that's not the value. The value is they were my children.
Right. So you ended up paying a fine to the BC, set up as a compensation for.
A compensation,
right,
yeah.
They claimed that, you negotiated a deal, you paid it. Did you ever get the dogs back?
After the big negotiations with my lawyer, I got back my medical service dog, who again, BCSPCA claimed they had to take that dog because he was emaciated. So one of their concerns or whatever complaints, my dogs are all emaciated. You know, emaciated really means skin and bones, ready to die. It's like my dogs were dying in my care, imagine. So in December, after months, after they asked me to pay $4,000 more on the top of what they asked me first, to pay because, you know what, they wanted to neuter him and to do some dental procedures, which I did pay, because he was 12 and a half, and when they took him, he was in a great shape. I got him back. When I got him back from Chilliwack SPCA, he was in very poor shape. I went there with witnesses, because that's the only way you can work with BC SPCA, to have witnesses. He was hardly walking, very weak.
All right, so you got that dog
One
back,
dog, my
and
service dog.
all the others were lost to you as a result of what you've now described. Okay, well, look, I'm going to turn you over to the commissioners who may have a few questions for you. I want to let the world know, and the commissioners as well, that what you've provided to us, some of which you've shown in the slides, will be exhibits online for those who want to review your evidence.
Please, thank you.
And see things in more detail. So we do have that. Vincent.
Thank you for your testimony. You had indicated that the SPCA arrived at your residence with a search warrant. In order for them to have a search warrant, they were required to submit a document called an information before the court. It's the information to obtain search warrant, and in that information would be all of the grounds that the SPCA had for the request for the issuance of a warrant. Did you at any time get a copy of the information to obtain search warrant through Freedom of Information request?
Thank you, very good question. Actually, it was a warrant to search, and I understand it's different from a search warrant. That's what from the lawyer. It was, I have to say, it was obtained by phone on a Friday evening from a judge. I know the name. There's a lot of research I had to do at Prince George Court. So the constable from SPCA who came on my property, she claimed that my dogs were in distress. Yes, I received that, but not before the warrant. I only received that when we went to the FIRB, so it was already September, right after they took my dogs, because with all this dispute, we sent to each other documents and photos. So only then I got a copy, I think, of that particular document. How was the warrant obtained? Not before.
Right, so the information for warrant to search, that document would outline all the specific details as to why they're wanting to do that search. Do you have that document with you? Can you submit that to us?
I can submit it. I don't have it with me.
Okay.
I have. This is such an important question because it just shows what we are fighting with. When we disputed with the BCSPCA to each other, they sent me hundreds of pages of their findings and photos, put together lawyers, some of their vets, I can swear to God they lied against me. And here you have the farmer, the family, the animal owner who has to fight with this giant who has over $100 million with lawyers and vets that perjure against you. How are you going to win that fight? How can a family or a farmer or a breeder, how can they win that fight? So I can submit that to you. They didn't put all the details. It was a simple paper. She said, oh, the dogs were in distress for the reasons I told you. I don't think my dogs were in distress under my care. And if they had issues, I took care of them. I mean, had wounds and bites, so did I. They were dirty because they were outside a lot, but nobody was emaciated in my care. I had workers coming every single day who saw my dogs for years.
Yes, it would be very helpful if you could submit or contribute to this hearing whatever documentation you have associated to that.
I have a lot. I can send you what you request.
Relative to that obtaining of the warrant.
Absolutely,
yeah.
yes.
Thank
you. Thank you.
What is your relationship to the person in Edmonton who made the initial complaint?
So this woman, or was a woman, She adopted a beautiful puppy from us in 2021, and we stayed in touch because I always keep track of what happens to my puppies. We send photos to each other, I reply to questions. So in 2023, she wanted another puppy for a friend, and she came on my property together with her husband and father, and they were looking for another puppy. To make a long story short, we had a sort of a understanding. They liked the puppy. They liked a lot of puppies. They took 6 puppies around 1 year of age, and they said, we have customers, we're going to help you to sell these dogs. Now, let me tell you what happened. That time was just a few weeks after my husband passed away unexpectedly, and I was completely overwhelmed with pain and stress. I did a big mistake not putting that in writing, but I had witnesses. It was just an understanding. They loved the puppies. They said, we can take these puppies. For me, it was a matter of moving back to Seattle, selling the farm, taking some dogs with me. I was completely overwhelmed. So she took these dogs without paying. She promised they're going to find families. And now I do have a lawsuit against her because she stole my dogs. What happened is after a few months, I keep asking her, so what happened to my puppies? Where are my dogs? Bring them back. And she never replied to me. So basically, after a few months, probably trying to intimidate me, she called RCMP and BCSPCA and told them these lies about me. And she sent them to me with all these lies.
And she never had paid you for the dogs?
No, she didn't return them. She could have returned them. She has the dogs because we already had a settlement meeting with the judge and asked her, where are the dogs? She has the dogs, except one who died.
Anybody else? No, we're done. Okay. Well, Monica, that's quite a story, and we're very empathetic, of course, with what you've gone through, and your story about the what you consider to be an ineffective Farm Industry Review Board is something to consider within the context of the big regulatory scheme that is what we're addressing today. So let me just thank you then on behalf of the NCI for appearing here today and sharing with us your very interesting evidence. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Commissioners, that leaves us with the one remaining witness who is now, she's here personally and she'll be sitting down momentarily, I think. Hi, Don. Can you hear me okay?
I can.
Excellent. Could you please state your full name for the record and then spell your last name?
Yeah, Dawn, D-A-W-N, and then Buschert, B-U-S-C-H-E-R-T.
And Dawn, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Absolutely.
Great. You're from Mountain View County in Alberta, I think.
Yes.
And I think you do have some exhibits, I think, don't you? Some public-facing communications, including your Dawn's Dirt podcast. Am I right about that?
Yes.
So you want to review some of that with us when you give your evidence, right?
Like online? I don't really have that here.
You're not set up to do that? Okay, no. But you have provided it to the NCI, so it'll be uploaded in our archive.
Sounds
available to people who hear your evidence. They can see what you've brought us in that regard. Let me try and summarize a little bit about who you are and what you're going to be speaking about generally. You're an Alberta farmer with approximately 40 years vegetable farming experience. You operated a medium-sized vegetable farm for many years, and that regulatory bureaucracy ultimately ended a previously viable farming operation. And you're going to tell us about that. In addition, you have publicly discussed issues associated with the ordeal that you faced and others that we've heard from
in your own podcast. It's called Don's Dirt, and presumably available for the public to find and listen to. Yeah, your evidence is expected to sound a warning against a more centralized and standardized food system that leaves less room for diverse local farms. We heard from a witness earlier this afternoon about what's happening locally and his concerns in that respect. So there's some overlap in your concerns there. Yeah, so let's, you're going to talk about the relationship between bureaucracy and the farmers and the erosion of local food diversity, particularly for vegetable producers and smaller scale operations. So is that the general subjects that you want to address today? And I've covered your background reasonably well?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Okay, so do you have some prepared notes that you wanted to go through?
I have yes.
That's perfect. Let's give you the floor now.
Okay, sounds good. So I was just going to talk about my history and who I am and where I came from. So I was born in Calgary, Alberta, and when I was 5 years old, my parents bought a greenhouse west of Airdrie, Alberta, and it was a little greenhouse operation. So I started my farming venture at 5 years old. When I was in grade 1, I wrote a little story for my grade 1 teacher called Don's Greenhouse. So I wrote about my career when I was 5 years old, 6 years old. So I was raised in the greenhouse industry. My parents sold that greenhouse. They moved to a different greenhouse. They built a 26,000 square foot greenhouse. They grew long English cucumbers, brought them to the warehouse, and made a great living at it. So back in those days, they built in 1992, and they sold in 2006. And for many years, they made they supported their 6 children off of a 26,000 square foot greenhouse. Picking Monday, Wednesday, Friday cucumbers, selling them to the wholesale market in Calgary, so they would drop them off at the warehouse, and the warehouse would sell to the store, and the store to the consumer, and they did a good job of it. In 2007, myself and my ex-husband built a 36,000 square foot greenhouse east of Didsbury, Alberta. And we were going to do the same thing, long English cucumbers, and sell them to the warehouse and make a great living at it. But that's not really how it turned out, because my parents' bills were lower than our bills were. Inflation, prices had gone up, my mortgage payments were higher, and so we just were not making ends meet. And so I started at my first farmer's market with cucumbers, and later that season I had a few tomatoes. And that's where I first realized I could cut out the middle guys by selling direct to consumer. And so I started going to one farmer's market, and then another farmer's market, and then another farmer's market. And eventually I was going to 15 farmer's markets in a week. I switched my crops over from just cucumbers to also adding tomatoes and peppers and lettuce and basil in the greenhouse. And then one day I was looking out my back door, and I realized that we had land. We had a quarter section of land, and I thought to myself, man, if I'm going to go to the market, the farmer's market, with cucumbers, tomatoes, and peppers, I may as well grow a garden and take potatoes, carrots, onions, beets, and all the other garden vegetables. And so we started off with 1 acre of vegetables, and then we moved to 3 acres of vegetables, and then to 6 acres, and then to 10 acres, and then to 20 acres. Tenacious is my middle name. So when we had 1 acre of garden, my mother-in-law at that point, she looked at my ex-husband and said, wow, that's a lot of garden. What are you going to do if it doesn't work? And my ex-husband just turned to my mother-in-law and said, no, what's she going to do next year if it does work? And so we just got bigger and bigger and bigger from there. So eventually, yeah, I was selling mostly to farmers markets. And that's kind of where the bureaucracy started as well. So the first bureaucracy that hurt my farm was the middleman. So believe it or not, at 36,000 square foot of greenhouse, I was actually very little for the industry. Like most greenhouses now that sell to the wholesale market, they're at least 5 acres or more. And so my greenhouse was very, very little for the industry. So the middleman kills the market. So when I was selling to the warehouse, I was selling my cucumbers at about $7 a dozen. My dad sold them at about $7 a dozen. And it would not shock me if cucumber pricing was about $7 to $9 a dozen even today, to the warehouse. And then the warehouse would sell the cucumbers to the grocery store at, roughly $12 a dozen. And then to the consumer at $18 to $24 a dozen. And so the middlemen make all the money in the produce world, or in the food system. And so that hurts the farmer, because a farmer's getting paid a small amount. And so if you have a small greenhouse, your net profit is not very much, whereas if you have a bigger greenhouse or a bigger farm, your net profit is put over, you can make more net profit because it's over a bigger span. So that's the first bureaucracy that hurt my small farm. Another bureaucracy that hurt my small farm is the Canada GAP certification. So it is not a government certification, to the best of my knowledge. It is from the grocery system, the grocery stores, and they require it. And so it's bureaucracy that they require in order to be able to sell your produce to either the warehouse or the grocery store. And so they came to my farm and they said, they came to us and they said, we need that bureaucracy. And I said, well, it'll cost me about $7,000 to get all the paperwork and do all the things that we needed to do. And I said, besides that, I'm such a little guy selling to 3 local grocery stores. If there's an outbreak of something, or if there was, if my cucumbers hurt somebody, or tomatoes, I said, you're going to find me really quick, because it's in these local grocery stores and not spread right across, Canada. I said, Canada GAP certification makes sense if you have a massive farmer selling produce right across the entire country into every store. But because I'm so little, it's not really relevant. And they said, nope, we need it. And so I told them no, because at that point I was only selling about $30,000 a year in wholesale vegetables to the grocery store. So I told them no, and I was doing 100% farmers market at that point. Another bureaucracy that hurt the greenhouse industry as a whole and my farm is the carbon tax. And so back in, I forget the year, but back in the day, Alberta came out with their carbon tax, and what they would do is they would tax natural gas and gasoline and things like that. And again, Tenacious is my middle name. So when they came out with that carbon tax, I phoned Rachel Notley's office, the Premier of Alberta. I phoned her office every day for 6 weeks, and I left a message on her answering machine saying, hi, I'm at a farmer's market. I want to tell you about food prices and what it's going to do to the food system. Hi, I didn't phone yesterday because I was at a farmer's market talking to customers, and I'll phone you twice today. And I would leave a message on her answering machine every day for 6 weeks to tell her that the carbon tax was going to hurt our food system. Thankfully, she did actually back down, and my industry, along with the Alberta Greenhouse Growers Association board, I was on the board of directors the board at that point in time. She did back down, and she gave us an 80% rebate. But then when it switched from provincial to federal, there was no rebates or anything like that for farms or for the greenhouse industry, and so we just had to pay it after that. And then one last thing that hurt my farm was the lies at farmers markets, actually. So I was going to lots and lots of different farmers markets of different types, Alberta Sunny Girl farmers markets and different farmers markets, and I was selling my produce. And my competition at many markets were produce that were being bought and sold from the biggest warehouse in the province, so produce that was meant for grocery stores. So vendors would buy and sell that produce and sell it for cheaper than I could grow and sell it for. And when I spoke to the farmers market managers or the Farmers Market Association about that, they just said, too bad, that's your competition. And so that is a major hurdle for my farm. And then inflation. I mean, inflation really hurt my farm as well. My mortgage payments, the last year I was in business, jumped by thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars that year. And so inflation, my mortgage payments went up by, I forget what it was crazy. And so the last year I was farming it really hurt. Unfortunately, I had to sell my farm 2 years ago. I made the very hard decision of selling my farm because I got to September. And in farming, you go in the hole, in the hole, in the hole, in debt to come out of the hole, take a breath of air, just to go in the hole again. And I got to September that year, and I was $100,000 short, and I knew that I wasn't going to make it. So I put my farm up for sale, and I had to sell it. And it broke my heart. And the reason it broke my heart is my daughter always said, Mom, I'm going to be the, I'm going to be the third generation. I'm going to be the third generation. And I couldn't do it for her. So that broke my heart. So, yeah, so all that to say, I was too big for the big system and I was too small for the small system. I was too big for the farmers market system to only sell 100% there, and I was too small for the bigger system to be able to sell and to be able to afford to sell into the warehouse model and things like that. Farmers have, for many years, have had to get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger just to survive. And so I'm actually very proud of myself that I made it 16 years longer. I had my farm for about 16, or the greenhouse for 16 years, and I'm proud that I made it 16 years longer than I should have, because realistically, I should have gone bankrupt according to the wholesale system in year one. The reason I can speak out against the system is because at this point, and why I'm so mouthy online, is because I no longer have a farm. Like, I got nothing. So come get me, because I got 4 goats and some chickens. So, you know, so that's where I'm at with that. One more point I have here is Farm Credit Canada. They were my mortgage holder. They were good to deal with for me, but I see it coming like a freight train. Farm Credit Canada owns the mortgages of many, many, many farmers across Canada. And I see if you've got your bigger farms getting bigger, 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 and your little farms being pushed out, we're going to end up with a one-size-fits-all system. And he who controls the food controls the people. So that's where it's at.
Well, we're very sorry you lost your farm. 16 years is a good long haul, but having to sell it 2 years ago. Just give us a quick update on your life, and then I've got some questions for the factors that you set out were the reasons that you ultimately had to sell the farm. But what have you been doing for the last 2 years? You've mentioned you've got a couple goats and a chicken or two, but what are you doing to make ends meet?
Yeah, so I've got an online company that I started, Dawn's Dirt, and so I am actually teaching people how to do gardening and how to do food for themselves. I am also now coaching my clients to do farm-to-table businesses or do small businesses, because I think small business and farm-to-table is the future of farming. People ask me sometimes, what do you want to do? And I want to change the way the world does food. I want to change our global food system. I want to see it go back smaller, farm to table, where you know your farmer, you know where your food comes from. And I think real food security comes when you can grow some in your backyard and you can buy it direct from who you know and build your community back. Because this system, I'll just say, during COVID, I had people coming up to me, and I could tell who was unvaxxed and vaxxed and where they stood. And I had people coming up to me that were unvaxxed, and they were honestly afraid of their food system, and they said, "You've got food, right?" And I said, "Yes, I have food. Come to my farm. Come to my farm." And so that's the other hard part, is I can't feed as many people now. So back to where I'm at now, I got fired from my first job in 20 years. When you have a big personality like I do, I'm not a quiet woman, and I am not afraid to speak out. I got fired from my first job in 20 years. I got fired from my second job in 20 years. And so, yeah. Sorry.
You're used to being your own boss.
Yes, I am.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. Just a couple of quickies, and then I'll turn you over to the panel here. You talked about how your dad historically had been getting about $7 a dozen of cucumbers, and that you were getting the same price many years later, but your operating costs had gone way up, which means your margins would have shrunk to virtually nothing. Have I got that right?
Yes.
And so the reasons, the pressures that ultimately forced your sale of your farm, or not your, well, 36,000 square feet of greenhouse, would take a lot of I assume, I don't know what the growing season was or what your needs were energy-wise, but this carbon tax business was one of the reasons you ultimately got through to Rachel Notley, who you say backed down a bit and gave an 80% rebate back to the farmers. And then when it went federal, that all changed. So you were hit with the full carbon tax at some point. Can you give us a rough guesstimate of what that cost would have been to you in your relatively small operation?
I don't remember off the top of my head because it was a couple years ago, but I wanna say, yeah, I don't fully remember, but it was thousands of dollars on a gas bill.
Enough to make a big difference to you.
Thousands of dollars on a gas bill, yes.
Right.
Yes.
And your efforts to avoid the middleman and deal directly with the consumer through farmers markets, you found yourself getting squeezed out by competition at those farmers markets where the products were coming from larger commercial operations which had a more favorable economy of scale. In other words, they could produce the product at less cost and then come to the farmers market and outsell you there. Is that what happened?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, so there was people who they would have a little garden or they would have a couple acres of garden.
Okay.
And then they would buy from farmers, or not even from farmers, from the warehouse in the province, the biggest warehouse in the province. So produce that was grown by someone else at a different farm and was sold at the farmer's market as like it was produce meant for the grocery store, and then they would buy it, mark it all up, and sell it for less money than I could grow, and sell it for the
right.
consumer.
Okay.
Liar, liar, pants on fire.
All right. So in a venue in which supposedly those who are selling are growing, you found yourself competing against those folks who were getting the product from the bigger outfits.
Yes.
All right. Okay, so you know one of the themes that's been winding its way through the evidence we've heard from a number of witnesses is the pressure on the small scale farms and how those are being squeezed out and so your story parallels very, very strongly with the concerns from those other witnesses.
Absolutely.
Similar concerns. In any event, I'm going to turn you over to the panel now. We'll have a few questions. Vincent.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony. You've just been appointed as the Minister of Agriculture for your province.
Thank you.
And right now you're sitting in the Premier's office and you have 5 minutes to unpack to the Premier how you're going to fix this problem. Go ahead.
Oh, I thought you were kidding. Sorry. We just need to get less bureaucracy on farms. We need to make it so that we have less rules and regulations. I think that we need to make it so that we get rid of the dairy board and the chicken board, and that people can raise animals and sell animals easier and more direct, less bureaucracy, and more small farmers. Give farmers, small producers a chance. And I would also actually change it so that all these acreage people can have a few more chickens than just 3. Don't make it so that you can only have 3 chickens on your property. Cities need to allow more chickens on their land. And I think if you can grow vegetables in your backyard and have a few chickens and then know your beef farmer, we're going to have a better food system. And so take out the middlemen. I actually had someone, she was an NDP candidate, and she said to me, she was like, Dawn, let's be creative and let's fix the food system. How can we make the food system cheaper for people? And I said, honestly, put them in cities, build the biggest farms outside the city, and you can have cheap food for people. But that is complete food insecurity, because then you're relying on someone else. So I think food security comes from us. We, the people, have the power to change our system, and we just have to start doing it.
I just have one question. I've never heard of the Canada GAP certification. Mm-hmm. What is that?
So it's a certifying body that they come in and they do an audit on your farm to make sure that you're doing everything to standard and everything to code and everything to practice. And so they've got a list of bureaucratic rules and regulations that you have to follow, checks and balances. I mean, it's nothing bad, it's nothing crazy, it's mostly common sense, but it was gonna cost, the store told me it was gonna cost a couple $100 for the permit, but by the time you pay for an auditor and pay for this and pay for that and pay for that, at that point it was gonna cost me about $7,000 to do the like the hidden fees in all the things that you have to do to check and balance it. So yeah, just look up Canada GAP certification. It's in the vegetable industry for sure.
So who's it paid to? Like provincial, federal?
I don't know, and like the actual fee is nominal. Like it's nothing crazy, but by the time it's just like any bit of bureaucracy. They say it's going to be little, but by the time you do this and do this and do this and do this, it all adds up. And so those little costs, it's just like the traceability in beef. Recently I held a meeting in Innisfil. I had 500 farmers come out that were like, what is going on with the traceability in beef? I was actually the one that called that into question with my big mouth online. So bureaucracy kills small farmers. That's my message. And that's why I'm speaking out against all of it. Bureaucracy kills small farmers, period.
Thank you.
You just mentioned the traceability in beef. What are you talking about, please?
Yeah, so the CFIA actually just came out with some new rules and regulations, and I had a 4-H mom. So CCIA is the regulating body. They went to the 4-H clubs, so the children, and they were going to roll out come learn about the new traceability rules in beef. And this 4-H mom came to me and she said, Dawn, this isn't right. Something's not sitting right with this. And so she said, like, the rules and regulations are going to be harsher. So every animal is going to have to be tracked from birth till death and put into the government system and really tracked. And so I got online and I put out a post. And so that one picture that went very viral, I was actually the one that created it. Sorry, I used AI, but I created it on my phone and I put it out there. And we held a meeting. We held one meeting in Spruceview before Christmas in Alberta, Spruceview, Alberta. And it was on a snowy day. Roads were shut down. We had 80 farmers come out. And we held another one in Innisfil, Alberta on, I want to say January 15th, but don't quote me on that. But we held another meeting in Innisfil, Alberta at the Legion, and we had over 500 farmers come out and say what is going on with our food system. And we had different speakers. Jason Smith, the deer farmer from Alberta, who CFIA killed all of his deer herd. We had Lance Nielsen from Nielsen Beef. He spoke about the rules and regulations and the bureaucracy. Tim Hoven, we went through the rules and regulations. We took all the information on the traceability rules and regulation changes right off of the CFIA website, and we just went through them all. And yeah, it's coming into our beef industry that they want to know and track and trace every animal everywhere. And so thankfully with that too, this is the thing with social media, and this is why I speak out, is because we the people have the power. And so we had that many farmers come out, and now the different beef boards are starting to back down and back up the farmers. They were all for it before, but they're retracing their steps. And CFIA has now said that they're going to put a pause on it. Pause does not mean stopped, in my opinion, but they put a pause on it for now.
Anybody else? That's it? Okay. Don, where do you, what do we find? Don's Dirt, your podcast, is that on the usual platforms?
Yeah, so Spotify, YouTube, Rumble, and Apple Podcasts. And then Don's Dirt on Instagram and Facebook. And yeah, I am not a quiet woman. I actually posted about Bill C9 this morning, and we're already sitting at over 30,000 people have viewed it since this morning.
So you're getting it out there, and you've got a bunch of interesting guests that show up on your show?
On the podcast, yeah. And then
with a big focus, I assume, on the agricultural
on our food
issues.
system.
Yeah,
yes,
great.
for sure.
Great. Well, look, on behalf of the NCI, I want to thank you very much for attending here today. You've braved the dangers of Rogers Pass, presumably, to get here. No, you flew.
I flew in an airplane.
Oh, good. Well, I'm still congratulating you for making the effort and being here today.
Thank you.
It's late in the day, but we're really glad that you've shared your evidence with us.
Yeah.
So thank you very much, and all the very best going forward.
I'm going to change the world.
Good for you.
Thank you.
Okay, commissioners, that completes the evidence for today. We've got another 8 witnesses lined up for tomorrow. So, as usual, our closing comments will come from Ted Kuntz.
Well, we're running over time, so I'll be brief in my comments, but boy, what a day. You know, my first thought is I don't envy the commissioners. One of the comments that Katie made, she said, no, none of this makes sense. And so somehow our commissioners have to make sense of the situation with farmers and food in this country and provide us with some overview and recommendations. So I'm looking forward to your results. I think the comment that stood out for me is also another comment from Katie. And she said, who protects the farmers in this country? And after listening to today's testimony, I think farmers are becoming rarer and rarer. It's becoming an extinct species in this country. One of the stats that was provided is that over 70% of farmers say they don't want their next generation to become farmers. And I think that should send a very strong signal that we have a problem in this country. Carrie Lynn Finley, she made a comment that I wrote down. She said, what we're witnessing is not stewardship, we're witnessing sabotage. Dr. Sylvan said, farmers are victims of the bureaucracy. They're afraid to speak up. They've become voiceless. I think we have a pretty serious situation in this country. Something else that Katie said is that she said the trust is broken. And when the trust is broken, farmers are not going to be calling the CFIA when they have a problem. When they have an animal that's sick, I imagine that what farmers are going to do is they're going to look for some way to bury that in the back of the shed at night, as opposed to reaching out, looking for some help, asking questions, looking for guidance, for direction. And so that's going to make the situation worse, not better. We invited Paul McKinnon, who's the president of the CFIA, to testify. And we received a response to say that there's no one available from the CFIA to speak to this inquiry. We also invited the Minister of Agriculture or someone from his office to testify. Again, the same response. It seems like the communication between the bureaucrats and the farmers is little to none. And it seems like it's the bureaucrats, people who never see a farm, who never put their hands in the soil, are the ones making the decisions, not the farmers. Somebody else said, the government, I guess this was Carrie Lynn Finley, the government is supposed to be the servants of the people, but it's become flipped. I'm discouraged by the testimony that I heard today. I think the situation is much worse than I had thought, and I suspect that I'm like most Canadians, that I've been naive to the seriousness of the challenge that our farmers are facing in this country. The ability of small farms to thrive, our access to locally grown food seems to be getting harder and harder to access. But what I am encouraged by, I would suggest, is both the first and the last speaker. We started off with Jim Ness, who was willing to go to jail to stand up for what he believed, for freedom access for farmers to the markets. And our last speaker, Dawn, she's got a great loud mouth, and I can see that she's not going to be silenced. And so I would suggest that if there's an answer there, the answer can be found in both our first and our last speaker. This is not a time to be silent. This is not a time to be intimidated. This is not a time to go quietly. It's a time to stand up and be loud. We need to protect our food supply, and in order to do that, we need to protect our farmers. And I have no illusions that that protection is going to come from our governments. It's going to come from we, the people. And so it's time to get to know our farmers. It's time to ask them how we can help them, to support their business, and to make sure that they thrive in our communities. I don't know where else these conversations are happening. And again, it underscores for me the importance of this citizen-led, citizen-funded, citizen-organized inquiry into these very serious situations that are happening in this country. And so, again, my gratitude to all those that are responsible for making this happen. Day 3 is tomorrow. We have another full schedule of speakers, and I think we will once again come away much more informed than we were before these hearings started. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Good night.